Hello, how you doing? Good to see you, viewer. Welcome to the Highlander for Chris charity tournament over here at Yellow Jacket Comics and Toys in beautiful, sunny British Columbia. Victoria, that's where we live.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. My name's Wheeler. Thank you for having me. It's great to be here. And I'm joined today in the closet of Yellow Jacket Comics, Trenton McIntyre. Trenton, how you doing, bud?
I'm doing pretty well. What about you, Wheeler?
Oh, not so bad. We're going to actually get right into
we're
round one because we're running a little bit
Real
behind.
real hot start.
Wouldn't be a Magic tournament without it.
Absolutely.
So we'll explain what we're doing as we kind of go along. But basically, long story short, this is a charity event where all proceeds are going towards Canlander Die Hard Monument Legend.
Chris, yeah, he's amazing. He's amazing. He's been playing for so long. Huge part of the community. Always looking to get people out, etc. So we really want to give back to him. So yeah, we as a community decided to run it.
We figured this might be a bit more appropriate for Chris than a greeting card. Like,
Yeah.
it's more personalized.
Well, and the cool thing is we're streaming this for Chris. He's actually going to be able to watch. He should ideally be watching right now.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, Chris.
Good
We
to
love
see
you.
ya. Let's just get into the match because
Yeah.
they're already probably shuffling up or playing.
Okay, yep.
They've already hit the table enough that the camera has shake. This is a precarious setup, but that's okay. We're working with what we got.
Yeah, we're coming from the closet of the old wives, so you know it is what it is.
Yeah, we've got Mike Simpson on Dark Bant Lands and Tyler Woolley on Is It Pyromancer. This could be tough for Tyler.
Yeah, I can see Dark Bandlands having a long advantage over the course of the game. However, I will say that if Tyler's deck is built in a specific way with a lot of basics, some of the main strategies that Mike's Dark Bandlands deck has in attacking the mana base might not work as efficiently or effectively. So,
Well, this is a tale as old as time.
Oh man, we've got a turn one mother into a Grim Lavamancer. Wow.
Ooh, and a GT from Mike. Now, usually these land stacks, I mean, they are more mid-rangey than playing, Retreat to Coral Helm or anything kind of goofy like that. That Lavamancer.
It's gonna be interesting. It's definitely gonna pressure the Mother of Runes. Generally speaking, when you untap with a Mom, it's extremely hard to get rid of it, right? You have to use 2 removal spells, but if Tyler can get into a position where he can fill his graveyard, he'll actually be able to pressure the Mom with the activations.
Ooh. Mike going for a Tireless Tracker, but it meets a counter spell.
Wow, that counter spell's huge.
Yeah.
That tracker was definitely going to be a problem for Tyler. They're definitely suiting up for a long game, so any card that Mike plays that is suited to a longer game is going to be quite troublesome for Tyler.
Yeah, even just like getting a card into the graveyard, which isn't a huge ask for this deck. I mean, it plays cards like Ponder,
Yeah.
basically every cantrip under the sun, means that this Lavamancer can get online pretty quickly. And, if Tyler's the one making the game action and Noel has to respond, then that Mom might not be long for this world.
Yeah, I agree. The Jitte is going to be a potential long-term issue, but if Tyler can get this Mom out of play, then the Jitte might actually be completely manageable. So we'll see what Mike decides to do here. He could potentially go for a Jitte equip to do his best to force the Grim Lavamancer activation. Even though Tyler has a lot of cards that go to the graveyard, ponders, considers, etc., the graveyard currently is still taxed, and here we see a Tarmogoyf.
I'm actually taking a look at Mike's deck now, and maybe Dark Bant is a bit much, because I'm looking, and Goyf is already annoying, but ubiquitous, right?
Yep.
Basically every green deck that wants to build to the board is going to play it.
Yeah.
But we got Voice of Resurgence.
Oh, wow.
We got Strangleroot Geist. Mike has a bus to catch.
Oh, I love Strangleroot Geist. Wow, that's a sick conclusion. Okay, so Tyler's going for a Logman here.
Got to get this Mom off the board. Mom plus Goyf plus GT is bad. It's bad news. It's bad news.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what Mike decides to do here.
Nelson coming in with a match slip. Shout out to Judge Nelson.
Shout out to Nelly.
protecting itself. That's a good, you know what? I'm willing to say it. A good plan. And shout out to Mike using a die to represent Tarmogoyf's power and toughness. Didn't even ask.
Wow,
Didn't even
didn't
ask.
even ask. He's just an actual natural.
Oh my god. Get these Victoria players on a camera, stat. Lava Coil.
Now this is an interesting decision from Tyler to go for the Tarmogoyf instead of the Mother of Runes. I wonder if he has another removal spell in his hand.
Potentially, like, I mean, if there's a Wasteland or another cheap cantrip, can maybe fire off to get this mom dead.
Yeah.
Brainstorm after the Lava Coil. Okay. I mean, he could be worried about counter magic too. We don't.
Yeah, that's true. He doesn't know his opponent's deck list at all. This is a great sequence of plays for Tyler. I think Tyler's got a pretty good handle on those threats. We'll see what Mike can come up with in response.
Hopefully something big. I mean, Mike has that. He's got Questing Beast.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
He's got Shauna the Purifying Light.
I mean, if Mike comes in with a Strangleroot Geist here, I think we've got a game, you know?
I mean, you just want to see that Strangleroot.
I love Strangleroot Geist.
If you're watching in chat and trying to use bot commands, good news. The bots have betrayed us. Much like a workshop player running into Naya mid-range with every shatter under the sun, the bots have betrayed us.
It's like that red-green shatters deck from Mirrodin Standard. Oh, man. Okay, so looks like we've got a bunch of shuffling going on here. Classic Canlander staple is shuffling 100 cards. You need to know how to do it. Let's see what Mike's response is.
Oh, yeah. Tyler should be at 19, I believe, from the life loss of that Sheevan Reef. Let's see if we can get that fixed. We're going to get Judge Nelson on that shortly.
It's possible that the players have it recorded on their pieces of paper, but not the actual iPad that's recording the life totals for us.
We got them camera ready, not ready for prime time just yet.
Well, I mean, Mike's got the Tarmogoyf dice out and everything, and we see the Strangleroot Geist. Wow.
And it gets subtlety.
Whoa. Holy. This is an absolute blowout.
Not even Mike can believe it.
Mike has to read what subtlety does. Wow. This is a fantastic string of plays for Tyler. He's in a commanding position now.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Modern has kind of put the kibosh on this, but that could have been the world first subtlety targeting a Strangleroot Geist.
Oh wow, and a Ledger Shredder is a fantastic follow-up for Tyler. It's going to keep the cards flowing. Basically all that Tyler is worried about right now is... basically all that Tyler's worried about now is, whoa, an Elder Gargaroth.
That is so big.
That is
so big. Both of these players cracked packs from the past 2 years of Standard before showing up today.
And looks like Nelson's just getting the life totals discrepancy dealt with.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, the Gargaroth is going to be quite a large threat. The thing I was saying earlier about the Ledger Shredder is that it'll let Tyler look through cards, and the biggest thing that Tyler's worried about is just dealing with individual threats at this point. So this is a perfect example. Tyler's going to have to use his resources to try and find an answer to this Gargaroth, otherwise it's going to take over the game.
Yeah, funny enough, Tyler actually has an Unholy Heat in his hand.
Oh.
But because the Lavamancer has been eating away...
Oh, wow. And this is the beauty of Canlander. That's not an interaction that you would see very often.
Speaking of Nazi, nope, lost the train of thought there. We have a Sailor's Bane. So Sailor's Bane is a big, thick creature that has its cost reduced by cards in graveyards, instant sorceries, and creatures with adventure, but it also counts exile.
Yeah, it's just like Crackling Drake.
So now it technically checks this Gargaroth. It's bigger than the Gargaroth. The problem is this beast has a Jite.
Yeah, and it's possible Mike might just want to equip Jitte onto the Gargaroth, make a 3/3, and then use the future Jitte counters to fight through the rest of the creatures. It really depends on the context of his hand. I know that Mike has, or I believe earlier we saw Field of the Dead in play, and so that could also be Mike's long-term game plan is to continue to make 2/2s and then get Jitte counters essentially every turn until it becomes an insurmountable advantage for him.
Brainstorming, putting a couple cards back. Looks like Mike kept a Sarah Paragon.
Ooh,
Sarah
that's
Paragon.
an exciting new card.
Yeah, you don't see that one too often.
I mean, we haven't been talking about it, but Mike is at 11. And with the addition of the Sailor's Bane, Tyler's actually putting on quite a lot of pressure. And Blue-Red has the ability to really turn the corner quite fast, especially since you're generally playing all of the red removal, the red targeted removal. So,
Yeah, just a single Brazen Bar could honestly turn this game.
oh,
well,
absolutely.
could end the game.
So we see a Sarah Paragon here. I don't believe Mike has played his land for the turn. If he hasn't, he'll be able to make a token with Field of Dead.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Man tapped 3 permanents. Played the land, you get the Sarah off the Sarah Paragon, and then
and getting the Field of the Dead trigger too. Wow.
Yeah.
And it was a fetch land, so he's actually gonna get 2/2/2s here. This game is actually a lot closer than I initially thought it was gonna be after Tyler's initial rush of killing Mike's creatures.
Yeah, now we're in kind of a tricky spot still. I mean, the Sailor's Bane is big.
Yeah, it's definitely got control of the board.
Doesn't have trample though.
Yep.
So Field of the Dead can kind of lock it down. This is the part of the game that Tyler is really hoping not to get to, where Mike is able to play these big dumb 2020 cards that just kind of have way too many words on them.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is things like a Brazen Borrower don't do it anymore because of the Sarah Paragon having flying, and it's a 3/4. It's an amazing presence on this board state. Really cool new card from Dom United. I wonder what Tyler's response to this is going to be. He does have the Ledger Shredder, so he still has... as long as he keeps drawing spells, he can keep the cards flowing. But I'm not really sure what his deck has to sort of deal with this type of board state.
We can take a look at the list. Nope. I mean, Thing in the Ice plus a large chain of spells. A little unlikely at this point in the game.
Magus of the Moon could be okay. It could buy Tyler enough time to try to sort things out. But yeah, basically we're looking at some combination of drawing enough bounce spells to actually be able to push through damage, or to be able to chain enough spells for Grim Lavamancer to take over the game. The interesting thing is that if Mike feels like he's being pressured, he can start attacking with Gargaroth and choose one of those 3 quite strong abilities, right? So burning Mike out isn't really an option unless Tyler draws some sequence of Lightning Bolt, Snapcaster, Lightning Bolt, etc. So Mike making another token here.
Yeah, it's just getting bigger and bigger, and now the Jitte is on the Sarah.
Oh wow, and Subtlety can't block it because the Sarah Paragon's a 3/4.
There is the Ledger Shredder, so we could see a double block. Which, I mean, you give counters to the Jitte, but you kind of want to get that thing off the board, unless Tyler feels like he needs to leverage the Ledger, but he can block it and ta-da, Unholy Heat.
Okay, wow, so he blocks and he heats it. I thought Mike might have something, because if you're Tyler here, you probably have to assume Mike has something, because the Sarah Paragon is creating 2/2/2s every turn. You get a fetch land from your graveyard. But the Jitte counters do matter quite a bit, and say like killing this Lavamancer, for example, this gives Mike so much board pressure and presence without allowing Tyler to keep whittling down the 2/2s.
This could also just show Mike might have... I mean, Highlander decks can be so different from build to build, player to player, but this could be Mike realizing Tyler's probably on recall as for points, and probably on Merchant Scroll to find the recall, which in fact he is.
Yeah.
And so maybe Mike is thinking like, oh, well, Merchant Scroll for Cryptic Command ends the game. So I do need to, maybe even the GTA for just some life gain or to clear the board a little bit, thinking that he can leverage the Gargadon is enough. Wooly, however, not actually playing Cryptic Command in this list.
Yeah, Cryptic has started to fall out of favor in a bunch of different Eternal formats. It's not really seeing play in Modern anymore. And Canlander, generally, we follow sort of these trends as more cards are printed that are more efficient. You see a lot of cuts on 4 and 5 mana spells. They have to be extremely impactful and also suit your mana base. And it's quite possible that Tyler reached a decision where he's playing Blood Moon and Megas to the Moon. And so he realized that he probably can't cast Cryptic Command consistently.
Yeah. And funny enough, too, this might be a product of these more efficient cards being printed, which take these blue decks from... They used to kind of be like a 75-25 split between blue and the supporting color, but cards are really good. And they stopped printing, well, they didn't stop printing cheap blue cantrips, but we see more cheap red stuff popping up in these lists. And so it's just not worth it. They can't support, can't support the Cryptic, but they can support a Treasure Cruise. And I believe that was an Oko in their hand.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this Treasure Cruise is most likely the nail in the coffin for Mike. We will see what he drew, but I'm gonna put Mike as the favorite here based on this board position. I think Tyler's gonna have to do something quite special to overcome the other side of the table, essentially.
Ooh, that's something quite
We see the
special.
Brazen Burrow, and it's probably gonna die to the Umezawa's GTA, I'd imagine. But it's still relevant to be able to kill the Gargaroth, or not kill it, to bounce it. Tyler has quite a lot of counter magic in his deck, so bouncing the Gargaroth is probably just the answer that he's looking for.
Yeah, it might just be to, force Mike into position to cast it again. Could get hit by a counter. Could just be just a tempo.
Yeah.
Just Wooly is saying, hey, don't attack me. Don't even think about attacking with that Gargaroth. Because the one counter on the GTA, he could kill this Brazen Borrower, but Mike doesn't necessarily need to.
That's true.
And so maybe the Gargaroth crashing in as an 8/8, which is big enough to kill off the Sailor's Bane, is what Mike's looking for.
Yeah.
Or something that Wooly's worried about, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely. There seems to be some sort of... Okay. Yeah, so we're going to Mike's turn now.
Come on, Mike. What you got for us?
This is after Mike has the Treasure Cruise, so it looks like he's got a full grip. I saw an Underground Sea in his hand, so he's going to be able to make a 2/2. Okay, equipping the Jete, interesting. So he's just looking to get Jete counters here, it looks like. Yeah, this is a totally respectable play.
Everybody's getting in there. I mean, these games, you got to end soon.
I actually love attacking with all of them here because it's possible Tyler blocks with the 1/3, like the Ledger Shredder, but he might not. And we see here that Mike actually did get an extra 2 points of damage in.
Yep.
And the Jete creature is always getting blocked and dying to the Sailor's Bane, so... Oh, I guess actually the Ledger Shredder can't block because after the Jete gets counters, Mike would be able to kill it. So that attack was fantastic.
Yep. Getting this Gargaroth down again, even if there is a counterspell to deal with it, there's still the blocker in the form of the Field of the Dead zombie token. But now, somebody gave that beast a knife.
This is the oldest Gargaroth you've ever seen.
Oh, and if it isn't the commentator's dream, Tyler casting a Gataxian Probe.
Oh, nice.
We get to see Mike's hand of Snapcaster Mage, Uro, and Oko.
And with that type of hand, I just don't see how Tyler can surmount this advantage. That is so much card advantage. But we'll see what he can come up with. The Sailor's Bane is still quite large.
On one hand, though, the Snapcaster isn't doing anything. There's not really a thing to flashback.
That's true.
The Uro isn't coming back anytime soon, and the Oko's annoying, but,
It's not perfect.
I mean it's Oko. Well,
can the Oko deal with the Sailor's Bane?
It can. Sailor's Bane has Ward 4, which is basically hexproof, but when it's not hexproof,
It isn't.
it's not. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Mike has 9 mana. Like, he could just go, like, Oko into pay for the ward and just start swinging in with the team. I wonder what Tyler's thinking about here. He does have an Ancestral Vision coming off of Suspend, so if he can stay alive for a little longer, he might be able to piece together, some sort of a comeback. He did destroy the Jitte, which is actually huge.
A Braid blowing up that Jitte makes it so that the Gargaroth is still it's now checked by the Sailor's Bane. Assuming the turtle, I don't actually know what a Sailor's Bane is.
I think it's a turtle, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure. Let's just go with turtle.
Great. Well, that turtle might be an elk now.
Yeah, I think if you're Mike here, you're pretty incentivized to elk the Bane. Yeah, and that's what he's doing here. He's gonna pay the 4 mana, and now you just get to attack with the Gargaroth with impunity. And once you're attacking with the Gargaroth, I like sending everything here, just because like he can Tyler can only kill 1 2/2. I guess you can save 1 back for the Oko. Honestly, it doesn't really matter what you attack with here.
Yeah. I think I like being pretty aggressive. I think your call on that is correct, because again, like you're the one in the driver's seat here, and I don't even know if it's a case of like needing to protect the Oko. Like you're getting a beast from this Gargaroth. You're playing like, if you got this carry added, you're going to have a hexproof blocker. So it's likely, the only thing that's going to hit this Oko is going to be a flyer.
Well, and it's like, can Tyler even really attack, right?
Yeah, that
like
too.
If you leave your Oko defenseless, it might not even matter.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so it looks like we've got the carry added and we passed the turn. Oh, the vision isn't coming off Suspend this turn. That's actually huge. Okay, we've got a preordain, so Tyler's digging.
It's got to find something here. Even just like a fire ice to maybe stem the bleeding. Oh, and we're down. We are down.
All right, I will go up and fix it.
Please do. We saw this potentially coming, folks, but that's okay. How you doing? How you been? We did experience some technical difficulties here. We can use this as a great time to talk about what we're actually doing this for. So this, if you're just joining us now, this is Highlander for Chris. So we have a local player, legend, pillar of the format and of the Victoria Canadian Highlander community, who has been dealing with health issues for a bulk of the past year. And we thought that instead of, just a normal greeting card, what we could do is give a live tournament greeting card. And hopefully, if Chris is watching, hey Chris, how you doing? If not, there's always the VOD. We thought this would be the best way to do it. With all proceeds as well, we have some donations being made. We have some links as well that can be found in the description down below. Oh, let me check. How is the camera angle? That's a great question. If you could go up and tilt it a little bit that way, then we're golden. But that's actually, this is probably fine for
now.
If you could grab... Good news, everyone. We're kind of fixed. We're going to have... Oh, we didn't lose sound. I'm just talking about stuff in the background. We're going back to the match here. Not much has changed. There's still... an Uro was cast. Trenton may have... God bless his soul. We have, the Oko has stayed down. The Sailor's Bane is still currently an Elk. Tyler opting to trade off the Beast token from the Gargaroth attack last turn for that. Oh, and we're looking beautiful. So that Gargaroth coming back down. This'll do. The Gargaroth coming back down here. Unfortunately, we didn't see the bounce spell in particular that popped it back into Mike's hand here. But, or potentially Mike could just buy it back. I mean, this is a very recursive deck. Thank you, Trenton, for your impromptu tech support.
I was afraid I wasn't getting get enough of my daily exercise doing coverage in this closet. So.
Yeah, the folks at home, they might not be able to see this, but we're in the closet right now, so to speak. Truly a tournament at the back of the LGS. But now we're here. We have a relatively straight camera that we can.
It's pretty close.
Yeah,
it's close enough.
It's close enough.
That looks like a game to Mike.
Whew.
That was a really tight one. I think Mike did a fantastic job. Really coming back after losing the Mother of Runes and the Tarmogoyf.
Mm-hmm. Mike, that was definitely Mike's game to lose, but Wooly did a great job of keeping it going, keeping it competitive.
Yeah. I think at the end of the day, it comes to the deck building decisions, right? Tyler didn't decide to put Cryptic Command into his deck because he felt like there was other slots that he wanted to use, right? And so I think basically Tyler's main game plan in this matchup is going to be get a threat in play as soon as possible, and then pick and choose the threats of Mike's that he wants to deal with based on the context of his hand, and then he's going to go from there. So
let's see if we can get Mike's list up here before we get to the next round, if possible. Just to get a better look at what we saw, because once the Gargaroth came down, it kind of dominated the board, the commentary, the gameplay, all that. We have it listed as Dark Bant, but we're going to see. Monty, we'll get to Thomas, don't you worry. But for now, I guess they're already coming into the next game. We'll say this if we get a game 3 or after the round here.
Yeah.
But now, if we're Tyler, what are we looking for?
If you're Tyler, you're looking for, like I said, any sort of substantial threat. I think your best threats are things like your Ledger Shredders, etc., that grow while you're interacting with the opponent. I think Grim Lavamancer is actually a pretty reasonable start as well. Essentially, you're looking to have the game not go super long, or if the game is going long, you have the appropriate counter spells to handle whatever Mike's bringing to the table, because based on Tyler's viewpoint of that game, he knows that Mike is packing, right? Has a ton of heat, lots of big spells. So realistically, in most situations, he isn't going to want the game to go long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's hoping to get under things, start casting some flyers.
Yeah, exactly. Flyers are actually going to be a big deal for him. I don't think Mike is extremely well set up to block or deal with flyers on average. He has a couple of flyers of his own, namely Restoration Angel and Sarah Paragon. He's got a Ledger Shredder, so we'll see if that can get online. But for the most part, I think if Tyler's playing the flyer game, he's probably in a good position, especially since he can remove them. Oh wow!
Daze the one drop. Okay, that's kind of important.
That's like a legacy level play there, yeah, dazing a Noble Hierarch.
That's one way to get Mike under wraps here. Is you can attack the mana base, you can attack the big things. Obviously, using a daze when it's live is pretty strong.
Oh, and one thing I forgot to mention as we see Tarmogoyf scene play, Tyler's running Blood Moon effects.
Yes.
And that's actually a big game against what Mike's doing.
Yeah, that's huge. The lands decks, they're really good at getting, lands out, doing things with their lands. But even the red ones, they'd prefer if all of their lands weren't mountains.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is Blood Moon is good against non-basic lands.
And that's the kind of gripping commentary you can expect from Dredden and I.
Okay, so nothing from Tyler. I assume he's holding up some sort of counter magic. We'll see what Mike decides to lead with here.
I did see a Force of Negation in Tyler's hand.
Okay.
I don't, and a Negate. Okay, so
I actually like negating the Ponder here. Because you know that Mike's threats are going to be creatures in the long game, they're way more relevant to you than instants and sorceries, at least based on what you've seen if you're Tyler. So I like negating there.
yeah, it makes. I mean, he's got a backup force if he really has to deal with like a problematic planeswalker or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Like the only things that he's really scared of are planeswalkers and maybe potentially removal, but depending on the context of his hand, playing that negate's probably correct.
Tyler is on the mono blue plan, I believe.
Oh yeah.
Unless
And,
one of those is some tricky full art mountain, but remanding the brainstorm. I
Yeah,
actually, you know,
do what you got to do. It looks like Tyler's digging for red, and this Tarmogoyf is bringing the beats. Oh, Mike missing a land
well,
drop.
it
That's big.
keeps Mike off lands. It's in the name of the deck.
So we've got a classic double mana mana problem start. So
Is that another? Is that an AFR island?
maybe.
Oh my goodness!
Oh wow, the
Tyler
dispel.
was so ready with the dispel there.
Wow. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, worth noting is that some of these counter there's no Thoracle decks in the room.
Yeah, that's true.
And so a lot of the counter magic that we are seeing Tyler play, like especially Dispel, that's a big one, right? It has match against it has game against some of the other blue decks, of course. It's more live than not, but it's usually a card that, you know, when I think of Dispel, I think of I'm hitting a Tainted Pact or a Demonic Consultation.
Yeah. Oh wow, and we see Mike pick up the match here. Yeah, I agree. Dispel's interesting. The cool thing about Canadian Highlander is, because you're not able to sideboard, you have to make these really considered decisions on exactly what solutions and answers and threats you yourself want to provide in your 100 cards. And yeah, that's a fantastic.
We're back.
Hello. This camera is not bent, so we got that going for us. But yeah, how did you feel about that match overall?
Well, on one hand, as a fan of the land stacks, good. On the other hand, as a fan of watching, you know, Tyler Woolley kill people with cheap spells, oh, I mean, I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. But we've got more matches, you know, throughout the day. Some we have people asking how many rounds we expect to see. We are going to be here all day.
Yeah.
Like what are we? 5-round cut to top 8?
Yeah, I think we're 5-round Swiss cut to top 8, and we're gonna be streaming at least, you know, like four or so matches of the top 8, I'd imagine. So we're it's gonna be a while. It's okay. I used to sleep in you know, closets all the time, so we're chilling. We're chilling.
Yeah, and I spent a good 16 years in the closet. So, you know, we've got some experience here on the commentary team. And we actually have a little thing that I'd like to show off because I think it provides a bit of legitimacy to this production that we have here.
Maybe a little professional.
Yeah, we can take a look at the deck list that we saw. So we go over here. This is Mike's list. It's tagged as Bant lands. There are a couple of black cards in here. We have Grist, but I don't know if that necessarily counts. We got a Deathrite Shaman. I don't know if that necessarily
Opposition
counts.
Agent is probably the biggest one, I'd imagine. You can see it at the top
there
left.
You are.
Yeah. This again is a considered decision from Mike to include black in the list, right?
Oh. Mike's got ninjas in here. Okay. That's kind of spicy.
We see your game. He's also running Shanna Purifying Blade. Pretty interesting.
Yeah. Okay. There's more black in here than I thought. It's just all kind of hidden.
Yeah. Like I said, the black is a really considered decision to include. Like, Mike must have assessed that he felt like he needed the extra color, based on the power level of his deck. Like, he probably felt like Bant just didn't give you enough oomph in certain areas. So, and if you're playing green in this format, all of these tutors can find these bullets, right? opposition agent is fantastic in a ton of matchups. It's amazing basically across the board. Uh, Among other things, being able to find Leovold is a big deal. Maybe you just have a spot for Elder Gargaroth that you can Eladamri's call for, so yeah, I really like the decision to include black here. You do open yourself up to a little bit of say weakness to Blood Moon, etc. You're especially when you're playing Field of the Dead. But yeah,
At some point, though, you kind of every Canlander kind of concedes, like, well, I'm dead to Blood Moon either way. It's just like, do I want to make my deck worse or potentially play what I feel is a less competitive version of this deck, just to maybe dodge a Blood Moon, which you might still struggle with, right?
yeah.
Or do I want to go a little bit ham?
Yeah, I think on average, not playing around Blood Moon is probably fine. Like, there's not really ways to tutor it in this format, barring if you're playing, say, like red-white enchantments. And most of the Blood Moon lists, you'll see are usually some sort of blue either control or tempo deck leveraging Blood Moon, because you can play mostly blue lands with a splash of red, and it's still quite powerful. Yeah, I do like the decision, I think, on average, to make your mana base as consistent as possible when it comes to adding however many colors. And even if you're playing 2-color in this format, because it's a 100-card singleton, you actually do need to play quite a lot of non-basics to make 2-color archetypes work.
And speaking of 2-color, usually they don't get to see the loading part of this, but here's Tyler's deck. So what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so Tyler's deck is looking to gain an advantage basically on the mana of his spells. He is really low on the mana curve in terms of all of his interaction and threats. There are a couple of things that are maybe a little bit higher, but not really that much. And so he's looking to take advantage of the idea that if his threats are inexpensive and his spells are inexpensive, then he's able to leverage tempo against his opponents, and because he's playing counter magic, he can control sort of the pace of the game, dependent on the threats that he has drawn.
Anything in this list that is kind of jumping out to you? I think, for me, Chromox is a thing. It provides Delirium, which is pretty good at leveraging some of the broken cards we've received in the past couple of years.
That's true. I think the thing that sort of comes out to me is the inclusion of things like Sailor's Bane and Ethereal Forger, really leaning into making sure you're casting a ton of instances.
Dragon Turtle.
Yeah, it's a Dragon Turtle. I saw someone said that in chat. I think the Chromox is actually a really interesting addition, and another cool thing about Canadian Highlander is Tyler is pretty innovative when it comes to refining an archetype, and Chromox is a really interesting addition. You wouldn't think that you would add, but I can see it having a lot of play, especially if you feel like you need to keep up with the rest of the speed of the format, because there are decks that play triple Moxen. There are decks that are playing the Mana Elves, right? And you don't always have the Lightning Bolt. So, yeah.
And looking very quickly at what Tyler's point spread was, it looks as though we have an Ancestral Recall, pretty standard, 7 points over there. We have a Dig Through Time, bumps us up to 8. Merchant Scroll makes 9, and Treasure Cruise is 10. Okay.
I see some people in chat talking about the Royal Scions. Basically, my assessment of that would be Tyler wants to keep his curve as low as possible, and if you look at the deck, barring maybe a couple of cards, there aren't actually that many 3-drops and beyond. In the case of Murktide Regent, Sailor's Bane, etc., they are essentially 2 to 3 drops, right? So I think that's a considered, basically a concession to I don't want to play more than 3 drops than I need to, and that's why you would see things like Cryptic Command missing, right? Because he really is leveraging that mana advantage, which I think is a totally good strategy. Especially when they've printed things like Strangle and Unholy Heat in the recent years, these blue-red decks have been able to get so much more lean.
Yeah, they just kill things.
Yeah,
their spells are so much more efficient at dealing with stuff, so they don't necessarily have to keep up mana every single turn. It's not the like, oh, do I go shields down? I really need to get a wee Dragonauts in play. We're not, that's not where we are anymore, you know? They're more efficient threats, Sprite
Yep.
Dragons, Ledger Shredders. And then if they do play something out and you're like, oh, that's kind of scary. Well, here's an Unholy Heat. Here's Strangle. Here's Lava Coil, Magmatic Sinkhole. You know, a whole bunch of options. And options that you can actually customize now. Like, you get to pick your package of removal, which is wild to say for a deck like this.
Oh yeah. Well, when I first started playing Highlander, 7, 8 years ago, when you were looking at a lot of deck lists, especially when it came to 2-color, you basically started every deck list with sort of the same base cards, right? Especially when it came to removal, because the removal suite just wasn't as flushed out as it is now. So that's a great point. Like, you get to actually pick and choose your removal. We see that Tyler isn't even playing like Magmatic Sinkhole, for example, but that is an option for you if you feel like you need it in the metagame.
All right, well, let's get back to the booth. We should really get like a poster up here.
Welcome back to the closet.
Yeah.
There's a
Before we take a quick break, and get into the next round and do all the setup and whatnot, do we want to give a better rundown of what we are doing this for?
Yeah. Okay. So, a longtime community member, legend, just overall fantastic guy, Chris. He has been in the hospital for a little while. We don't want to delve too deep into the specifics, but what we do want to say is that we love you, Chris, and we wanted to host this tournament to be able to give back to you. One of the coolest things about this tournament is that it's actually in a way Chris's idea. Say 5 or 6 years ago, I had a legacy deck that we thought was stolen at a Grand Prix, and I was talking with the community at Monday night about Chris and about the situation, and I was discussing how when my deck was stolen, Chris had actually started to come up with a plan to get me cards back. He included saying like host a tournament or the like, right? Maybe donations, etc. And so when I was talking with the community, the idea naturally sort of sparked to the point where it's like, okay, well, if Chris was willing to do this for us, like we're willing to do this for Chris, absolutely. And I just want to say, Chris, I hope you're watching. You really do inspire us to be better, and I think that's so amazing and cool. And that's why we're doing it. Obviously, we care so much about him, and we want to make sure that we run the biggest and best event that we can. Given the sort of low time frame that we had to do it, as soon as we had the idea, we wanted to do it right away.
Yeah,
and that's why we're in a closet.
Yeah, we. I think when we were talking yesterday, it kind of occurred to me where if this wasn't the tournament for Chris would be the guy that would have the idea to do this.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's just the type of person he is. And like I said, I can't put it better than he inspires us to be better. And I think that's so cool. So yeah, that's why we're doing the tournament. We're really, really excited to have everyone watch and for everyone donating. We absolutely love and appreciate all of you. Thank you for all of your support. We're doing our best to provide a production that is at least somewhat digestible, but we're streaming from basically like Superman's secret lair under the ocean. So
we are going to be having giveaways as well throughout the day. We have I should clarify too, 100% of everything is going towards Chris and the family.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. We have plenty of community members that have donated cards into the prize pool, to, packs, boxes of things. And then we also have people who have donated via the PayPal and the coffee, everything. Every single thing is going towards Chris and the family.
Yes. And so if you donate through the PayPal, through coffee, you will be eligible for some of these draws that we're going to be doing after some of the upcoming rounds, where you could get, I don't know, let's show, do we have a couple of things kind of hanging around? We don't have the spice, we got judge foils, we got staples,
Yeah, we got a bunch of different things. We've got like, Invocation Armageddon.
Invocation.
We actually haven't really figured out exactly what we're what we're giving away. Well, the prize pool has been quite variable because people are donating on the day of as well. We had community members bringing cards today, so. But there is going to be some super spicy stuff, and wow.
Yeah, we are right now. Okay, so now I feel
my
like
God.
we had a different plan because not including the and there's also some donations that I think you have to approve
Yes,
at a point.
yeah.
We are at $820 donated so far
Wow,
in the
that's
PayPal
so cool.
alone. We have all the money that players have been submitting. For the entry fee, of course, is all going to
Yep.
Chris and the family.
Yep.
It's kind of beautiful what a bunch of Magic degenerates can do when they get together.
Man, I am so thankful for wow, that's incredible. We're almost at 1,000 already.
Yeah.
That's so cool, and that's not including all of the player entries, the coffees that we've been getting. Just amazing, fantastic, and this is why we love Highlander around the globe. Like, we have one of the best communities in Magic, and
Yeah.
This really goes to show that when we come together for people that are important in our community, we can make the difference.
Yeah.
And that's just incredible. And we all just want to say thank you.
Yeah. And we'll once we get to the end of the evening, if we're still alive by then, because we're going to be here forever.
If I'm not drenched in sweat.
Yeah. When we do get to that, we will cover every person that donated. We'll give all the thanks, of course, to the judges, to the organizers, all that stuff. How much do you need to donate? Whatever you're comfortable donating.
We'll take anything. We'll enter anyone into the draw. I know that coffee, I believe, is just $5.
I think $5 is the minimum, but
Yeah.
again, like, we don't want to pressure people into donating more than they have if they're comfortable
exactly,
doing
yeah.
so. But check the total. Okay, if you insist. So we've already reached.
Oh, wow.
I mean, don't let that stop you, though. That's pretty incredible. We've already gotten past the initial
That's
1,000.
so
You got to shoot
cool.
higher.
Wow, that's just
We should have
amazing.
realized we're dealing with Canlander players.
Yeah,
and they go hard in everything. That's incredible.
Wow.
Thank you so much, everybody.
I'm floored.
Yeah.
When I set the limit to 1,000, I thought that was. I thought that was going to be sort of at the top end of what we could potentially achieve. So wow.
We also haven't mentioned the funniest part about all of this. The
Yeah.
kind of trolly part.
Sure.
But it's trolly's the wrong word. Chris doesn't know.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
maybe he knows now because he's watching, or maybe his partner has mentioned it. His partner knows. We coordinated
Yes, yeah,
with
we
it to make
coordinated,
sure
yeah.
that this was an okay thing to do. But this is all going to be brand new. Like, hey, check out what we got for you. Buddy thinks he's just going to be watching YouTube deck techs.
Nope.
We got all this instead.
We're going straight to the source, and yeah, another big thing that we came up with as a community is we wanted to stream some Canlander for Chris because he hasn't gotten to play in a while, and we know that he loves it. So yeah.
We figured that this 8 hours of streamed content is better than a tournament report,
Yeah,
which you'll still
yeah.
get. I'm sure people
I'm
will
sure
send them
people
to
are gonna write
and just a bunch of
tournament
deck
reports for
lists. But what we're going to do, the first round is kind of dying down to make sure that we don't have any other leaning towers of cameras for the next round. We're going to take a very quick break so that we can set up for the for round 2 of the event and get a good feature match set up here. So don't go away. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
And if you feel like it, keep on donating. Welcome back. I'm a professional.
He does this professionally.
To Highlander for Chris, the charity tournament, round two.
Round two.
Round two,
Round
Trenton.
two, baby.
Mimi Wheeler. This is Trenton.
I'm Trent.
We are in the closet and the back room space of Yell Jacket Comics and Toys here. We're going into
Coming
some...
in from the dungeon downstairs in my house.
Yeah. And boy, is it toasty. If you're not familiar with what we're doing, there's some information on there. Basically, it's a charity tournament with all donations and proceeds going towards Chris and the family. I'm going to keep saying legend because it sounds
Just
good.
an absolute legend.
Absolute
legend.
Oh, just an absolute legend.
Just an absolute legend.
There's some information there and donation links down there as well. We've got a cool match.
I'm looking forward to it.
We've got a great match coming up for you. And maybe they're even in there now. They're shuffling up. So, on the right-hand side, we have Kevin B. Basta. Playing 4-color aristocrats.
Pretty good deck.
That's pretty standard.
He's pretty well known for aristocrats.
Yeah.
Sometimes 3, sometimes 4 color. Never 5 though.
Mm-hmm. And this is truly what the people want. For 2 reasons. One, everybody loves aristocrats. They just love to see it happen, you know? And 2, we had Wizards of the Coast official coverage commentator. We had Monty DeVuto. Monty was saying, we want to see Thomas. Well, here's some Thomas. Thomas is playing 4-color Spellseeker combo.
Yep.
You're pretty familiar with this list.
Yeah, I can give a quick rundown if you'd like.
Please.
So essentially, you're playing 4 colors. Oh, and those are the Time Spiral Remastered packs that each player gets just for signing up.
For 2 reasons. One, because this is a charity event. People are signing up, and that's a thank you for doing this. And 2, we're in British Columbia.
But basically, Thomas is looking to assemble up to 6 mana. Usually, you need about 6. And his main goal, his first win condition, is to play a Spellseeker, which finds an Ephemerate, casting Ephemerate on the Spellseeker, getting Time Walk, casting Time Walk, moving to the next turn, with the Ephemerate rebounding, grabbing a Neoform, Neoforming the Spellseeker into a Timeless Witness, which actually is a huge addition to this archetype, because it allows you to do this. You get Timeless Witness, getting back Ephemerate, Timeless Witness, cast Time Walk, and then you're off to the races. You have unlimited turns. Well, I guess as many turns as are cards in your deck.
Mm-hmm. And Kevin doesn't care if his creatures live or die. In fact, he wants them to die. I do have some deck lists here as well. Let's see. I had a tool already, but this tournament it's so efficient that, you know, these players were already just good to go. I don't know if that's worthy of complaining, but speaking of good to go, they have started. They have just been developing their mana. This is the usual, but no mana dork out of Thomas.
Yeah, no mana dork is interesting. It means that he probably kept a land heavier hand with some level of interaction. We also don't see a discard spell from Thomas, so I'm curious as to what he actually kept. It does look like him and Kevin kept 7.
Maybe now, if you
wow, we've got a Mox Pearl into a Bitter Blossom, and that's just big game.
Bitter Blossom. Now, I stand by this card being stone unplayable.
That is a Bitter Blossom,
It is.
right?
It is. I think it's an unplayable Magic card, but in Aristocrats, it doesn't matter if something's playable, baby.
You're taking a stack of unplayables and making them playable.
And truly, that's a victory in itself, but also the match that you win, because, you know, Highlander is a format where value is pretty important. You know, you have decks that are looking to grind out with their mid-range tireless trackers or planeswalkers or whatever. You have the decks that are looking to go extremely fast, you know, with a bunch of little creatures or cheap spells and try to kind of tempo you out. And then you have the decks that don't do anything, control. And Aristocrats is in this kind of spot where it kind of has game against all of these, especially if you don't know what you're doing. Like if you haven't played against it before.
Yeah, non-experienced players playing against Aristocrats will definitely lose a lot of match percentage points just because they are unfamiliar with the matchup. Let's see what Thomas does here. Okay, so it looks like Thomas kept a slower hand, but with a sort of like a impervious mana dork in Sylvan Caryatid.
Yeah, Sylvan Caryatid, and to a lesser extent, Paradise Druid. They're pretty good magic cards. You know, usually the mana dorks, we like the 1-drops. We like the 0-drops in the form of Moxen. But if we have to go to 2, you're not killing it.
Yeah, it's either got to be a giant wall, like Wall of Roots, or it has to be pretty impervious. I believe we're looking at a Grist here.
Grist the Hunger Tide coming down, making a new token.
This is a fantastic addition to Aristocrats in the recent years.
I love this card so much.
Oh, it's so good.
It makes you feel so smart when you add it to like a green-white deck, because you're, you know, with a Deathrite Shaman or whatever, you're like, oh, I can green some for Grist, and you're just the top of the world. But then also, it's just a Planeswalker that comes down super early and just kills things.
So much impact. Obviously, in this format, you're not going to be making double insect tokens a lot. But just like this edition for Aristocrats is amazing. Aristocrats traditionally in the past has had to play specific cards to deal with certain permanent types like Planeswalkers, etc. Because you know, oftentimes they.
All right, we're gonna get something to fix that.
I'm gonna fix that right now.
Thank you. Well, we're working with what we have. There appears to be a calamity, but that's okay. This is actually probably a good time while we get that fixed and while we can start, you know, talking about the deck lists, is that I can actually throw some of them up front, such as this one. So this is Thomas's list. This is the 4-color Seeker Walk deck. Again, it's kind of a creature combo deck. You got some tools to set up tutors. You got some tutors to set up tools. Just an annoying pile. You got a slot of 3-drop Planeswalkers, nothing bigger, nothing smaller. And you also have some grindier, I don't even know what to call them, game token cards. Like, you got your White Plume Adventurers to give you the initiative. You got your Custodial Lich to give yourself the Monarch and just kind of grind them out. So both players are looking to grind out each other, but it's kind of interesting. We have the deck, the Spellseeker deck, that can just kind of pop off and kill you. You know, if you're not prepared, you will die to this. But what if you had a single point of damage? You know, if I just instead fire off, I don't know, a Goblin Bombardment trigger, is that enough to take them out? Usually. You know, sometimes you got to be a bit tricky, but thankfully, Basta's list is the kind of list that can get tricky, which we'll get up here. I didn't update it to say Basta, but that's okay. But we got Basta's list over here, and as you can see, I mean, this is extremely annoying. Actually, got a lot of new cards too. You got Ob Nixilis tooting around, got Grist tooting around, but just you have ways of dealing with the combo, which will actually go back because our man on the floor, Trenton McIntyre, got it all fixed up. But let's see if we can get it in action, and it fell again.
Actually?
Yeah, actually.
Fell again? Are you missing it?
No hamster in this list. That's interesting.
Benjamin Wheeler cleverly sitting in the chair that's too deep.
I'm only sitting in here because I'm running tech. Winky face. That's Head Judge Nelson Stalhub giving me grief for not being the one to go and fix the camera. Unfortunately, I'm the one that knows how to work the board. Don't have my clown horn up here because we're trying to be professional, as this is indeed a charity of sorts. Speaking of professional, Shieldred, professional pain in the ass. I gotta say, not the 4-drop I necessarily expect to see from this deck. Usually, you know, when you think aristocrats, you think of, well, Falconwrath Aristocrat, this type of top-end card. But I gotta say, this is likely one of the aspects of Kevin Basta's version of the aristocrats, is that it, let's get the proper name up here too, is that it is more mid-range than you would expect. It's still very aristocrat-y. We got Sprouting Thrynax. There we go, fully official. We got Sprouting Thrynax. You know, we got Grim Initiates, all that stuff. But that doesn't mean we aren't playing stuff like Endurance. You know, Luris is just a good Magic card. We've got real Magic cards in here, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Let's see. So it's kind of a tricky match. It appears as though Trenton has fixed the camera. God bless him. It's a tad crooked. I might have to go do a little razzle-dazzle on it. But at the very least, it's serviceable. And it will not fall. In the meantime, it's just a bunch of tokens. I mean, we've had gameplay being played, but just a series of tokens have been generated here. This Bitter Blossom slowly ticking down, and the Shieldred is actually on the table here. It doesn't look as though Thomas has... Oh! Trenton is fiddling with the camera as we speak, so we're getting a beautiful kind of... there we go. That was almost heartbreaking, and then... I saw the shoe and I knew everything would be okay. We have Grist finally leaving the table though. Grist plus Bitter Blossom is kind of gross. I mean, obviously Grist makes the tokens by himself, but being able to just get, you know, double up on these and then take out anything that hits the table that's relevant, even something like a Courser of Crufix, getting killed by the Grist? Why is that Courser back? Oh, there's an Ephemery. Wow. What happened to that Grist? What are you doing? Is this a Duretti or a... This is either a Duretti or an Ob Nixilis. It's the darndest thing with these new tokens. I believe that's an Ob, judging by the Devil token that's being created. Or the Ob token that's being created as part of the... Oh, it's not called Cruelty. It's called Casualty. Thank you. Thanks, meat. Clearing the board. I mean, this is showcasing one of the issues that a creature deck can have. Against aristocrats, is that Kevin's got an enchantment that's putting out more tokens. There's a Shieldred that's just going to kill you one way or the other. And you got this other Planeswalker, the Ob Nixilis. I mean, the two Ob Nixilis. That's kind of brutal. It's hard to, like, I guess what Thomas is hoping for is to set up something, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Kevin takes game one here. Kevin taking game one here. Even if, it's kind of interesting, even if Thomas is able to set up a kill with the Spellseeker combo. I believe that is Trenton mucking with the camera again. Yeah, great. Ooh. Even if even if Thomas does get to combo off there, or try to combo off, the Shieldred itself is going to be able to stop that. I guess that's kind of showing an aspect of Shieldred in this matchup that, you know, you don't really think about it. You think of Shieldred as something that's going to punish the decks playing Brainstorm and all that jazz. And not this. Okay. They're shuffling up for the next game. I don't actually know if that's Trenton or if the camera is having a time. Let's see. They're shuffling up. Does she punish them, or is she just the Siege Rhino in 2022? Well, I mean, if Basta, for instance, had a Siege Rhino in play, there would be, you know, a more immediate impact for sure. But if Thomas is trying to combo off there, you know, depending on how low his life total gets, he was at 6. You know, that's 3 more draws. It only takes 3 draws. They have to get the Shieldred off the table if possible. But we're getting ready for the next game here. Taking a look at some of the newest cards in Basta's deck. We can actually pull that up and take a look at that. Some of the newest cards from Dominaria United, or from, you know, sets at least from this year. We have Ob Nixilis, of course, one that we talked about. We've got Trenton busting in like the Kool-Aid Man. We got a Shieldred. We got a lot of juice. We got Ellis Ilcor. Another thing. No Hamster. Yeah, that's something that I'm not entirely sure about. Trenton, my boy. Thank you for your service.
Maybe a little too much exercise.
Yeah. If you want, I can switch off and start doing them.
It's fine. It looks a little crooked, you know. I'm doing the best I can here. I taped it down, so
Ooh.
I used quite a lot of duct tape, so it should be good now. Just to recap game 1, I asked the players, because we missed the back half of it. Kevin played a Shieldred on turn 3 after following up with the Grist on turn 2.
Yep.
And then at some point played a Ob Nixilis with Casualty. And Thomas died.
Yep.
That's basically how it went. Cards like Shieldred, etc. Like if they come down early against Spellseeker, that pressure is so much.
Yeah. We were talking about how Shieldred could actually interrupt Thomas's loop as well, just by, like, if he gets low enough, where any draw Thomas takes, he's taken 2 as well.
That's a big game. Like, really a big game, because a lot of the time when Spellseeker wins, they actually do need quite a lot of turns to kill. So if you do have like a Sulfuric Vortex under you, or a Shieldred, or etc., like, that's actually a big problem. I think Kevin's matchup is pretty strong here, but I wouldn't put Seeker Walk out. You can have some incredibly fast kills.
The second you try to count Seeker Walk out, you lose to Seeker Walk. It's a deck that you have to respect.
Absolutely, yeah. There are just so many ways to enable the combo.
Both players getting a 7 here. I think Thomas didn't like the 7.
Like Thomas moves down to 6. Maybe that'll give me enough time to move the camera a little bit. I'll be right back.
Okay. Whoop. Oh, yeah, you're golden, buddy. Golden. Oh, beautiful. Thomas going to 6 here. Again, it's a deck that mulligans pretty well. Spellseeker is not an okay Magic card. And so if Thomas does find a Spellseeker or something to get it out very quickly, you can just get everything set up just off that alone. And even if it isn't Spellseeker exactly, you know, it's a deck that we looked at it on the deck list viewer, where it's a deck with 4, maybe even 5. I think that was 4 3-mana Planeswalkers. Yeah. Check this out. If you're a deck with Mana Dorks, even if you're on a mulligan, if you go turn 1 Mana Dork, turn 2 Grist or Liliana of the Last Hope, Oko, Thief of Crowns, or Teferi Time Raveler, that's going to undo that mulligan super quickly. Trenton, I think you got a future in showbiz for this.
for this movement. Yeah, it's still a little crooked. What's going on here?
Players are bumping into it. It's fine.
It is what it is. Yeah, mulliganing in Seeker Walk is obviously not ideal because you want to hit a certain critical amount of lands or mana dorks. You need 6 mana to combo most of the time. So I'd say that like mulliganing generally you'd prefer not to do it. However, you're right, Ben. You have so many opportunities to play Mana Elf into a 3 mana threat, and that's just a big game. Also, there are a lot of cards that replace themselves, so you can still go like Elf into Tapland, Elvish Visionary into 4-drop or maybe 2 mana elves, and then as long as you have some way to search, you're chilling.
Yeah, Kevin has some tools to help stymie a super quick start, but a lot of what he's playing is also kind of relying on developing a board. I mean, he can still have a bolt or like a K. Well, let's double check to see if there's a K command. It is 2022, but it is Basta. No K command, no bolt. Okay, got to make cuts somewhere. So this actually kind of showcases that Basta really needs to have other permanents in play before he can start disrupting, right? It's all kind of permanent based, which can give Thomas a little bit of time, but we'll see how it looks.
Yeah, I mean, Basta also has, Kevin also has the ability to, did
Thomas mulled to 4, I think. See, this is just punishment for not playing Jeskai.
A mulligan to 4 is going to be so much harder to win on. Not even just that mulliganing to 4 is obviously bad, but I think the matchup in general is not super great for Seeker Walk, because once Kevin gets something like Goblin Bombardment down or the like, you really don't have a way out of that type of thing. So we'll see. If any deck can mull to 4 and still win, it's Seeker Walk.
Mm-hmm. Both of them have dueling ignoble hierarchs, but Kevin gets to, do a little bit more. It can attack. Exalted is a blessing, but usually you're looking to tap it for mana, which is what Kevin's doing. He's played a fetch land to dig out some, get his mana base going, 4-color decks,
Wow, we're on Brindleshote and Blister Pod here. That's actually so sick.
Yeah, playing out a duo of creatures that when they die, they do things.
As we said before, Kevin doesn't care about his creatures.
Nope. Ledger Shredder's pretty cool, but you know what's cooler? A pig.
The big ham. So Thomas has a 3rd land. I know that he didn't play anything, but this 3rd land's actually a big deal because a lot of your draws in Seeker Walk, you require the mana to do things. So if you're gonna mulligan to 4, having mana is your first step, and then actually drawing the action is the second step. That's just your win condition. Thomas can't play around anything at this stage. He is just gonna play whatever he draws.
Yeah. That's fine. The top of your deck is so scary. You can't Thoughtseize it, which is how Kevin has decided to build, a bulk of his disruption package. You can't Thoughtseize it, and it's also just, you're not a blue deck. You can't really react to a Eldritch Evolution, but you can attack Thomas's board with a Palace Jailer.
And I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but this Palace Jailer is going to end the game really fast.
Yeah.
I know that we're out here rooting for Thomas to some extent, but even on a normal 7-card hand, Seeker Walk has a really hard time dealing with a Jailer. Mm-hmm. And unless Thomas draws a Jailer of his own, we're going to see the game end pretty quick here.
Yeah, but even Thomas drawing a Jailer just creates a Jailer fight.
Yeah.
And then Basta has more than enough creatures to be able to clog down the board here.
It is possible that if Thomas has another land in hand, if he draws Spellseeker, he could just win the game.
Yep.
That is doable. Kevin does actually have to kill Thomas before he potentially draws it. So
Caracas 2 being kind of annoying. Not super annoying, but, you know, thinking about some of the cards that Thomas could maybe...
It's relevant if Thomas draws the 4-mana pod creature.
Zagana.
Yeah.
Prime Shaker Zagana.
Or Prime Speaker Vanifar.
Gesundheit.
Yeah.
We have Fossa plays out a Mox Emerald. I don't know if he flashed the Recruiter of the Guard to Thomas or not, but
Recruiter probably spells Doom here. So if Kevin gets Opposition Agent, it's extremely unlikely that Thomas will be able to win. Opposition Agent is incredible against Seeker combo.
yeah, not a big fan of that one.
Yeah,
Just in
it's
general.
really hard to deal with. You don't have a ton of tools. It's actually one of the main reasons why you play Swords to Plowshares, Fatal Push, Abrupt Decay, basically some amount of removal in Seeker combo, because you absolutely have to deal with Opposition Agent and a couple of other cards that come out, even Mind Sensor. Yeah. I wonder what Kevin's going to search for here. Oh, he might not be running Opposition Agent, actually.
He's not.
Oh, it doesn't look like
Wow.
it. Wow, so he doesn't actually have a nail in the coffin. If he has a sacrifice outlet, he can get Mayhem Devil, and that'll be just as good. But yeah, I'm curious as to what he'll end up getting here. I guess he can get Grist if he would like.
Yeah, but still nothing instant speed. Like
He already has the Jailer.
Pontiff's not doing anything to this board.
It looks like he's looking at Stoneforge Mystic, but I actually think Scavenging Ooze is probably the best find here.
Yeah.
Because the Seeker Walk combo involves your graveyard, and if you're interrupting Thomas at any stage here, based on his mulligan to 4, you're probably going to win the game. So it looks like he's probably just going for a Jitte here with the Stoneforge.
Which I guess, I mean, it represents instant speed interaction and also pressure.
Yeah, basically Kevin's saying, if you don't kill me next turn, you for sure cannot beat me.
Yeah.
If that Jitte hits Thomas, he will not be able to win the game. I'm certain of it. Unless Thomas has some sort of wild stuff in his list.
He looks pretty kind of bunkered down with what he's playing, as far as the Seeker decks go. So we're gonna need a miracle, and Buddy's not packing Terminus.
Yeah, Seeker combo is awesome, but you do have a subset of things that you pretty much have to play. And so your list is, generally speaking, the max amount of cardboard you're going to be different from your or other Seeker players, probably about 10 cards.
We have a Pat of Pat Pod fame in chat.
Oh, Patty B.
Patty B, how are you doing, my boy?
Pat, one of the, I don't know if he was a progenitor, but he's definitely a huge Seeker pod player. Was playing Bug Spell Seeker, years ago, and then actually, I don't know, either developed or helped to develop the current Spell Seeker with White.
It is true. Pat realized he wasn't good enough to win with Kiki Jiki Pod, and instead tried to pivot into something more straightforward.
Yeah, and it looks like this matchup ended up being pretty quick. I believe the matchup is quite heavily favored for Kevin, and obviously Thomas mulliganing to 4 is going to affect that.
Less than ideal for sure. Less than ideal. So that's going to be 2-0 for Kevin in the match here, and we're going to come back live to the booth. Get ready. We're sweaty.
He was telling me to get ready.
Yeah.
Oh,
Welcome back.
get ready to get
Get ready.
So, how'd you feel about that match, Ben?
Kind of went down how I thought it would go. I mean, obviously the Mull to 4 is unfortunate for
Yeah.
Thomas. It's his fault he didn't play Jeskai. If you're on such a heater, I'm gonna give Thomas crap. We're professional, but not that professional.
We're in a closet.
Yeah, we are in a closet. If you're going to play, I mean, look, Costa has the tools to deal with a 1/1. So he can disrupt the combo. He's got the tutors. He's got hand attack. He's got all these tools that can really muck Thomas. And again, you can't keep them out. Like you can never say like Seeker's not going to win, or like is a 0%er. But if there's a deck that can really lock it down, it's going to be something like Aristocrats, like Goblin Bombardment.
Yeah, incredible.
One of the best cards you can play in Canlander. You just have to play Brindleshote with it. That's the
you and Blister Pod.
yeah.
Yeah, I figured the match would probably go quite similarly. The Mulligan to 4 obviously, doesn't really represent the power of Seeker Walk, but that's the thing about Canlander is that it's impossible to have good matchups everywhere, or at least even 50-50 matchups everywhere. Like, there are some formats where you can play a deck that's pretty close to 50-50 against most of the field. Canlander's just not like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what we love about the format, like you make these considered decisions with your deck choice based on what you expect to show up.
The game starts here.
Yeah.
Building your deck, or on paper, tapped out, or whatever. But yeah, and you can't ever, like, even in a match like this, right? Like where it is lopsided, if Kevin doesn't make the right choices in deck building to address this kind of matchup, or if Thomas makes certain concessions to, like, I might have a rough time with these mid-range decks, maybe I should try to check them with some of my, flex slots or whatever.
Yeah.
It can still be competitive, and you have to still play tight. You slip up, you're dead.
Yeah, and I mean, we see this in Kevin's playing 4-color Aristocrats, but we've seen just Mardu or just Abzan Aristocrats before.
Jund Aristocrats.
And they're all totally different when it comes to their relationship with this matchup. So, your point stands. It's quite excellent. You don't know what to expect in Canlander, and because the players don't have access to deck lists or anything like that, and it's a 100-card singleton, the way that they play has to be very mindful of all of the possible things that their opponents could have, and not just what they either feel or know.
And speaking about possible, we couldn't do any of this. It would not be possible without the support that we have received from the local community, from the people donating through the PayPal, donating through the coffee, or what was it, Ko-Fi?
I keep saying Ko-Fi because I've never used it before, and Ben just keeps getting me.
No, I'm sorry. It's been sticking with me. It's I like it. I'm not being critical. I enjoy it.
It's Ko-Fi, chill $5 donations to relax too and study as well.
Well, between those chill donations and some of the other ones that went a little ham, we are currently at $1,422 of donations.
Incredible.
And this is just through online.
Amazing.
This is through the PayPal and the coffee and all that jazz. This isn't counting, of course, the donations we've received locally from players, be it the entry fees, be it some cards that, look, everything's going to Chris and the family. And when Canlander players heard that, they jumped out of their chairs.
Oh, I got so many messages.
They dove into the closets, not unlike this, and they pulled out the juice. We've got. Can I see some of the prizes that we have? At the beginning, you may have seen us handing out packs of Time Spiral Remastered to anybody that showed up. We have some prizes for later in the day, including a sealed box of Iconic Masters. Unfortunately, this bad boy is going to the players here.
Yeah. We've also just got a bunch of cards. We've got Snapcasters.
Do we have some of those judge foils?
Yeah,
I think they're in the prize bag.
Yeah, let me grab it.
We've got a prize bag as well. Trenton's off to find it, but we have some giveaways that we're going to be doing. We could actually probably do a giveaway right now. Don't have a great system for doing this, but what do we want to start with?
I'm not sure. What do you want to start with?
We could do an Urza.
Yeah.
Do we want to do this Urza?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to do a giveaway, chat. We have a list of all the fine folks that donated today through the PayPal and through coffee. Oh, sorry. It's cozy.
Ko-Fi?
It's Ko-Fi. We have and let's start off with an Urza Lord High Artificer.
Wow. This card does a lot.
This is just where we're starting.
Yeah.
We've got a monkey to give away.
Yep. We got a Ragavan.
We've got some judge foils.
Ooh. The judge foils, by the way, extremely spicy.
Too spicy.
Very spicy.
Serge Jaeger said, "Hey, how about I just pay for rent for a couple of months by giving this to like it's wild. It is wild."
The community's just stepped up an amazing amount. We have so many cool prizes and giveaways.
So it's literally noon right now. Usually I'd be like, okay, the next minute or whatever, we'll do a giveaway for whatever this card is.
Yeah.
If you are watching, then you can DM the Twitch channel with your information. We will need some mailing information if you want to be eligible for this.
Yeah.
If you don't want the prize, we could just sell it and then give the proceeds of that to the family.
Yep.
And if you want, we can sign it.
You'd have the only signed card that Trenton McIntyre has ever signed, so.
So we can give people until 12:05.
Sure, yeah, we'll give you
donate.
4 minutes, yeah. And then we'll
We'll give you 4 minutes.
we'll give you 4 minutes. Yeah, give it.
Yeah, you just have to donate either through the coffee link or through the PayPal link. Oh, have you?
Apparently I'm a little far from the mic. Does that sound good? The sultry tones of my voice. Can you hear me?
We are so sweaty. There are the donation links in chat. Once again, 100% of the proceeds go to Chris and the family. Chris, if you're watching, sorry for the sweat. Maybe he wants that. Maybe
maybe this is we talked about it. This is so wholesome. We're just in a closet, just two sweaty boys, just hanging out.
Two sweaty boys in a closet. I feel where I feel like Chris is probably dying to see some sweaty Magic players.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I imagine that Chris just thinks about being sweaty and playing Magic in a closet.
Yeah.
That.
Speak moistly, Trent. Now,
Speak moistly.
now, Shen, you did donate an entire sealed box of Iconic Masters, so I can't ban you. But you only get one more usage of moistly throughout the day. And yeah, it doesn't matter. In order to be eligible for the donations, for the giveaways and all that, you just have to have donated.
Yeah.
Could
If
be
you donated, we'll include you.
Could be $10, could be $100. The more donations we get, the more giveaways that we can give away.
True. Yeah.
Didn't think that sentence through. Didn't think that sentence through.
That's like when I said Blood Moon is good against non-basics.
Yeah. In the meantime, we can list off some of the deck lists that have been played. Now, we have asked players for deck lists. Many have obliged.
Yep.
Not everyone, because these are Highlander players. We got a couple that are just like pictures on like doilies. We got some Robin Sorensen deck lists, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But we can list out some of the archetypes that we have in the tournament today. I'm going to steal this if that's all right. We have 5-color lands mid-range. Red deck wins. Blue Moon. Bunch of Death and Taxes decks. Dark Bant control. Dimir control. Naya mid-range. Dark Bant lands. Is it Owling Mine? Esper control. Jeskai tempo. Is it tempo? 4-color aristocrats. Golgari the Rock. Mardu Pyromancer. The 4-color Seeker combo. And Selesnya lands midrange. And there's even more that we can't.
Yeah.
There's just more. We can't. I literally can't. If there have been new ones added.
We've definitely got, Death and Taxes, and we've got it all. We've got such a good represent. We aren't playing, we don't have like 20 lands pilots like some of our, U.S. folks.
Look, to be clear, if I was playing in this a prestigious event like this, I don't know if I'd be bringing flying men. Maybe 20 land mono red though. Yeah. Is there a way? Let's see. Oh, I know how I'm going to do this.
Oh, how are we going to do this?
Oh, in the shittiest way possible.
Just the most horrific way possible.
Got some familiar names in here too. That's feeling great. Oh yeah, this is bad. That's fine. Are there any multiples of decks brought? We have 2 4-color Seeker decks. We have 3 Death and Taxes lists.
We've got a bunch of decks that are close to, like, we've got blue-red, we've got Blue Moon, but we also have, like, Tyler's version, which is more tempo-oriented. So yeah, we've got some overlapping archetypes, but nothing is too similar. I don't believe we have any birthing pod, no.
No pod. Unfortunate.
Yeah, Thomas must have seen me playing Seeker and got jealous. Well, I mean...
I'm going to chew him out after this. He was on such a heater with Jeskai.
Wasn't he just winning every event, basically?
He was until he lost. Somebody killed him.
Oh, somebody got him, yeah.
I think somebody killed him with Merfolk.
Some guy.
And if I recall, he played really poorly in that match. All right, so...
He won too much with Moist Jessica.
Let's make a draw. Oh, I have a drum roll on here, but I don't have it. So you're gonna do the drum roll, but not on this because this is so rickety.
Okay. Here, I got it.
All right. And the winner of this Urza Lord High Artificer is. Okay, well, hold on. That is, I believe, Eric Bays. Eric Bays.
Wow. Congratulations on winning an Urza. You can now tap your artifacts for blue mana.
Congratulations to Eric Bays. I should also mention that if people are submitting this, we will try to be as flexible with saying the names as possible.
Yeah.
Not to completely dox people, but if it was a submitted one, we'll figure it out.
We'll do our best.
We'll figure it out.
We'll do our best. Yeah.
If I recognize who it is directly, which might be difficult, this is where coffee comes in clutch, then we can figure it around. But it sounds like we have Eternal Roxas getting the Urza. So Eternal Roxas, we are going to hit you up with a DM. We should write this down.
Yeah, I'm going to note it down.
Or I could just do it right here.
Yeah.
Hello. Congrats on Urza. Please mailing Addy. Thank you. So give us your address. Is what I'm saying. so we can get this Urza to you. So congratulations. Yeah. Congrats on the Urza.
Congrats on the Urza.
How about, because we still have some time in the round.
Yeah.
But I desperately need water.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we could probably use some time outside of this sweaty dungeon.
I like you, but I don't know if I like you this much.
Well, Trent, we never went camping together, so this is going to be our tent.
We miss camping.
All right.
Coming to you live from the tent at our camping site.
Yep. So don't go away, everybody. We'll be back with round 3.
Yep.
More matches of Canlander, more giveaways.
I taped the camera this time, so it should stay still.
We might actually have, of Loading Ready Run, James Turner, who donated $150, by the way, to the event.
Awesome.
And his prize is he gets to come down and give us a proper overhead mount. I don't know if that's happening. If he'll have time, he says he'll try to get it. But if possible, we might not even need the tape.
Wow.
But we could tape it if we really want to.
I already taped it, so
great.
It's already done.
But don't go away. We'll be back shortly with round 3. More Canlander, more giveaways, and all that jazz. See you in a bit.
Thanks for hanging out.
Welcome back, everybody, to
Round three.
I was
round
going to
three.
call it Chris Lander. Round
Chris
three.
Lander.
Round 3 of Highlander for Chris, a charity tournament over here at. Nope, I'm just going into my copy for like
Yellow
work and
Jacket.
stuff at
Yellow
Yellow Jacket
Jacket.
Comics and Toys. Brought to you live from Mark Rosewater's basement. Benny Wheels, Trenton McIntyre. Trenton, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. They call me Trenny Wheels.
Do they?
No, they don't.
Should they start? Yeah, we're good. Good to go? Yep, good to go. We're coming into round 3. I gotta say, we've raised over $2,000
Incredible.
so far.
Absolutely incredible.
That's incredible.
It's so much more than any of us could have expected.
Yeah.
And we can't thank everyone enough for watching and donating. Just amazing.
But what we can do is show you this, because we have our match, our round 3 feature match. We got Dan K on Death and Taxes, Mono White Death and Taxes, and we've got Jacob V on 5-color Enchantress combo.
And this is going to be an incredible match. There is so much play here between both archetypes.
Jacob's list is, I mean, this is something that he's been playing for years.
He's been tuning it for so long. Like I said, all the cards are considered. The cards that he likes playing. The deck does have a Thassa's Oracle kill as well. I think that's going to be his main win condition.
I gotta say that there's something beautiful about somebody saying, yeah, I'm gonna Thoracle you, but I'm gonna do it with style. Like, this is like Thought Lash plus Thassa's Oracle.
Yep.
This is, God, what else is in there? I think maybe Paradigm Shift is even in here. There's Jace, Wielder of Mysteries. Like, this is the classy way of killing someone with this.
Yeah, we aren't demonic consult. Well, we might be demonic consulting here, but we're also doing some other stuff. So it should be a pretty exciting match to show everyone. Looks like we've got either a Utopia Sprawl, Wild Growth. Can't really see there, unfortunately, because of the glare.
It's because it's a 7th edition foil Wild Growth, I believe.
Oh wow, a strip mine from Dan.
Ooh,
that is incredibly huge.
You hate to see it, but you love to see it. What do we? I mean, this Giver of Ruins is really given the business as well. This is just classic mono white stuff. Dan, I mean, for what it's worth, Dan has also been playing Death and Taxes for God knows how long, and there's a good boy who's a good Yoshimaru. Look at that.
Yeah, Dan's been tuning Death and Taxes for so long, 4 or 5 years. I don't know how long, but he's obviously a master of the archetype, and we're gonna see that in play here. Looks like we have an abundant growth.
Dan, for what it's worth, out of Dan's Death and Taxes list, it is more aggressive. It's not full blown like white weenie, like kill you with Silver Knight, but it is, you know, play an Uzawa's GT, put a counter on my Yoshimaru, you know? It's a good dog.
Yeah, and this is another thing with Death and Taxes in Highlander. You have to make these decisions on whether or not you want to be more aggressive.
Just dropping Jacob's deck list in chat there, and I'll have Dan's to follow up shortly.
Yeah, it looks like Dan just getting in some combat damage there.
So if you're Dan, and players don't have deck lists, these aren't open, but if you're Dan, I mean, a lot of them have fought weekly, but what are you worried about? Like, what enchantments are you really scared of that could just turn off your game plan entirely?
Yeah, I think the things that Dan is worried about the most are things like Thought Lash. Specifically, it's just quite good at buying Jake enough time to assemble the combo. Maybe there's a couple of other things that he cares about, but I think those types of enchantments are really the big ones. Maybe Oath of Druids is a worry as well.
Holy Oath of Druids with 18 creatures.
Yeah.
Jacob, please. Holy crap. All right, well, it's kind of dangerous.
The thing that Jacob has going for him is that Dan is playing a lot of cards that aren't going to be good against Jake's strategy. Like cards that are traditionally good against, say, like creature-based decks. Jake is playing a decent amount of creatures, but a lot of them provide him quite a lot of value early on or very fast. And he also doesn't necessarily have to play out his creatures to advance his game plan. So that means that depending on Jake's draw, he can shape the game in a way where Dan's creature removal, the the things that he leans on to get through, just don't work.
It looks as though there's some glare on Jacob's side. This is the problem with a deck filled with foils, but that was indeed a Wargate for Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale. That's not a play.
That's not a play you really see anywhere else. Yeah.
No.
Tabernacle's a pretty interesting find there. Probably just need to keep the pressure off. Jake knows that Dan is off on mana, I believe, because I don't think Dan's played his fourth land yet. So that means that he's incentivized to keep that mana restricted.
Yeah, the fourth one's the big one because that's when the Armageddons start coming down. That's when we see like an Elspeth or oh, no Elspeth from Dan. Okay, just Wandering Emperor. That's fine.
Oh, wow. And we actually see the Thought Lash here from Jacob. And for those of you who don't know, Thought Lash is quite complicated, but the end result is that all the damage that Dan is going to do to Jacob is going to be milled from the top of his library instead.
Mm-hmm.
And the cumulative upkeep of Thought Lash, this enchantment, is to remove a card from the top of your library from the game.
Which, it's funny, because Jacob also has Solemnity in here. But it doesn't matter. We read through the novel that is Thought Lash, only for it to be blown up by a Cathar Commando coming down.
And this is the power of Death and Taxes. I was talking about how a lot of Dan's interaction when it comes to creature decks is going to be subpar and suboptimal in this matchup. But because you're playing all of these white creatures that are really flexible, you can have draws like this where, Dan probably doesn't have a lot of ways to answer that Thought Lash, but Cathar Commando is a fantastic one.
Yeah. Jacob was actually able to respond to the Cathar Commando as well by activating Thought Lash to prevent the damage that Yoshimaru would deal, that 6 incoming damage. Which is, Jacob's at 11. That's... we can work with it a bit, but he's running low.
Yeah, if Jacob doesn't come up with something soon, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. Boseiju for the Jite looks pretty reasonable for Jacob here. Dan hit his fourth land, so I'm not entirely sure if Jacob really cares about giving Dan the extra land here. Just slowing down the pressure to give him enough time to actually assemble some sort of presence is probably where he wants to be.
It's worth mentioning, too, that Jacob's deck, if we tried to fit in all of the descriptors, we would run out of room. We're already low on room as is here in the the dungeon. But Jacob has something of a lands package as well. Fast bond combo, goes up to Tatiova, Benthic Druid, the life gain landfall card. So there's a lot of overlap between the lands combos and the Enchantress combos themselves. And so it might even just be that, Jacob's trying to build up some tools, some enchantment tools to keep him alive. But if he has to pivot towards, maybe there's like a Field of the Dead in here. There's not. That's on me. But, he can set himself up to be protected in a different way. And, we got a reader. That is Mila? It's a fox.
It's a dog, yeah.
Yeah.
A good boy.
Mila Crafty Companion. That's a 3-mana 2/3 legendary fox. Whenever an opponent attacks you, one or more planeswalkers you control, you put loyalty counters on them. But more importantly, whenever a permanent you control becomes the target of a spell or an ability an opponent controls, you may draw a card.
Yeah, just adding to the pressure here. Basically what it's going to come down to is what Jacob can do in response to the creatures that are already in play. The cards in Dan's hand probably don't matter that much. It just depends on what Jacob has access to.
I see a Glacial Chasm in there. That's going to give him some time.
Yeah, it looks like he tutored for something, so it might have been the Glacial Chasm.
There was an Eladamri's Call. Jacob's deck, again, when you get these players that only play one deck and have only been playing one deck, the glare is immense. I believe that's a retreat to Hagra. Another reader.
Oh wow.
Both players having readers. Love to see a nice balanced match of you and your opponent being like, what the hell is this?
What is this card? What's going on? When you have players who play a deck for so long, you find cards that when you look at them, you think the choice is kind of odd. But if you play the archetype long enough, you come to a conclusion that, say, like, for example, Jacob wants Eladamri's Call in his enchantment-based combo deck.
Glacial Chasm hitting the board makes it a little more difficult for Dan to be able to attack into Jacob and, seal the deal. Dan does have the usual suite of land-based removal that Death and Taxes likes to play. Of course, the Armageddon too can, help close this up. But, I guess one saving grace is that Jacob doesn't have a Solemnity, so the cumulative upkeep is going to start draining away, which could put him in a bit of an awkward spot.
Yeah, absolutely. He doesn't have infinite time here. Definitely needs to find something. Solemnity, Thoracle, etc. It really doesn't matter at this stage. He has quite a lot of mana to do it, though.
Okay, I wanted to mention this one little thing about the retreat to Hagra, is that, and we talked to some players as well. We talked to Mike, who was on round 1 playing the Dark Bant lands, asking about some of the cards. And Mike summed it up best where, some of the choices in the deck, he picked what he thought Chris would like.
Oh.
Some Chris cards, some
That's
goofy
cool.
cards. And that's,
Yeah.
That's the thing about the format like Highlander. It's all serious business, but once you get to your 90 cards, you get to goof around a little bit. You can play something like Retreat to Hagra, where it's like, no, trust me, this is all I do. It's the right call. Or you could be like, no, Skull Clamp plus Strangleroot Geist is the best combo in the format.
We've got a Realms Uncharted. Wow. Jesus. This is going to be very interesting. Yeah, we love Chris, and we love Chris cards. Shout out to Adorned Pouncer.
Yeah.
That's a Chris favorite for sure. With the Realms Uncharted here, I imagine that this pile is going to include Oracle, obviously, and then beyond that, you're probably looking at, depending on the context of his hand, maybe some level of enchantresses to get. Let's see, what else do we have?
There could be Hall of Heliod's Generosity, the symbol of his church. Caracas is kind of annoying, although the Mila, the fox, makes it a bit difficult.
Oh, sorry, I thought this was the creature one, not the land one. That's my bad. This is a professional production.
That's it. We're nailing it.
Okay, yeah, so for lands, yeah, Hall of Heliod's Generosity is good. It's weird because Jacob's actually kind of found all these lands that are already really good against Stan. He's already used Paseju. We've got Flagstones, Caracas, Strip Mine, Flagstones.
I mean, you kind of want some insurance against the
Armageddons.
Yep. It kind of works with Glacial Chasm too. Where
That's true.
If you can, Crucible Glacial Chasm. But yeah, that looks like Urza Saga, Caracas, Strip, and Flagstones. Hell, again, a world first. Realms Uncharted.
No one's ever played it before. This is the first casting.
Certainly not that pile. I mean, this card does see some Canlander play and has
Yeah.
probably popped up in some legacy decks that neither Trent nor I would ever play. But here, it has some solid hits. But also, like you said, Jacob's already got some of these. So he's got to figure it out.
That pile is probably a lot easier if you hadn't already used your Tabernacle and your Glacial Chasm, etc. Jacob picking up looks like Strip Mine and Flagstones. I guess he's looking to just strip the Rashadan port. I'm not entirely sure. I guess he was just looking for something to do with the Realms Uncharted, but it doesn't seem to have anything going on, at least as far as I can tell.
Might just want to guarantee a couple of Hagra triggers.
Yeah, that's true.
Uses mana.
Oh, wow. And that... Dan's going to have to deal with that Ramming Excavator, because it'll just keep rebuying Glacial Chasm, etc. The Jacob's found the way to buy himself all the time he needs. So if Dan doesn't get going really quick here, we're gonna be in for a longer one, but eventually Jacob will probably win. Getting Caracas there is interesting instead of Glacial Chasm. I guess he doesn't fear the attacks from the Mila or the Yoshimaru.
Maybe he thinks that he can at least survive one attack, and he's willing to take that hit.
Yeah, I could definitely see that.
I mean, Ramanap does... There's no longer Inumizawa's GT, so Ramanap could theoretically make some reasonable blocks, but the Wandering Emperor...
Wow.
Putting a bit of a stall on that. It does make Yoshimaru big.
This might make Jacob's math off. So it's possible that Dan could actually win next turn. I can see sequences like, excuse me, some sort of sword, giving him the ability to kill.
The Caracas, Dan would need to sequence it in such a way where he locks down that Caracas before committing to anything, which can be a little tricky.
Oh, wow. I guess it can bounce both the Mila and the Yoshimaru, right?
That's the problem with
wow.
the one. It's not even an issue. Yoshimaru is a very good boy. But the fact that when you have a legend that wants more legends, you're going to be a little more numb to Caracas. Or numb's not the right word, but...
Weak. Feeble. Frail.
Frail, not a really good descriptor even for these two creatures coming in though, because that's a heaping pile of damage. Jacob has activated Caracas targeting one of these foxes.
Dan's actually playing Dog Tribal.
Pulling from the Gladiator Death and Taxes list, pack leader.
So it looks like the Yoshimaru is set to go back to hand, and it does.
I did see that Dan drew a Leonin Arbiter.
Oh, wow.
Jacob likes to search a lot. He only has to pay 2. At this point in the game, it might be a bit too late to really have a huge impact, but still, I mean, that's the thing about Death and Taxes, is it always seems like, oh, it's just 1 more mana. It's just 2 more mana. It's just 3 more mana.
And then you're dead.
Yeah.
and then they've killed you. Yeah, the 2 is annoying, but it is possible that it might slow Jacob down enough for Dan to draw enough cards to have some sort of semblance of being able to get through. Jacob is on 5 life, so if there is ever a swing where Dan gets sort of the initiative and is able to capitalize, Jacob's going to be in a really bad spot.
Yeah.
I will say, Dan does have to deal with his excavator, though. If this excavator stays around, it's going to be a big problem for him.
Yeah, that's the darndest thing about these decks, is that you can't leave them to their own devices, because then they'll just lock you out of the game. Or kill you. Or both.
Yeah, generally both. Let's take a look and see what Dan plays here.
Cat. I have a nickname for this card. Nope. Shit. Captain Kirk. It's like Cat and Captain Kirk because he's doing the pose.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you're picking up what I'm putting down.
Yeah. Okay. I think we've got
March of
Cats
Otherworldly
and Dogs, Tribal, and oh wow, March. Amazing. This is the answer Dan needed for sure.
Yeah. It looks like none of these animals are being put down, and instead Jacob's the one picking up the Ramanap excavator after it eats a March of... That was good. Come on.
Oh no. Okay, cool. So I believe that's probably all we've got from Dan here. Let's see if Jacob has something in the end step. Oh, just cycling.
Just cycle.
Yeah. I thought Jacob had big plays there. Can we get a judge ruling on that joke?
I'll allow it. I don't want to jinx it. And especially not after a strip comes down. Tries to pick apart the Rishin port. But neither of these players have knocked over the camera. Phenomenal work there, Trent.
Oh no. The duct tape maneuver, it's strong.
It's a classic Canadian maneuver. Always relying on the duct tape.
This Mila, Crafty Companion, has done so much work for Dan. like he's drawn I think 2 or 3 cards just from the targeting ability. So uh, I know before it looked kind of grim for Dan, but I actually think he's making a comeback here. And I think a lot of that has to do with the Mila.
Yeah, the extra cards have allowed him to keep up, and even though he has put him in spots where he's either behind on mana in the terms of like you don't want to pay 3 mana for a disenchant, or you don't want to have to exile cards necessarily for your March of Otherworldly Light. You can, but if you can avoid it, you will. But the Mila just says like, no, it's okay. Just draw some cards. Don't worry about it. Keep your hand flush.
Yeah, it just means you get to use cards in ways that are less conservative because you know you're going to be drawing more. And we see a Caracas on the Mila here. We're probably just going to see it replayed, I'd imagine. Oh, we've actually got a Archon of Emeria.
Ooh, that's a doozy. That is so good against Jacob. Jacob can only play 1 spell a turn now. I mean, that part's symmetrical.
Yeah.
But that's okay. Dan is fine.
Dan's going to be better set up to take advantage of that for sure. And
And like Jacob has a an Argothian Enchantress that is drawing some cards, drew a card off this Sanctum Weaver, but if you're drawing all these cards and you can only play 1 spell, and Jacob's deck is more so tuned to like make big steps on his turn, like he can't even necessarily play a thing, kill your thing, and like kind of play that game where it's 1 spell a turn. But
yeah, he's just not set up for it in the same way that Dan is.
yeah.
And at the end of the day, Dan's cards are going to be more efficient at doing that. However, it looks like we have a concession?
Concession from Jacob, probably realizing that he didn't have an answer to the Archon of Emeria,
Okay.
or any number of the things that Dan
guess-
had slowly built up.
Yeah, and that's an impressive game from Dan. There was a lot of things going very well for Jacob for quite a long time, and again, it all comes back to deck construction. Dan is playing not your full tilt, control Death and Taxes, and not your full tilt White Weenie Death and Taxes. He's playing something in the middle, and he chose to play, say, like Cathar Commando in his deck, right? Things that let him deal with what was actually going on, and it was really impressive to watch him actually fight through all of that interaction from Jacob.
Let's see if we have some time to look at one of these lists. I don't actually know if we will. These players are... Again, when you play so much Canlander, your hands change. They become more capable of shuffling 100 cards. Commander players at least have, the luxury of, I'll just shuffle during my other opponent's turns. Here, you've got the clock beating down on you.
Your hands do get bigger. It's true.
That's a good quote. Your hands get bigger. So, if you're Jacob, what are you hoping to do in round 2? Or in game 2? Are you looking to try to turbo? Or do you think that's you're just gonna like face plant into a Thalia if you try to go too fast?
If I'm Jacob or...
yeah, if you're Jacob.
So game 2 here, I am probably looking to keep hands that have maybe a little more interaction with what Dan is doing, and I think generally speaking, Jacob's deck is pretty well set up to deal with creatures. So I think he's just... It might be more so that he is looking to keep certain hands away from himself, but is pretty happy with most hands that he'd draw. You know what I mean? Like, he can't keep hands that don't interact to a certain level. Maybe if you have a really quick kill, you can keep it and just hope that Dan has drawn the wrong part of his deck. But realistically, I do believe that because Dan has showcased that he has the ability to interact with Jacob even in a long game, Jacob's definitely going to have to respect that in the types of hands he decides to keep.
Well, let's see what types of hands these players are looking to keep. We got some lands, we got some spells, and I think that's a Mox in Dan's hand, so that's always a good sign. But Jacob's going to start off with a Exploration.
Oh, and this is just one of the most powerful starts that Jacob can have. Oh, wow.
Catches Dan on the my draw. Double land exploration to expedition map. Oh my.
And this is exactly where Jacob wants to be, because he gets to decide when he searches with the map whether or not he wants to interact with Dan in the form of the lands that interact with creatures or not. Oh, what? We've got a March of Otherworldly Light there, getting rid of the exploration.
Dan is on. Dan's point spread is a little interesting. Death and Taxes list can go a variety of ways. Soul, mana crypt mana, that kind of thing. Dan is actually playing double Mox. He's got a Mox Pearl, a Mox Emerald, Strip, and Jite. Double Mox is pretty good. I mean, it lets you do this, right?
I actually love this point spread. And again, this type of decision comes from a level of mastery of an archetype in your own deck. Dan's been playing it for so long that he, I guess, has realized that even an off-color Mox really gives you the punch and the power that you need in a lot of your games. So, yeah, I'm not surprised, but I am impressed.
Speaking of impressed, Charming Prince. Or rather, not impressed, because there's a course of Kruvix in play.
Not very charming. Scried to, you move on. It happens.
Yeah, that card's ideally looking to, flicker a Recruit of the Guard, a Solitude, something like that. But if you need to gain the life, great. If you need to, scry to set up your land drops in your low land count deck, that's fine.
Yeah, sometimes it's a 2-mana 2/2, but it happens. Interesting. Jacob decided to fetch and not draw the Realms Uncharted, which you would think is one of his better search engines. So I'm curious to see what he plays this turn.
There's a chance that he's trying to find a key combo piece. I mean, Corsair combos with God knows what, everything basically, and has a tutor in the form of this expedition map. So there's a chance that we're just looking to, we can find something if we need to with the map, but maybe he has plans already and is just looking to potentially.
Ooh. And Vance Rick in the chat calls it with Omnath time. This is absolutely a super fun addition to the deck, and it's obviously good.
Yep, Omnath, known to being super fun.
Hey, we went from 3-color Enchantress, a couple of years ago, to now Jacob's just playing 5 colors. Omnath,
He's
look,
you will bend over backwards for this. Oh my. Okay, hold on. Enough about Omnath. Let's talk real Magic cards. There's a Harm's Way. So this this is a damage redirection spell.
Oh, wow.
So the next 2 damage that would be dealt to, say, this Charming Prince in combat with the Corsair of Kruvix is instead dealt to the Corsair. So that means 4 total damage is going to the Corsair, 0 to the Charming Prince, and that Corsair's off the board.
Dan gets to keep his 2/2.
That's so huge.
Yeah, that is really, really big. Especially getting that Corsair off the board with the Omnath in play, and the knowledge that the Omnath is in play. Wow.
Good choice of Golem token by Dan King. We have a fossil copy of Golem, first edition. Showing off the first edition.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow. If I'm Jacob here, I'm probably mapping for Tabernacle is what I was gonna say.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems like the sort of your best bet here right now. Locking up Dan's mana, your creature's the best creature on the board by quite a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So and you're not in danger anytime soon of dying. So now you're putting Dan into the awkward position of having to figure out whether or not he wants to pay for all these creatures.
Yeah, especially after the Blade Splicer going wide instead of tall here. Bit of a tall order to keep around now. Jacob, the problem with Tabernacle, other than being $5,000, is that it doesn't add mana, but an Unbridled Growth, I believe, allows it to tap for mana.
Wow.
And then we got a Sylvan Library. So this is looking great for Jacob now.
Yeah, he's in a commanding position for sure. But we have seen Dan in the past get through all of this type of boards. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We'll see what Dan can put together here. He chooses to sack the Blade Splicer. I think that's the right call.
Mm-hmm.
You definitely want to keep at least a couple creatures around. Path to Exile? Okay.
Well, now, Dan's making me look like an idiot. I was saying Jacob's in a dominant position, and now Dan has managed to, he still has to deal with this tabernacle in one way or the other. Dealing with it's not free, and Jacob's still at quite a bit of life. 25 is that's healthy.
Jacob's done a fantastic job of preserving his life total this game, and that's going to buy him the time that he needs to get as many draws as possible to find a solution. It looks like Jacob only has one card in hand, so this Sylvan library, this is going to matter a lot, and the decision on whether or not to draw extra cards for 4 life is also going to be really, really tight. If he draws even one extra card, it can change the clock by a single turn, so Jacob's going to really hope that these top 3 are actually good, because if they aren't, he might be tempted to actually pay 4 life to go. It looks like 2 lands and an Elodamery's Call.
That's a good draw.
The call is a great draw, yeah.
He can also sacrifice the Unbridled Growth to try and get a draw off that. Obviously,
true,
we're
yeah.
not looking to draw these 2 lands
Yeah.
here. But that Elodamery's Call, I mean, we can get it popping with very little in play. What do we have here? We got a Tamashi, we have the Thassa plus an Oboro, which is in Jacob's hand. Titania is pretty good, although some of these cards don't interact super well with your own Tabernacle.
Yeah. I guess this Tabernacle really means that Jacob can't go wide, or if he's going to go wide, he has to really, really commit. I could see the Gitrog monster being totally fine. It's possible that Uro is where Jacob wants to be. If he does sacrifice the Unbridled Growth, he could potentially cast the Uro, depending on his mana base.
I'm hoping for Gitrog. I'd like to see a Thalia Mirror on the table.
I don't think Jacob has the mana to cast Primeval Titan, because... or you said he has a land in hand, right?
Yeah, he's got an Oboro in hand.
Primeval Titan has to be the find here, right? As long as you have the mana to cast it. You just play Oboro and cast Primeval Titan.
Well, he only has 4
you're
mana.
You're missing it, yeah.
Because that's the sneaky Unbridled Growth.
I thought it was a land. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what you get here.
It's a little awkward because I think your best get is just like Omnath.
Yeah, and your Omnath is in the bin, so...
Yeah. Tamashi could be a pretty strong draw, too. That would let Jacob recur the Exploration and then the Expedition map as well. So we could maybe start building up some stuff like that. We're still at 20. We got some life to work with.
Yeah, he could leverage his life total to give him some time. Unsure what he found because of the glare, but we're excited to find out.
We had our anti-glare tech perfect. It looks like a tireless tracker.
Yeah, tireless tracker. I think that makes sense if he's going to be playing the Oboro, just start getting a steady flow of cards. This also allows him to make his Sylvan libraries better, because if he does see lands, he can cycle through the library faster, so he's finding solutions for the creatures that he's dealing with.
Yep.
He isn't going to get to block here, so he's going to go to 15.
Well, he could theoretically block the Charming
Yeah,
Prince.
that's true. Wow. Let's see what we've got here from Dan.
I think that's a Lion Sash.
Oh, wow.
And which is huge for any graveyard shenanigans. And maybe a Council's Judgment. No, it's Adeline. Same color, same mana cost.
And this Tabernacle is doing so much work for Jacob. Like this Adeline creating that extra creature, it honestly, it's probably not going to matter that much. Basically, Dan's going to have to decide whether or not to commit to this 1/1. I like the attack here. Even if your Charming Prince gets eaten, I love just pressuring Jake's life total, because if he starts using his life total to get cards from Sylvan, that's actually a big problem for you.
Yeah, sometimes you look, your opponent has a Tabernacle, more mana than God, and they got a Sylvan library and a tracker going. So they have cards, they have mana, and they have a healthy life total. You have to start chipping away at something. And it's not going to be cards, and it can't be the board right now. So you're already like, what are you gonna do? Lose your creatures to Tabernacle, or lose them to the Tireless Tracker and also just push damage?
Yeah, I completely agree. And another side sort of bonus for Dan here is that if Tireless Tracker blocks the Charring Prince, he doesn't have to pay for it next turn, right?
Ooh,
I
big
think
plays.
it looks like we've got some sort of maybe Primeval Titan or Ren and 7. Wow. Wow. If we had an advantage meter, this would go up quite dramatically in Jacob's favor.
People asked if Renin 6 is so good, how come there's no Renin 7? Well, there is. It's not quite as good as Renin 6, but for a deck like Jacob's, it's going to be doing a lot of work.
I played against this card in Standard for a little while, the mono green deck, and Renin 7 does a lot of work. It's got a lot of abilities. It's going to be exactly what Jacob needs here, and that unless Dan has something extraordinary, I think it's going to be tough for him to push through here.
How big is this Tree Folk? Are we talking 3? I think it's a 7/7 maybe? It's number of lands in play.
4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's a 7/7.
Oofa.
Okay, so Dan pays for the 2 creatures that pretty obvious that he'd want to pay for. 2 cards in hand.
Until the Ren 7 touchdown, the Lion Sash would present a pretty reasonable way of punching through. You can reconfigure it onto one of your creatures so it won't get charged with the Tabernacle, and you can start eating up the graveyard and making genuinely large dents into Jacob's life. But now, Ren 7 just shuts all that down.
Yeah, one of Dan's win conditions was to potentially push through some extra damage, make Jacob's library activations worse, and then leverage Lion Sash over the long term to punch through. But that's just not going to be possible with Renin 7 anymore.
I believe Dan also drew an Archivist of Ogma, which can, it doesn't really punish Jacob for tutoring. It kind of helps Dan when Jacob tutors. But I guess what I'm saying is Jacob has the part of his deck where he's like, I don't need to find anything else. I'm drawing 4 cards a turn or whatever. I'm hitting you with 8/8s.
Yeah, it is good because if Dan can draw a bunch of cards, we've seen it. We saw it with Mila last game. The card advantage mattered a lot.
Let's see what we're working with. Tapping a lot of mana. That's a Titanium.
Oh, wow.
That's a Titanium. Although the Lion Sash does prevent Titania from bringing back a land, which is kind of clutch.
Ben's out for a quick second. He is trying to find a better solution for our camera. It looks like Jacob played a Titanium and is now... It's going to be a long road ahead for Dan, but it's still potentially possible based on his deck list. Oh, yeah. For the bots... yeah, they rebelled against us, unfortunately. I love these attacks here from Jacob. Your tracker doesn't really matter that much anymore, and you really don't want to have to be paying so much mana for all of these creatures. Like, even losing your Tireless Tracker here is whatever. It doesn't actually matter. You have so much card advantage already going on your board that closing the game out before Dan gets the ability to draw a card that might actually blow you out is way more important. I'm gonna take a look here and see what Dan could be playing to. Maybe some combination of removal spell for Titania plus Armageddon. No, that wouldn't work. His board's still too weak. Missed 5-3. Dan just deciding what he's going to do with his creatures. He's going to pay for them. I don't really see a way out for him, but I do respect making your opponent play it out. Oh, Jacob might be missing an elemental. Is Titania a May trigger? Let's take a look. It is not. Give me a moment here. I'm gonna see if we can talk to a judge. Our judge on the floor, Nelson, has told me that Jacob will not be getting the 5-3, and they'll keep playing. Yeah, so now Nellie's just letting Jacob know, and yeah, that makes sense, Pat. This is important to still call, even though it's possible it might not matter. Just because, yeah, it might be a games rule violation, and we need to make sure that we're playing at the REL that is required, which is competitive at this tournament. So. Yeah, so they're just describing the situation to Nelly right now. It's possible that we missed something. I don't believe so, though. Generally speaking, I'd find that chat is pretty good at finding these things, or at least seeing them, so.
Need to get little kid Greenwood on.
And we got Benny Wheels back in the booth.
Hi, thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
Welcome back to my dad's shed.
Ooh, it's beautiful in here. Does he use this miter saw often?
For what you missed there, Ben. Yeah, Jake took it down. We got Nelly involved just to make sure that they knew that they missed a Titania trigger.
I got to see Jacob's look in his eyes when he realized it. Yeah, because I'm going to game 3 here, which means we can show off this while we're here. No, this isn't Kevin's list. Pretended. There we go. Yeah,
there we go.
Real professional setup here. It will be getting better. After this round, we are actually upgrading our camera and our rig, courtesy of one James Turner.
Thank you, James Turner. We appreciate it.
So this is Jacob's list. It's a lot.
Like I said, like I've been saying all day, it's all considered decisions, curated cards. You know, that's just what we do in Canlander. I think this might be a true 100 singletons, not no doubles of basics or anything, just 100 cards.
I really like that there's no Tainted Pact either. Like we're on Demonic Consultation for the combo with Thassa's Oracle or he cut Jace. Wow.
Wow.
Okay. I mean, good for him.
It looks like the mana base might be a little less supportive of Jace than it was before.
That's true. I do want to highlight one thing here. Field of Dreams, 1 mana enchant world. Each player plays with the top card of their library face up.
Yeah.
What?
It works with Thought Lash, right?
That's true.
Because you can find your Thassa's Oracle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, at worst case Ontario, it's just a 1 mana enchantment too, so you're drawing yourself a card.
Somebody in the chat said he doesn't have points for Tainted Pact, and yeah.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
If you're rocking, is this just Thassa's Oracle and Strip? Oh my god. Wow. That's a hell of a spread. Let's see if we're back into the match. Players both shuffling up. We could show Dan's list, but we would rather talk to you about Dan's list.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, when it comes to Dan's list, like I said, it's quite curated. He's been playing Death and Taxes for a long time. His choices are quite considered, and I think Dan has a really large amount of respect for the other archetypes in the room. A lot of the time with, say, monocolored aggro decks, you can say to yourself that you just won't get matched up against, like, say, an artifact-based deck, so you leave your, like, a Braids at home and the like. But Dan is pretty conservative when it comes to that type of stuff, so he's definitely got a lot of ways to interact.
And Hero of Bladehold. Because you don't need anything else.
Hero wins the game by itself. It's basically a better Adeline. Dan is playing 41 creatures and only 12 instants and sorcerers. He's got 3 planeswalkers. So the way that Dan is interacting is really through his creatures and his equipment. We've also got a spicy Lightning Greaves.
Yeah. Oh, Dan loves the boots with the fur.
Oh, wow. I absolutely love the decision to play double mocks. I actually think that's so cool. I haven't seen it before.
It's clutch.
Your mock starts are some of your best starts. If you're playing mono white, you generally speaking have quite a lot of white sources. Mm-hmm. Other monocolor decks might be playing a lot of colorless lands or lands that do things, but realistically, Dan, to me, it looks like he's running about 24 to 25 white sources, and so why not run an off-color Mox?
Yeah, it's not that harmful. I think Dan has made a pretty conscious decision about the double white pipped stuff too, but also, like, it's fine. It's a Mox. You'll draw it. You'll use it to cast your stuff.
Well, and we can see here, it also complements the Urza Saga that he's playing in his list, right? Yeah. Sometimes you draw one of your Moxes, but not the other, and you'd like to be able to find one, right? To replace the land that you're losing.
Mm-hmm. Kind of a slow start from Dan, from both players, honestly. We are seeing an abundant growth here, just helping Jacob fix his mana a little bit more. Oh, and he's going all in.
Oh,
he's
wow.
putting the wild growth on it.
Okay, we have a Containment Priest, so that makes sense. I'm interested in Dan playing the Urza's Saga as his first land. I'm unsure why he did that, but I'm sure there's some reason for it. It's possible that he kept a one-lander and needed to draw a land. Sometimes you just do that. Although I'd be surprised if he kept a one-lander that was Urza's Saga, but...
Yeah, maybe just the Saga Caracas, and you're looking to convert that as soon as possible. Maybe you figure if you draw some fast mana, you can turbo it out a little bit. Wow, the duct tape's doing some heavy lifting, because this camera's rocking and rolling, but it's not tumbling.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, okay. Thalia Heretic Cathar, I believe. Oh, no, that's OG Thalia.
Yeah.
There's so many versions of these cards now.
Well, that actually might be Heretic Cathar, because I know that Dan tapped for mana.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
He floated the mana
He
off
floated
the
mana off of the Urza Saga, yeah.
So it is Heretic Cathar, which means it's Tireless Tracker and this land are just coming into play tapped off Jacob.
If Jacob can't handle the creatures that are in play in the next turn or two, Dan's going to have almost an insurmountable advantage. This Thalia Heretic Cathar is going to do a lot of work.
Yeah. Yeah. And Swords to Plowshares on the Tireless Tracker, too. I mean, Jacob gets a clue for his troubles, but this is what you want as a Death and Taxes player.
Yeah, Dan essentially time walked Jacob, right?
Oh, Geddon, please let it be. Oh, okay.
The Jailer is actually pretty good here because it means that even if Jacob manages to claw back into the game, Dan's going to be drawing so many cards off of this. There's no way that Jacob's going to be able to attack him.
Yeah, occasionally you'll see like a Palace Jailer come down on an empty board. And I think at this point, Dan realizes, well, any creatures Jacob plays out, they're just going to be tapped anyways.
And off of the cards that he's going to draw are going to probably deal with those creatures. Or he's going to just play enough creatures himself that he can attack right through them.
Jacob passing back. Dan seeing if maybe we can put the nail in this coffin. I think that's a March of Otherworldly Light. It's just like you said, too, where the cards, doesn't matter if you don't get the creature on the exile, the cards, like looking at Dan untapping, having 3 cards in hand. Ooh!
Oh, wow. Restoration Angel on Palace Jailer. Just absolutely incredible. Unless Jacob has something really substantial here, it's going to be a long road for him.
Oh, wait. Hold on. The Containment Priest. So actually, this wouldn't work out the way Dan wants to, because we have a Containment Priest exiling the Palace Jailer, but it wouldn't be able to re-enter the battlefield because it wasn't cast.
Yeah, that's something that we missed, but Containment Priest goes both ways. It often doesn't matter for you as D&T, but yeah.
We have called the judge here. We're trying to get Nelson on his way there. We've sent Pro Tour Day 2 competitor Noel Robin up to the match in order to pause the gameplay to see if we can resolve this. It may have been a bit too late. Neither player seemed to catch it in the moment, but by the powerful tools of the Noel Daddy, the Noel Daddy, and a camera, we are able to see if we can get anything going on here. Oh, we did tell them to pause. This is always a fun moment where they're like, oh, wait, hold on. Now we figured it out. Now we figured it out.
Yeah. So once Nelly's done his...
he's there.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, it's something that you don't often think about because your Containment Priest almost never matters for your permanents, like on your side of the table. So yeah, this is an easy mistake to make.
Yeah, it's like Aether Vial and, well, Resto Angel, and that's it.
And Charming Prince, maybe?
Yeah, occasionally the Charming Prince, but your cards are often symmetrical, but you don't care. However, Containment Priest is one of the cards that is symmetrical, and you probably do care a bit more than like, oh, my Swords to Plowshares is 2 mana, or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we should get this resolved pretty shortly, and hopefully we can get it fixed to a game state that is closer to correct.
Looks like we have it resolved. The Tracker's in play, the Palace Jailer's on vacation, and they're off.
I think it's a Tireless Provisioner.
That's exactly what I meant. The Trackers, I'm also...
Oh, you're tracking that it's a Tireless
It's the
Provisioner.
heat of the dungeon getting to me. It's all the fumes coming off these commander decks back here.
I still don't really see much of a way out for Jake here, even though Dan lost his Palace Jailer. I don't know how much it'll matter. Although it's possible that that might actually be a game-changing play.
I mean, the provisioner, every land is going to at least, if we're talking just about Jacob keeping his head above water, it can represent a food token. And
Yeah.
so, that's not nothing. That could at least keep the next attack under wraps here.
Well, and because the jailer's gone, that represents 2 damage Dan isn't dealing, which is 2/3 of your food token, right? So, wow, this Stoneforge is going to be absolutely incredible. It's probably the nail in the coffin, depending on what type of interaction Jake has.
So looking at Dan's package, he has Lion Sash, Skull Clamp, Shadow Spear, Umezawa's Jite, Sword of Fire and Ice, and Lightning Greaves. So 6 targets. That is huge.
I love having Lightning Greaves as a target. Just go fast. Zoom.
How funny would it be if the Greaves on the Stoneforge is just that 1 point of damage you need?
Oh, that would be incredible. We're going to see a Jite here. It makes the most sense. I think if you have the extra mana, you probably get Sword of Fire and Ice. But because it represents lethal, but Jite is going to be good enough here, probably.
Yeah, the Jite getting equipped to the Containment Priest. Nope, getting equipped to the Thalia. And let's get ready to Crundle. Everybody in that can be in. That's 3 damage already. Like, the Resto Angel is effectively negating the food token. 3 unblocked damage there. And then the Provisioner is trading off with the Containment Priest, it looks like.
Yeah, so this Jite is representing lethal next turn unless Jake does something.
Oh, interesting. So, Dan's actually going to preserve the Containment Priest because the first strike damage from Thalia puts the counters on the Jite before normal combat damage, and then uses those counters to shrink the Provisioner so that he gets to keep around the Containment Priest.
Fantastic play. Absolutely fantastic
I mean,
play.
If you're worried, you got to keep it as locked up as possible. Dan can smell victory. And the only thing that could be, barricading that might be like a Green Sun Zenith or a Finale of Devastation.
Like I said, just a master.
Yep. An Unbridled Growth here. Coming down. And immediately drawing... Oh, well, first off, it's tapping this Mana Confluence. It's preventing this Mana Confluence from killing Jacob, which is already just a grand slam.
That's very good. Mana Confluence doesn't have the City of Brass thing where every time it taps you take damage no matter what. So
Renin 7 coming down, trying to find, I imagine, a Glacial Chasm, revealing 3 very pretty
and that's
foils.
the concession. Yeah. Just like I said, if Dan can get underneath what Jake is doing.
Yeah, and that's what he did. He was
wrong way.
Oh, apologies. You'll have to excuse me. I've sat down in the wrong chair, and now everything's topsy-turvy. So that's Dan taking the match 2-1 with Death and Taxes. Wow. Heck of a match.
And why don't we take a look at Dan's deck list, just to see what we were working with.
Okay, just giving it 1 second here. Just kidding, viewer. We swapped. Haha. Let's get Dan's and Taxes up on the screen as Dan shuffles up here. And one thing about Dan's deck as well, I think I saw a comment asking, like, is there anything that Dan can use for the green mocks? And there's a Dryad Militant. There's a Dryad Militant in Dan's list that could, I guess, technically be cast off this mocks. I'm not sure how often that's happening. But when it does happen, you'll probably feel pretty good.
Yeah, it seems like the right choice to me.
Okie dokie. Where is my Dan's deck list?
All right. Ooh, we got Kaya's Onslaught, Kaldheim Superstar.
Well,
Okay.
Kaldheim Story Spotlight card.
I played this in draft a couple times.
What do we have here? I mean, we saw in game 1 how much damage this Yoshimaru can push through,
Yeah.
right? And we have, I mean, we got the Brimaz as well. The pressure's really here. This is just a very stock, I mean, I say stock, but it's the guy that made the stock list,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? It's just a very, very powerful version of mono white aggro. And let's go back to the booth real quick. Wheeler and Trenton in the
We're
booth.
back.
Trenton, that was round 3. We're actually, standings are getting posted right now for round 4.
Yeah.
We have, I think, 4 2-0s or 4 3-0s
Yep.
now. 4 or 3.
You want to pick something before I post these?
We will in just 1 second. Yeah. In fact, as much as I'd like to talk about all the cool stuff, we're going to take a very quick break to get the event going.
Yeah, just to get
the next
ourselves.
match, to maybe get a new camera on here. You know, don't go away. We'll be back for round 4 for more giveaways and all that right after this.
Hey.
Welcome back, everybody.
We're back.
We're back. How you doing? How you been? It's round 4, and we'll do giveaways. We've got giveaways.
Oh, we've got giveaways galore.
And I know we're coming in hot, and not just because we're from a basement. My hair hasn't done this since I was like 5. Like it's little kitty curl. But we got a match with a new camera, courtesy of James. Thank you, James. Let's go to that right now, shall we? Oh! Wow, that looks so clean.
Oh, wow.
God.
Amazing.
So
And
we
the camera isn't attached to the table with duct tape.
Yeah, we got a proper tripod and everything. So we have Noel Robin, Pro Tour Day 2 competitor Noel Robin, on a Selesnya Lands mid-range.
Yeah, I think Noel called it Little Kid Aggro, sort of, in his deck list. So, yeah, it's like a Selesnya Lands package sort of thing going on.
It's literally the green-white lands mid-range list that I played earlier this year, but then he added some Noel cards to it, which usually makes it better. And then we have Sasha on 4-color Seeker combo.
Yeah.
So Spell Seeker. We saw Thomas tried to do that stuff and failed, but
Sasha's been playing 4-color Spellseeker for quite a while. He was playing it, I think, even before I was playing it. So he's quite familiar with the lines and the deck itself. He has a couple of, those 10 flex slots are a little bit different than what I play, but overall the plan is the same.
So we had a Stoneforge hit the table for Noel. I actually didn't see what it found. I think
It probably
Jite
found
or
a
Clamp.
Numasawa's Jite, I'd imagine. Yeah.
Sasha playing a Grist out. There was a Elvish Mystic was on the table at some point in time. I believe Noel dispatched that, trying to keep the mana, level. But this Grist comes down, makes a bug, and then Gaia's Cradle
Wow. Great.
into. Oh my god. Oh no, Sasha, you better play Canadian Highlander staple Sylvan Ranger.
Oh, that's the Patty B special. Sylvan Ranger, your classic 2-mana 1/1 that finds a basic land and puts it into your hand. People have told us to cut it. It never gets cut. It's too powerful.
I
It's
used
too
to
good.
be a hater, and now I still am, but I'm a different kind of hater. I'm a hater that respects the Sylvan Ranger.
It just kind of does everything you want in this deck, and I'm not even joking about that. Getting up to 6 mana is so incredibly important. And having the extra creature around is also really critical for your Neoforms, your Eldritch Evolutions, your Diabolic Intents. So yeah, the card just plays.
And like you're a deck that you just need a certain density of creatures as well. Like when it saw play in the Kiki Pod decks, you just needed some number of 2s that pod up into, a Pestermite or whatever. And for this deck, you just need some number of 2s that Neoforms up into a Spellseeker.
Yeah, exactly. We see a Renegade Rallier from Noel just getting back a land, looking to develop Deathrite.
Ooh.
That's actually a very critical piece, and he has the Bayou for it. It's just incredibly important. Sasha's going to have to deal with that Deathrite if he's going to win via the Spellseeker combo.
Let's see what we've got in store. Sasha has the Stoneforge Mystic of his own in hand, which
I've never played Stoneforge in this list, but I can see it. I know Sasha's running at least Umezawa's Jite, and I'd imagine that he's probably running something along the lines of Skull Clamp as well.
making room for Jite, because your points are locked in effectively to Time Walk and Spellseeker.
Yes, yeah, you have to play both Spellseeker and Time Walk. There's no way around that.
How important is that last slot? Like, is Sasha making a big risk by running Stoneforge with the Jite, or is it like, oh, this is just what you want? You know, this is a thing that can be expected.
At the end of the day, it's just a meta call. You can do a lot with that last slot, or you can not use it at all. Right now, I'm playing a spread that plays Intuition and both Unearth and Reanimate, so you can find Spellseeker, Unearth, and Reanimate with your Intuition on their end step. That type of list is better against reactive decks, because you get to cast on their turn, and they either might feel like they have to deal with it or what have you, based on what you could get, right? You can get 3 discard spells. But if you feel like you're going to be in more of a creature-based mirrors, and you want some more legitimate secondary strategies in terms of actually killing your opponent with your small creatures, Stoneforge plus GTA is a totally fine combo to play.
Ooh. Getting a little grimy, too much value on the camera right there. So yeah, the Stoneforge finding that GTA coming down, Gaius Cradle doing heavy lifting, Sylvan Ranger doing heavy
Wow.
lifting, carrying that GTA.
The Cradle can be really awkward in this deck sometimes, but when it's good, it's as good as Hoof's Cradles almost.
When it's good, it's Gaius Cradle.
When it's good, it's Gaius Cradle. But when it's bad, it's a Forest. More Seeker combo. Yeehaw!
Well, this time we'll actually, hopefully, get this to see the Seeker deck do things.
Yeah,
I mean,
we've-
the combo itself isn't always the most exciting to execute, but leading up to it and being able to get a board where you can combo reliably is, well, it's a thing to watch.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it looks like Sasha might have missed a mill on the Grist. We'll ask Nelly if he can take a look at that.
We have resolved it, and we did so without shouting in your ears. We have Judge Nelly on his way to say, hey, that grist ain't free.
You got a mill.
If you're
Maybe you
making
mill
a
your.
bug,
If the mill is actually relevant, if Sasha was to mill a Spellseeker, that Death Rite eats it right away. And
he activated grist a second time, and I don't think he milled.
yeah. So yeah, if Sasha mills something relevant and the Death Rite eats it, that could be a big game. If he mills Ephemerate even, like there's outside chances.
Yeah. Yeah. Taking a look at grist here. We had our man Mike on the floor, able to find it.
Good old Mike on the floor.
Mike on the floor. He's enjoying his spot in the undefeated bracket. So we're trying to resolve this.
They're just making sure that the mill happens, giving all the information. This is also relevant for, GRV tracking, etc. So we're all pretty familiar with each other, and Nelson is obviously a longtime fixture and staple in YJ and the Highlander community. So, it's handled without issue. And wow, we see the Jite that must have been gone with the Stoneforge ages ago.
Dueling Jites, but Noel opting not to equip.
I'm interested to see what Noel has. Not equipping is pretty strange, I'd say.
Oh, he's got an Agonjo. Seat of the Empire.
So he's looking to kill the creature that attacks with the Jite counters on it, potentially.
Mm-hmm. And getting to muck.
Yeah, he gets to eat the Scavenging Ooze target. I guess he can't cast the Igonjo now, but eating the Ooze target is probably fine.
Mm-hmm. He could have something else kicking around too.
It looks like Sasha's in a pretty commanding position, and I mean, if that Stoneforge Mystic wasn't Intuition, he wouldn't have this board presence.
No.
So I actually think this might be something that I'll try myself.
Yeah, we would have a different game, but we would likely have a game that was much weaker to Deathrite Shaman or to any possible intervention from Noel's Jite.
Yeah, I think Stoneforge plus Jite might be an elegant solution to some of your creature-based problems, depending on your meta. It's obviously weaker against control and the like. But if you're not super worried about that, then I think this is a totally fine inclusion, and it's paying off for Sasha here.
The Skoos is also representing a threat, and all of this again is just like the GT counters, the Scavenging Ooze counters, the Grist just looming in the back with the lands, which I don't know about that, but you know, but all this is going on with a Spellseeker draw always being alive.
Yeah, I think that's the cool thing about the Spellseeker combo, and the reason why you'd want to play the deck is your main plan is to combo them, but your plan B can be quite strong, depending on your draw, and Sasha's showcasing that here. This draw is pretty incredible.
He is kind of stuck on, or not stuck on lands. I believe he just has lands.
I will say this, based on his colors, it's possible he might not be able to cast Spellseeker and combo in the same turn. You're pretty specific mana color hungry in the Seeker combo deck. You need it's like you need 2 blue and a white and a green, maybe 2 green to combo with 6 mana. It's something like that.
He does. Well, he has that is an island, the Kamigawa Island,
Yes,
and the
yeah,
Paradise
yeah.
Druid. So he can do it, but who needs to combo when you can just run over Null with value?
Yeah, just a crazy amount of value engine going. But I'm more impressed by the Stoneforge pick than I thought I would be. But yeah,
We saw the Seeker deck earlier. Again, a lot of them are very similar. There's some slots, but let's take a look at what Noel is playing. Now, unfortunately, this tool doesn't fit the full title of Noel Robin, Pro Tour Day 2 competitor Noel Robin. But if you look outside that, we can see a Selesnya deck that has plenty of tools. I mean, there's a bit of a black splash in it that we mentioned before. We got the Grist. We actually have a Splash for Entomb. That's greasy. Mind Twist, Diabolic Intent. No, what the hell did you do to my deck? There's a okay, Opposition Agent I get. That's fine. Dryad Arbor? Noel Robin is trying to both win the tournament and lose my respect at the same time. Now, one of those is more valuable than the other. Of course, looking to win this event. You know, you get the glory. You get to hold up the trophy, but also everybody's a winner because all of this is in support of Chris and his partner, with all donations and proceeds going towards the family. And we're up to a staggering amount.
Oh, it's been absolutely incredible. We can't thank everyone enough for watching and donating. And they just keep rolling in. And it's just incredible. So yeah. I do like what he's done to this deck. I have respect for this.
Well, we got the players shuffling up for the next match. Next game, if you will. It looks as though Sasha has kept to 7. Noel looks to be going to 6.
Yeah, I think in this matchup, Noel is really looking to see some sort of specific game plan, whether it is being really aggressive with backup in the form of removal, or being able to disrupt the main game plan from Sasha's strategy. So I think it's quite possible that Noel has to mulligan a little more aggressively than he would against, say, your average mid-range deck.
Yeah, he can't just keep every lands and spells, or a slower hand, I should say. You know, he needs something. He needs to get ahead on the board, not by much, just a bit, and then he can, you know, maybe toy around with stuff. We got an Ignoble Hierarch coming down on turn 1 from Noel, and Deathrite Shaman coming down.
Oh wow, we got the follow-up Deathrite.
The Dueling Dorks. Of course, I'm referring to the 1-mana creatures in play and not Sasha versus Noel, both respected players in our community.
Depending on what Noel has here, he's going to be super advantaged in comparison to Sasha. As well as if Noel doesn't have to crack any fetch lands and Sasha doesn't have any, then that Deathrite might not make mana. Guess we'll see. We've got a Sylvan Library.
Yeah, that looks to be a Sylvan Library. Noel opting to put it immediately in what many players would consider the exile zone. Noel deciding, oh, that's good.
Oh. Okay, let's see what Sasha's response is here. Noel opting not to crack his fetch. I guess he doesn't have anything to do. The Sylvan is actually pretty decent in this matchup. Because Noel is looking for specific ways to interact, it'll let him filter through his deck in a way that you can't really do with green usually.
Especially because he's the first player to take action. Oh, they really are the dueling dorks.
They're playing the same game.
And interesting, Sasha opting to put the Aether Vial into the lands position. You can learn a lot from these players, Trenton, about their respective archetypes. But if you're looking to learn where to place your cards on a game board, I would instead go to MTG Arena, or I'm sure there are tutorials online.
You can learn a lot about a player by where they put their graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is the first really big turn for Noel. This is where he's going to want to make a statement about the way that he wants this game to go.
Yeah, if Noel can start to, the Aether Vial makes it a little awkward because that's a kind of like if he has a Knight of Autumn, he's probably going to want to hit the Sylvan Library or something like that. But this is where Noel can start to double spell a bit more efficiently than Sasha, and like you said, this is where the Deathrite Shaman can be a bit awkward. Noel did have to fetch, so there's one more land in the graveyard currently. But, I mean, we could see a Scavenging Ooze coming down, we could see a Lion Sash, or...
we could see... Oh, wow! Wow! Benny Wheels calls it! We've got the Knight of Autumn on a Sylvan, and that's a big game.
They don't call me Big Money Benny for nothing.
Do they call you that?
No.
Nope.
Not anymore. Not anymore. Washed up and on commentary, Sasha has their own Knight of Autumn.
They're playing.
Oh my god!
They're playing the exact same deck.
Now, do you think these players called each other before the event? So, what are you gonna wear? What are you thinking of playing?
Wow, this is powerful magic. Absolutely. Oh wow. That's
oh my god,
huge game. If Sasha's living off the top, I mean Noel's just in fantastic shape.
Well, not only that, the Mind Twist takes out Time Walk, Eladamri's Call, and another land. But still, that's huge.
It's also awkward for Sasha because if Noel finds any way to get a Scavenging Ooze and eat that Time Walk, Sasha is never able to combo, and that's actually a big deal. So we'll see if Noel can cobble together some way to get that Time Walk out of the bin. I will say this, however, the Aether Vial actually makes it so that if Sasha draws a Spellseeker next turn, he can actually win the game. Because the Aether Vial lets you cheat on the 3 mana you need to cast the Seeker, and you only need 4 other mana to be able to complete the combo.
Even with the Time Walk in the graveyard?
Oh, no, yeah, oh, wait.
It is.
Oh, you need 5 mana. You need 5 mana, sorry. It's close, it's close.
Sasha is running Regrowth, though.
Oh.
But
yeah, wow.
I guess he would still need 5 mana.
You Spellseeker, you get Ephemerate, you Ephemerate the Spellseeker, get Neoform, get the 4-drop E-Witness, and then get Time Walk back, and then you win.
Well, there's an Eldritch Evolution coming out from Sasha.
So, what Sasha might have to do is, he might have to get Spellseeker here, and play it slow. Yeah, and that's what he's going to do. So he's going to grab Spellseeker and grab Ephemerate here. And he is probably just going to Ephemerate the Spellseeker and say, like, okay, if you have removal, then you get to eat my Ephemerate next turn. He also might hold it. Mm-hmm. He isn't pressured right now, so I actually like holding it here.
Yeah.
If you're under a lot of pressure, you would probably need that extra mana on like that you spend on the first Ephemerate. But here, Sasha's like not really taking any damage. 3 a turn is so marginal, especially when you have a Deathrite Shaman going. Like, I like the play of keeping it here. And now Noel is pressured to respond. Noel needs to find a way to either eat the time walk from the bin or to kill the Spellseeker at instant speed.
Mm-hmm. Looks like he's got a Knight of the Reliquary in hand. And, a couple other cards. That's for sure. But building to the board isn't exactly what he's looking to do. I guess if he's desperate, he's got to draw on this Horizon Canopy, but he's really got to find a way to not die. I mean, that's the big thing of it all.
The interesting thing about Noel's position is that he essentially has to keep mana up if he isn't gonna just kill the Spellseeker or eat the time walk in the bin. Because now Sasha has to think about whether or not he wants to respect the potential 1-mana removal spell from Noel. I think if you're in this position and you're so far behind,
I go for it.
I think you just have to go for it.
Yeah.
Especially since you need the extra mana if you're gonna go for it, you have to go for it now. So I really like this Ephemerate here.
Ooh, and he's got the path.
And Noel has the Path to Exile, and that's probably gonna do it. The Spellseeker's exiled, so you have some outs now. I will say this: since Ephemerate and Time Walker in the bin, if he draws Eternal Witness, if Sasha draws Eternal Witness, he just wins.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or
Timeless Witness works too. If he ticks the Aether Vial up to 4, Sasha's probably gonna keep the Vial on 3.
Yeah.
There's just way more 3-drops in the list than 4. If he draws the Timeless Witness, he can just go for it the turn after.
Neoform doesn't do it either. Eldritch Evo's off the table. Green Sun doesn't entirely do it. There's still game.
Yes.
Still things that Sasha can draw, just because he's, he could theoretically get the combo going this turn. But if he doesn't, that's still, Noel's attacking for a non-instant.
Oh my god. Wow. What a draw. That is incredible.
Holy smokes. Jesus. And that's it.
Wow.
Sasha's just like, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, that was actually amazing. Wow. What a top deck. That's one of the best top decks I've ever seen.
That's so huge.
And that's the power of the Spellseeker deck. Noel mind twisted Sasha for 3 cards this game.
Yeah.
Sasha had 0 cards going into turn 4 or 5. And an Aether Vial on 1 and a Deathrite Shaman. And he was able to actually come back. That's incredible.
That's so wild to me. All right. Well, let's give us a second here as the players shuffle up. Looks like Sasha took that in 2. Bad beats to Pro Tour Day.
Day 2 competitor. Noel Robin.
But that's okay.
We call him Daddy Noel. Daddy Noel.
Big Daddy Noel.
Big Daddy Noel.
That's okay. I mean, it's unfortunate, but I do have some good news, Trenton.
What's the good news?
Well, we're gonna be able to do a giveaway.
Ooh.
I know. We're gonna be able to do a giveaway. Let me just figure out how we're doing this giveaway. Trenton is retrieving our goodies for a giveaway. Let's do the last one we did was Urza. I actually have the goodies in front of me. The last giveaway that we did was Urza. Which means, hey everybody, Wheeler in the booth. My hair, I say this is the booth. Yeah, and Noel Robin coming up and going, Here you go.
My best.
What can you do? What can you do?
What can you do, Noel? Should have played better.
Oh wow. Yeah, so we're gonna do another giveaway. We've put everyone who has donated into a list currently. Do we want to give them a couple minutes to potentially get some donations in?
We do. We have a donation. We have a couple of donations. That is, you know what? While I get this ready, how about we tell the fine folks what we're doing this for and why we're doing this and all that jazz?
Well, if you weren't here at the beginning of the event, we're doing this for Chris. All of the proceeds are going to Chris, who is a Highlander legend in the Victoria community. He's been playing Lander for, I believe, well over 10 years. And he is just a fantastic presence. He's always trying to get people out to play. We've obviously dropped off on the amount of people playing because of the pandemic, and Chris has been an advocate for the format throughout the entirety of the pandemic. Just absolutely amazing. And Chris has been hospitalized for a little while, and we thought we would give back as a community, and so we banded together and wanted to make sure that we did what was best for our boy. So yeah, that's basically why we're here. And we want to do sick giveaways.
Trenton.
What?
Oh, I can't make up my mind. Now, we gave away one staple last time, correct?
Yeah.
We gave away the Urza.
Yeah, we just gave away an Urza. Yeah, just one.
Can we give away two?
Can
Can we give away two staples to a single person?
Fine.
Okay.
Fine.
So it's 2:24 our time right now. But how about at 2:30, which also means we've been here. Well, you and I have been here
Since like
since 8. But how about this? There's a copy of a card called Solitude. I heard this is pretty good.
It's okay.
I heard Solitude's pretty
It's
good.
okay. It's just it's all right. It's only free.
Yeah. And then speaking of free, how about a free hamster? There's a copy of a card called Minsk and Boo.
So sick. Card is so sweet. Wow. And we'll be giving these away at 3:30. For anyone that's donated, if you donated in the past, you don't necessarily have to donate now for us to toss you in the queue. But yeah, we're gonna give you a hamster man
No,
and a
no, no,
what?
no, no, no.
Oh, where are we going? Where
This
are we
is a
going?
control card. And this is like a mid-range card.
Okay.
Where's the combo?
Okay. Oh.
Tell you what, this isn't that big of an ask. If we get at least $5 worth of donation, right now the PayPal donation is at 1,694. That's not including the coffees or anything. But if we push it over, I will throw in this Infernal Tutor Judge promo. Something for the combo players.
If you got a Lion's Eye Diamond out there, you're
So-
DTing.
So we got a Solitude, a Minsk and Boo, Timeless Heroes, and a Judge Foil Infernal Tutor.
That's what we got.
Would you play all these three in the same Canlander deck?
Maybe like a lands deck, like a 4-color lands deck. I could see it. You know.
I said it as like a haha. Check out this bad combo of cards. And
But you're thinking
and
like,
now.
yeah,
Well,
like-
now I'm percolating. I'm like, okay, all right, yeah. And so all you have to do is you have to have donated.
At some point.
At some point.
At some point.
We have it listed here. We will mail it to wherever you are in the world.
Yep, we'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. If you're not here watching this and not in chat, we'll DM you on Twitch or we'll get a hold of you through the PayPal messaging. We'll get a hold
Absolutely.
of you some way.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure
We'll
it
find
out.
you.
We'll figure it
We
out.
will find you.
I will find you. And yeah, it doesn't matter if it's $10, doesn't matter if it's $10,000. I mean,
Yeah,
if it's
you know.
$10,000, I'll take you out to dinner. But, just a donation.
If it's 10 grand, I'll fly to you.
Yeah. And yeah, okay, well, you didn't have to go that hard.
Wow, we've got an extra like $80 in donations already. And thank everyone so much. Wow, just incredible. Like I said, Canlander community, it's the best community in Magic.
Phenomenal.
So good. We care about our people.
Yeah, as of right now, hold on. Let me do a little quick math.
Some quick math.
Let me do some quick maths, if you don't mind. Let me get out my phone. Carry the 2. Vamp for me.
It's just like 510 plus.
No, that part's easy. Look, I like hoof math.
Should be 2386 or something like that.
That.
Oh, I see.
What do we get for entries?
30. So 750.
As of right now, we have raised
drum roll, please.
$3,521 for Chris and his family.
Wow,
That's
that is
actually
incredible.
crazy. You
Oh,
know
my
what?
Lord.
I'm getting out the soundboard. Wait, no. I don't want to break it. I don't want to break it. You
can't break the stream.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's
over-
amazing.
over
that's
$1,000 USD.
just a little over $1,000.
Oh, we're
USD.
Canadian. Our money's worth nothing. That's
wow.
huge. That's
Just
huge.
such an amazing day. So good. And everyone watching and everyone who donated, we can't thank you enough. And wow, we've got a surge of donations as well. Oh, wow.
Okay, not playing around. Another $200 just got donated.
Jeez. Wow.
Jesus Christ. So now we're very close to 4K.
Wow, we're almost at 4K.
That's wild.
And is it 3:30 yet? Or are we closing off the donation incentive
We are
here?
closing it off.
Okay, it's
in
pretty close.
1 minute.
It's pretty close.
In 1 minute, and we got some good stuff. I mean, we'll give away a lot of this.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to set an exact number because this is this is already absurd. But I wasn't kidding. We've got Judge Foil Infernal what is this?
Imperial Seal.
No, my sham. I've never played combo.
That'd be so good if it was an Infernal Tutor and you're like, oh yeah, we got this $10 card.
Check it out. We got an Imperial Seal, Judge Foil Imperial Seal to give away at some point.
Incredible.
We got a Judge Foil Mana Crypt.
Ooh.
Jinx. We got a Judge Foil Sterling Grove from Rashadenport.
We got Ragavan.
We got
somewhere
Ragavans.
Here.
We got Worship.
More Solitudes, probably. You know, I got piles. And piles
We got a lot. I cannot stress how much the community came out and was just like, take my cards, please. Because any cards that we'll try to give away as much as possible. But we got a monkey.
We got a monkey.
Ook.
It makes treasures.
We got a lot. But for now, we're giving away. This is like, okay. That's the big stuff. But we're
building
a
up to the big
Solitude,
stuff. We're building up to the
a
big
Minsk
stuff.
and Boo, and a Judge Promo Infernal Tutor, which is still pretty good.
Hey, that's a good rig. If you put in $5 on a coffee and you get a Solitude and a Minsk and Boo, and you're putting your money towards a good cause, I mean, like,
That's
how do you beat that? All
Trenton.
right. Let's look. Let's see.
Can I get a very slow drum roll, please?
Okay, yeah, I'll give you the slowest drum roll you've ever seen. Okay, we got like 1 beat, a 2 beat. Okay, got 3 beat. 4 monkeys total: Wheeler, Trenton, Ragavan, and the Kurdape.
Oh yeah, we got the Kurdape to give away.
It's signed by Noel Robin.
Really?
Yeah,
Holy
actually.
shit. I want that's
Do you want the Kurdape?
no, but that's a great package. Just Kurdape Ragavan.
Yeah, just the monkey.
I'll see if Ed has a Mwanvuli ooze to give away too. Okay, so if I may, the world's slowest drum roll. And I'm going to be very kind of vague, kind of specific about who the person is.
Yeah, we're trying not to.
I don't
want to
blow up your spot,
but we do want to get this stuff to you if possible. So let's take a look.
The winner of this package
is.
That's a really good drum roll.
Oh, thanks.
Ooh. Matt Jones.
Boom.
Matt Jones. M-A-T-T.
Matt Jones.
Jones. Who?
Matt Jones.
Who?
It's Matt Jones.
Oh, congratulations.
Matt Jones is in the building.
Matt Jones. If your name is Matt Jones and can prove it to us, because we all know we have it here, but Matt Jones.
Yeah, Matt Jones. If you're in the building,
let us know.
Let us know. If you're behind me in this closet, let me know.
There's no room. We got what, Midnight Hunt Commander decks. There's a Homer Simpson radio over there.
Yeah, the
Oh
cloud.
yeah. This is great.
But yeah, congratulations, Matt Jones. Thank you so much for your donation, and we're excited to get you some cardboard. And remember, that's a Solitude, a Minkskin Boot, and an Infernal Tutor. So no matter what type of player you are, we got you covered. And if you're the type of player to play 4-color lands, we've got you really covered.
So covered.
We got you covered for days.
You could go 2-2 so hard with these cards.
You could go the classic 2-2 drop with those cards.
2-2 milkshake. That's what we like to
Oh,
see.
the 2-2 soft serve.
2-2. Yeah, the 2-2 soft serve is powerful.
Wow, we're almost at 2,000 on the PayPal alone.
Oh, PayPal alone.
Just $69 left. Nice. Until we hit 2K on the PayPal. I think we've probably hit 4K total. We're pretty close, right?
Very close.
Yeah,
Very
wow.
close. Wait, hold on. 69. No, I don't want to do this. I was gonna say the first person that gives 60 and exactly donates $69 could get a signed copy of what's the worst card I have?
Just like the dregs.
A signed copy of Lickitung.
Oh my god.
No. If we hit 2K before next round
Yeah.
on the PayPal alone,
Yeah.
we'll do another donation before we start round 5.
Sure, another giveaway.
Another giveaway.
Yeah. Because they'd be doing the donating.
They are doing the donating.
Yeah.
Wait, they're doing the donating?
I think so.
Because this is all me. I thought this. Oh, I misunderstood the system.
Benny Wheels is packing. He's got 5s coming out of his pocket.
Haha. Nope. I'm a streamer. Anyways, for the people asking as well, a little bit of upkeep before we take a quick break for the next round and get some water and all that. We are doing the VOD will be available. It's going to be available on Twitch here. It'll be uploaded on YouTube.
Yep.
Eventually. This is a 9-hour. Well, it's going to be more than that.
It's gonna be a long.
It's going to be a long. So it might
time.
take some time, but that will be uploaded, and
really
we'll have
do,
the donation
yeah.
links on that and all that. And
We really do want it uploaded on YouTube because the whole point of this is to give Chris some Canlander content. There's no way. We just hit $2,069.
nice.
Oh my lord. That's actually my friend.
that really?
Yeah. Siebes, I know you're watching. Actually an insane donation. What a legend. Hilarious.
Yeah, we just got a donation that put us over on the PayPal alone to $2,000.69.
69,
That's
69.
nice.
Wheeler's gonna give you a Lickitung. Signed probably something.
Lickitung.
Something like that.
Think of the worst card you want signed by someone you might not know, and you'll get it.
I'll hand deliver it to you, Siebes. I can promise you that.
We could do another donation.
Yeah, let's do another dono, yeah.
Yeah. You'll send $6 of a reading of what Luxi Orgiata's gifts to us. Great. So it's a 1-mana legendary artifact. It's an enchantment. It's a 1-mana legendary artifact. It's an equipment that says equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each counter on it. And then as long as it's equipped to a planeswalker, it is a creature in addition to its types. Equipped to a planeswalker for 1 generic, equipped to a creature for 3 generic.
Nailed it. You had to have nailed that.
I've literally
For
said
sure
what this
that
card
was
does
correct.
so many times.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if I'm getting it right.
That's like every time I read Yawgmoth.
Can I?
Like, what does this card actually do?
What does it do? Can we grab that Kurde?
Yeah. We got the Ragavan.
We got the Ragavan over here.
The monkey, the signed monkey.
Oh, we got to save this as a combo.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We could just do this.
Just like the most ham. I love it. I love it. Yeah.
All right. We're gonna do another giveaway because everybody kept donating.
Yeah. We love you. Everyone's been amazing. So we're just gonna keep it coming.
Absolutely
keep it rolling.
floored.
Yeah.
We have a thank you to Fool.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Wow.
$2,069.69.
We can't make this stuff up. It's
So
amazing.
we'll do it until
Also nice.
Yeah. Well, this is a bonus one. We'll do it for the next 2 minutes. So you got the next 2 minutes to continue donating. If you want to be in this, if you missed out on it, on previous ones, it doesn't matter how much you donate.
It doesn't matter how much you don't have to donate $69. But if you do, we appreciate you. And if you donate $5, we also appreciate you.
Yeah, everything counts.
Everything counts, yeah.
And everything for the family. This is going to be the aforementioned monkey deal. This is the monkey deal. We have a Ragavan Nimble Pilferer.
Ooh.
Good magic card.
Ooh.
Good magic card.
It's a little good. It's just okay.
This is a really good monkey. Honestly, this is the real prize.
The
This
Noel
is the big
Robin
one.
signed Kurt Ape. Noel, 2-time Pro Tour competitor.
This is a signed Arabian Nights Curd Ape from Pro Tour, 2-time Pro Tour Day 2 competitor Noel Robin. And to round out the monkeys, a German Mikakoro Center of the Sea.
We know that people who play Ragavan and Kurt Ape also need Mikakoro, so we figured we'd hook you up.
Well, here's the Ragavan monkey.
Yeah.
Here's the Curd Ape monkey. Here's an unplayable German card, which can fill in for me as the third and final ape.
I actually think Mikakoro stands for monkey in German.
Really?
Yeah.
Fascinating. It's sick. So you can get the triple. Why am I putting the Mikakoro at the front? You can get this
it's
triple
the most
monkey
important
deal.
one.
Yes, it really brings the package together.
Ook, 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 ook. Yeah, of course.
All right.
And I'll tell you what, if you want your monkeys signed by the 2 monkeys in the shed behind my grandparents' house,
Your
Well,
grandparents have monkeys? Or you mean us?
us.
Oh,
Yeah.
you'll have to excuse me. The fumes are getting to me. All right. Can I get a drum roll, please, for the monkey
I'm German.
package?
Trent is right. It checks out.
Checks
It checks
out. All right. Can't argue with that. Can I get a really slow?
Okay, we want like
Drum
a nice melodic drum roll.
Yes.
Okay.
And the winner of the monkey package is Angel.
Boom!
I know this person.
Oh wow!
This makes it
That
so
makes
much
it a lot
easier.
Wow.
Congratulations, Angel.
Congratulations, Angel.
Hey, diehard Canlander player.
Love it.
Plays vampires in Canlander.
Ooh,
Very-
that's spicy.
Yeah. Great deck.
Oh.
Great deck. Great person. Great player.
Well, maybe now they'll play monkeys.
All right, there you go. Angel, I'm sorry, but your Cavern of Souls no longer naming vampires. They're now naming ape. So congratulations. You get the monkey package. This makes sending the cards to someone a lot easier.
Yeah, we'll let you know. We'll message you.
Yeah.
Wheeler will get in touch with you. So.
Great. So we're going to take a quick break before the next round starts and all that jazz.
Yep.
But don't go away because we've got more Canlander. We've got more giveaways. And we've got, I'm dripping with sweat.
And we've got sweat.
We got sweat. So don't go away. It's a good one, right? Yeah. Woo.
Come
Don't
back
go
to your
away.
2 favorite sweaty monkeys right here.
All right. See you in a bit.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back to round 5 of the Canlander for Chris tournament here at Yellowjack Comics and Toys. 100% of the proceeds going towards Chris and his family. And we got a match. We have, I believe this is a match of 2 players fighting for top 8. We have Matthew on Jeskai Tempo. That's kind of a hot little ditty right there. I figured that'd be a bit of a fan favorite. Matthew likes to stifle. You know, Trenton, man loves a stifle.
Matt does love a stifle, and then we've got Nick on the Rock.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is literal, actual Allison's list. I believe Nick is borrowing Allison's list of the Rock.
Probably borrowing Allison's deck based on the sleeves.
Sorry, yes, that's what I mean. The sleeves are a dead giveaway. But, yeah. Yeah, a little weird. No Jeskai control today, but we have Jeskai Tempo.
Yeah, the room is pretty interesting. I don't think we even have really a single traditional control deck, do we?
We had some, but unfortunately, Stefan Bard is still in his round 1 match.
We love you, Stefan.
Ooh, Cemetery Prowler coming out from Nick.
Wow.
Are you familiar with this card?
This is from it's like you exile a card and then
It's a 3-mana 3/4 that mucks the graveyard. I think Matt's mostly what he takes issue is the fact that it has
blocks.
4 toughness.
Yeah, 4 toughness is a lot to deal with.
Because this Monastery Swiftspear has been doing quite a bit. A couple of cantrips caused a pretty big punch in, and Nick having to take 2 off the Shockland earlier makes it a bit tricky. I haven't taken a huge look at what Matthew's playing. In fact, I'll get Matthew's list ready and Nick's list ready for upcoming games here. But I wonder how low to the ground we are, because again, Matthew likes stifles, and I know he likes to vroom zoom.
Oh yeah,
likes
absolutely.
To get food between rounds. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Matthew loves going fast and loves stifling fetch land triggers. So yeah, well, I'm definitely excited to see exactly sort of what the list entails. It looks like it's mainly blue-red splashing white.
Yeah, he's got. Oh my God, he's got not Kiln Fiend, but he has Electrostatic Infantry, the new one from Dominaria United.
Oh, the 1/2 with trample that gains the counters. Yeah. Getting a 1/1 counter for each spell you cast is quite powerful.
Trample's pretty good to boot too. One of the biggest issues with Kiln Fiend, outside of it being beaten by a stiff breeze, is that the trample, like getting blocked, is always an issue.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Matthew cast was that a Treasure Cruise or a Dig Through Time?
I think it's a Dig Through Time, yeah.
I will say this is the issue with players that play, that have a deck, they love it, and they'll buy new cards for that deck over and over again. Is that they foil out their deck. I mean, I know that was a Daze hitting an Obstinate Baloth, so
yeah,
Baloth
that was a huge blowout. That Baloth was really important for Nick here. However, Nick has 5 cards in hand, and I mean, we don't see a ton of the Rock these days, but I've played against it a lot, and it's got a lot of punch. The Rock can come back from positions that you didn't even know were possible with black and green cards.
They're not dead until they're dead.
Yeah.
Oh. But a miscalculation stopping the Nighthawk Scavenger. Another way that Nick could possibly get back into the game. There's a Dothy Voidwalker, which is pretty annoying, pretty powerful magic card, but not really what you're looking for here,
Basically, Matthew has all the tempo that he needs. He just needs to make sure that he can actually close the game out, and he's passing the turn here. That's actually a big shift in the pace of the game.
Yeah, that is one issue that comes with the decks where you're like, I play Swiftspear, but I also have some reactive cards, is that occasionally you have these reactive cards that you can't really do anything with, and therefore your Swiftspear is not attacking. Like, that card's infinitely more threatening with Ponders, Lightning Bolts, all that jazz. And so if Matthew is just kind of sitting on reactive magic, then he might be in trouble.
Yeah,
Because there's a Thrag.
I don't even know if he's on reactive magic because we just saw Thragtusk hit play.
Oh my god. Okay.
Okay. So we can see the issue. It looks like Matthew is probably stuck on blue and red mana and no white.
There's that Field of Ruin, not the most ideal fixing.
I'm surprised if the issue is that Matthew's stuck on white, why he wouldn't have Field of Ruined at the end of Nick's turn. But we'll see. Wow, and because of the life gain swing from the Thragtusk, Nick actually gets to start attacking here, and Matthew's at 4. This game turned around really fast.
Not blocking with the Swift Spear. Another thing, it could be like a chain of pump spells, right? Maybe not worth attacking with the Swift Spear into a Thragtusk that is almost certainly going to block. But they're just making sure that the void counters are placed on the appropriate cards. But like theoretically, shields are down. It seems weird to say, and now it seems really weird to say because the game's over. But
yeah, it just seems like Matthew didn't have the tools to get there. Not exactly sure what he was working with, but it was nothing good.
Yeah. Let's very quickly take a look at Matthew's list here, the Jeskai Tempo list. We've got some of the... Okay, it's more... Well, labels are so blasé nowadays because it's got some cards like Mantis Rider and Lightning Angel that are iconic Jeskai cards, but were mostly found in like the mid-range list. So maybe, or the older control. So we have some white cards that allow to beat vroom zoom but block. We got a Thermo Alchemist in here. Hold on,
Ben, you're missing the good stuff. You see that Brineborn Cutthroat?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Now that's a card.
That's the moneymaker right here.
I think this list is maybe only like 5 to 10 cards off of a traditional Jeskai midrange list. Realistically.
Wait a minute.
What?
Oh no, Matthew is on the stifle. It's just
did.
we were talking about stifles. And well, there's a trick bind. If this doesn't tell you how this man feels about
activated abilities,
he hates them so much.
What about is there a Squelch in the list?
No, we didn't go that deep. It looks like they are getting ready for their
so we'll move back to the feature match here, and we'll see if Matthew can make a 2-0 comeback.
Oh, that was on the wrong side. That was Matthew winning that match. See, the Rock is so good at crawling back, even my brain was like, surely Nick lost it.
Let's see if they keep their 7s here. Matthew's mulliganing. The Rock is full of intrinsic card advantage in its permanents, as well as the spells it casts. And so mulliganing is actually really deadly against the Rock because everything they do is like a 2 or 3 for 1.
It's such a slog fighting against. And I mean, maybe you saw this, but if you had to guess, how many Planeswalkers do you think Nick is on?
It's probably like 5 to 8 or something.
Okay, and that's a lot. Five Planeswalkers is already a pretty large.
It's a lot for Canadian Highlander.
Mm-hmm. So in classic Allison fashion, the list that Nick is playing is on 9 Planeswalkers.
Oh, that's so sick. Oh wow, we see a Sorin Markov.
Yeah, there's a Sorin Markov in this list.
How many Garricks? 2. Yeah.
No Wild Speaker.
Wild Speaker's old news.
All right.
All right. Looks like our players have kept. So Matthew's on a mulligan to 6.
If Matthew can get something on the board, I mean, Swift Spear is fast, but we're looking for something that's a bit more permanent. Like I think Matthew's kind of looking for a Ledger Shredder, Thing in the Ice, even something that can grow bigger, even while you're casting, miscalculations and dazes and whatnot.
Yeah, Swift Spear is good, but it definitely can't close the game out by itself on average. So you definitely do need a threat that sticks around, and a wild growth from Nick here. The cool thing about the Rock is that because of the way it is, you don't really have to sort of follow your traditional roles when it comes to your archetype. You kind of just play whatever you want based on what you expect to see, and wild growth and the like are just good.
They ramp and they don't die to Fork Bolt.
Yeah. Like, I think the only one mana creatures you play are like birds and ignoble hierarch, it looks like. Yeah. And that makes sense because they're the only ones that produce both green and black.
Allison is still not on Deathrite Shaman. I can't. I mean, I can believe it, but I really. Oh.
That one's a little strange to me, but I do love me a Deathrite Shaman. So
I will say this. She has stuck to the no Deathrite plan for a decade now, and while I don't agree with it, I at least respect it.
Yeah, absolutely. Matthew getting a Jeskai Triome here. Raugrin Triome, I believe it's called.
Oh,
yeah.
Got it in one.
Nailed it. Oh, and we see exactly what Ben was talking about. The Ledger Shredder is going to be a big problem for Nick later in the game. The Rock generally has pretty good ways of dealing with just singleton creatures like the Shredder, so I wouldn't be surprised if Nick is able to remove it pretty quickly, but we'll see what he opts with. Just a Kitchen Finks.
Oh, this is bringing me back, because this is a matchup from like 2015. Jeskai mid-rangey stuff. Kitchen Finks.
Oh, I miss Kitchen Finks. You don't see it anymore.
No.
You never see Finks. It's always like Night of Autumn now or whatever. Yeah, it's like Night of Autumn's obviously incredible, but like, sometimes I love me a Finks.
Back in my day, if you wanted to play Night of Autumn, you had to play 3 different cards. And we were okay with it.
Okay, so oh wow, Faithless Looting.
Not having the second follow-up spell for the Ledger, though. The Shredder. He's the Shredder. The Ledgers are what you can.
He's getting the 4 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. He's Shredder. I'm surprised that Matthew doesn't have a spell there. I don't know what he could have. It's probably a counterspell. Oh, wow.
Nick finds a Mox Emerald and manages to play out the Thragtusk. Did you see how he threw down that emerald? Just like, yeah, I'll take it. Whatever. Yeah, he just throws it on the table.
The old turn 3, toss your emerald at them Thragtusk maneuver.
Highlander players be like, no, it's okay. It's CE. It's only $800 or what?
Look, it's only a CE recall,
yeah.
Okay?
This is how we cope with not being able to buy a house in the city.
Instead of buying property in Victoria, you just buy CE power.
Yeah. Could have bought real estate when I was younger. Bought some collector's edition instead.
Moved anywhere else and they don't want it. Yeah. Okay, so we're obviously seeing this Thragtusk. Wait, what?
Oh, it's because it's the second spell. Because the Mox into the Thragtusk triggers the Ledger Shredder. So Matthew,
yeah.
And that's a prohibit getting discarded. So there has to be another counterspell. Yeah, it's
just a straight up counterspell.
Yeah, you can't let that Thragtusk hit. And now the Ledger Shredder, if it wants to,
it's actually a big problem.
Yeah. It checks the Finks, and that's a Mystic Sanctuary putting a counterspell on top. So this is kind of hilarious because double spelling is usually how these clunkier decks, like, they try to get some mana, and then if they can double spell through counters. But that doesn't really work out with Ledger Shredder.
Yeah, Nick does have some big plays that he could go for, but it's interesting because he's kind of squeezed between playing 2 spells for the Ledger Shredder or playing 1 big spell that can get counterspelled by a single counterspell from Matthew. So Pernicious Deed here, interesting. We got an Ionize.
Oh.
Wow, that's gonna hit big.
Yeah, that right there. That's another Matthew. I think of Matthew and Greg when I think of Ionize.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we know that Matthew's drawing a counterspell here. Nick knows it as well, so we're gonna have to see how he plays around it. I really like Matthew's decision not to attack here. I think it's very tempting to try to get damage in, but as we've seen, the rock can turn the corner quite quickly. So,
of course, Nick fetches and then immediately waits. Okay, just in case there's a stifle. Consider.
Nick just knows that the stifle might be coming.
Yeah, just gotta make sure. Just in case.
Oh.
Is this a trick bind? Oh. Oh no, it's a... Nick is just casting...
Oh, he's casting a 1-mana spell.
Oh,
maybe
I
a
see.
removal spell.
I see. Kind of like throwing your mocks on the table. Nick just throws the sorcery into the graveyard, a power move, trying to get Matthew to not counter it. You're like,
this is a pen trick.
Yeah, what's stack? Yeah, this bird. So now this bird's big enough that it can race.
Yeah, this is definitely where you want to be attacking now. And now that you get to Vendilion Click, Nick, you know that you're oh wow. We see Damnation, Reclamation Stage, and
Bloodstained Mire.
Bloodstained Mire, yeah. So I think Matthew has to take the Damnation here. If Nick doesn't draw anything, he's in hot water.
That looks to be an Obstinate Baloth.
That's actually relevant.
Keeps up the pressure, keeps up the life gain. It turns out that these like anti-aggro cards from like a decade ago are still they're still good. It's just usually decks only play 1 or 2, you know, if they want that silver bullet, or they just, you know, they go like, well, I'm losing to Bird anyways. Scavenging Ooze might do it. Or,
yeah,
you know, GT might do it. But the Rock still plays like you got slots to fill.
The Rock is just built in a way where you're designed to get to 5 or 6 mana, so you can play these, you know, big idiot 4/4s for 4.
If you thought this was a 1 Thrag Tusk deck, you were wrong.
Oh, I've definitely been on the receiving end of the Thrag Tusk into rebuying my Thrag Tusk, casting it again maneuver.
Yeah,
absolutely classic. And this Baloth turns the tide back in Nick's favor. I still think Matthew might be a little favored because he doesn't have to attack with the Ledger Shredder if he doesn't want to. And that stymies the attack from Nick.
Yeah, as long as he protects the bird, and he can just kind of chunk away with this Gleek a couple of turns if he really wants to. I don't think unless Nick has recursion, and is looking to force, you know, the issue. It's unlikely that just attacking into this bird that could potentially kill off the Obstinate Baloth for nothing is the game plan we're going to be seeing here.
Yeah, absolutely. Nick does have quite a lot of draws to bigger threats, but we know right now that the hand only contains a Reclamation Stage and a Bloodstained Mire, and Matthew's aware of that as well, so he just gets to kind of attack with impunity here, and if he draws a counterspell at any point, he's probably pretty set to take this game too. But we'll see. He doesn't have any cards in hand.
Oh, that's bad news.
Yeah. Okay, he's flashing back Faithless Looting.
This is one of the issues about a deck kind of in this realm, is that you have the beep beep go fast, but you also have kind of a more mid-range game plan. And so sometimes you'll get the lands you need to cast your mid-range threats, but then you're just stuck casting a Faithless Looting. Mind you, this one found a thing in the ice, which...
Yeah, the looting wasn't necessarily that bad for Matthew, but it wasn't super good. This is a big window for Nick, and this is a huge draw step.
I just show me a Sorin Markov. Oh, okay, I'll take a Nighthawk Scavenger.
Yeah, that's actually a really good draw. It's definitely not the best in his deck. He obviously would have preferred to draw like some big Planeswalker or what have you, but it's definitely not a land.
And I will say this, before anybody asks in chat, Nick has both a Yavimaya and an Urborg. So that tapped Polluted Delta is A-OK. Paranudrox, I don't think Matthew has the hand to the side because the Ledger Shredder connive just kind of dumped the mana leak. There's a monkey.
Yeah, this is the weakness of Ragavan. There's just no way this is ever really gonna matter.
How do you feel, if you're Matthew, how do you feel about maybe holding the Ragavan? Like, how much is it doing here?
I actually like holding it a lot. It's a small chance, but you might draw Brainstorm. And that I think that's reason enough. Like, there's no way that this 2-1 matters on your side of the board. Or if it would matter, I think it's pretty, the chance is pretty small. So I would keep it in hand here.
Yeah, even if it's, Matthew can cast everything in the deck, basically. But the double spell, maybe, if for whatever reason Nick decides to Wrath,
Well,
Rock players do some interesting things.
well, and it's actually better. I think it's better in hand because if Nick thought seizes you, you would much rather discard a Ragavan than discard like a relevant counter spell later in the game, right? So keeping the card in hand actually makes it so that Nick has to have some consideration for what your card actually could be, and that might entice him to use a discard spell, which later would potentially enable something that you drew.
For sure. So Matthew, Serum Visions, draws the random card and puts 2 lands to the bottom. One of them was Caracas, but not really doing that much here, although it could, it's a little slow, but looping the Vendilion Clique is kind of hot. Just passes back. Plays out a Windswept Heath, and
Oh, baby!
let's go! Come on,
We're
come
seeing
on!
it.
Soren Markov hit the table. Oh, come on!
Amazing.
Yes. Yes. Well, I'm gonna need a LaCroix after this.
Peach Pear, it's S tier.
Oh.
Someone in chat asked if Nick is on Meat Hook. Nick is on a list from like 2016.
Now, to be fair, Allison has added some updates. We have Workshop, War Chief, and Namada.
Okay.
But honestly, even if it is Canlander, there's, Meat Hook Massacre is so expensive. It's so hard to find. So there's no Meat Hook, but the actual factual Soren, has come down and is able to take out the Vendilion Clique and kind of forces Matthew into a spot where he has to realistically block the Nighthawk Scavenger with his Ledger Shredder. And now, untapping with Soren Markov. That's so scary.
I hate to see it like this because I'd love to see a game 3, but I think it's pretty dire for Matthew here. I think he has to have like two or 3 spells. If he has 3 spells here, probably okay. But other than that, it's going to be pretty tough to come back.
Yeah, if we can somehow, that's not one of the ways to find it, but if we can somehow get this Thing of the Ice to flip, it's not great.
Yeah,
but we could set up to flip Thing, and
if he flips the Thing and attacks the Soren, he actually has outside chances to come back.
It doesn't even kill Soren. Soren's at 8 loyalty now.
Oh wow. So he casts a Spell Queller, which is good because if he does get to flip the Thing, then he can kill the Soren. So Nick knows for sure that Matthew doesn't have any like sorcery speed spells in hand, cantrips.
Oh. Idiot Bird coming down. We can at least do some blocking here. Try to not die.
I mean, if you're in this position, it's
you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. It's hard to imagine winning, but you do keep playing because it's still possible.
Matthew rarely quits.
Yeah, and I think that's totally fine. Like I'd say that I don't really often quit. Oh, memory lapse.
Yeah, memory lapse that Rex Sage. But yeah, the Spellcore had to hit the table to keep this Soren off of mind slavering.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
And, wow, Nick takes that with Soren Markov. You saw it here first, folks.
That's
it's
incredible.
It's a 6-mana Planeswalker from like 2010 or something.
No,
2012.
I'm pretty sure. Oh, Zendikar.
Oh
OG
yeah,
Zendikar.
that's right. Yeah.
Oh my
from
god.
Like 2008.
So let's actually with that match down, let's take a look at the list that Nick has been playing. So this is the black-green rock list that Nick was playing. This was Allison's deck list. It literally is Allison's deck.
Yeah.
As you can see, 9 planeswalkers, whole bunch of creatures and no death rate, and rocking a point spread. Oh, there's no demonic tutor. Where'd you go?
You don't need it.
What? Where the demonic? What am I missing? What are the points? Because we have
Mox Jet, Mox Emerald.
Oh, there's
Soul
a
Ring.
soul ring.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize this was a soul ring. Because it has art that doesn't exist yet. Great.
Hey, Wheeler, have you seen the Caracas?
This one?
Oh, yeah.
I haven't seen that one because I don't know.
No, I just mean Caracas in this deck. This black-green deck just playing a Caracas.
Oh, well, Allison was
love
on
it. I love
murmuring.
it.
Allison was on murmuring Bosk before. So, I mean, this is. Yeah.
It's the poor man's Into the Triumph.
It casts your kitchen finks. It's hard to. I mean, you know, you
Yeah.
can't beat that. Yeah, this list. I mean, look, we're making jokes. We're having a giggle.
Sure.
A lot of these cards have remained unchanged for some time.
But you know what? Its name is the Rock because it's solid.
It keeps cooking.
Yeah, it's never like a terrible choice. Like it always has game against basically every archetype in the room. And I mean, if you're familiar and skilled with the archetype, then you're gonna get a lot of W's.
Wow. Yeah, I think I've seen Allison play play a deck that wasn't the Rock once, and it was a blue-red tempo deck.
I don't even want to know.
It was the thing, but this is the old faithful. This is, yeah, God. And we haven't seen, actually, it's funny, we were talking to people about, you know, the decks in the room, and how it feels like it would be a nightmare for very traditional combo, just because we have, you know, tempo, we've got some death and taxes lists, all that, and so we're seeing, like, there's a bunch of creatures running around.
Yeah,
is what I'm getting at. We have some control decks too, but the combo decks that do exist right now in the room, the Spellseeker combo or whatever, or maybe even the more dedicated lands decks, they can keep those control decks in check. If this is all, if the matchup lottery goes, you know, properly or whatever. So that just leaves Nick at a spot where he's just like, oh, creatures, huh? I'm gonna gain like that last game. He gained what?
12 life.
12 life.
Yeah, 12 whole life. Kelvin in the chat said it first. That's a lot of life.
That's so
It's
much
a lot of
life.
It's hard to break through that if you're a tempo deck, right?
Let's see. Do you mind rocking the commentary real quick as I go see if we can maybe scrounge up another match? We might. I have no concept of time in here, but maybe we could find ourselves a match that's going to a game 3 and get it up on camera. If not, that's okay. We got some stuff that we can give away.
Ooh. And welcome back to the commentary booth with Trent. I am streaming from Northern Ireland. I'm this is where I am. Welcome back to me. This the stream's been going so well, and I'm thankful for everyone here. Ben's just looking for a match basically right now. So yeah, beautiful air. Oh god, it's so gorgeous. I wish I could see it, but I'm stuck in this closet. So, and Chris, if you're watching, either now or you're watching the YouTube VOD, haven't said it enough, but we love you and we miss you, and we're really excited to see you come back. Yeah, I'm supposed to keep everyone entertained. You like the Lenore deck in the background? Yeah, it is in fact Lenore. We don't really know what's going on here. This is actually basically a closet. We're not joking. It's like actually a closet. Entertain us, monkey. Ben's just looking for the next match to showcase, so I'm just here in the booth. He passed me a nice peach pear LaCroix. If you've ever had LaCroix, peach pear is S tier. It's the best LaCroix flavor on the market. Do I know who's undefeated? So a match earlier that we were watching, Dan. I know that he's undefeated. I believe there may be one or two other players. I know that Dan drew with Kevin. We watched Kevin earlier as well. He was the 4-color aristocrats player. So once the round is over, we'll give you a quick top 8 standing. But yeah. I'm not sure who else exactly is undefeated, but oh yeah, LaCroix is just flavored soda water. It's very lightly flavored. What Highlander decks do I favor? Okay, so I am actually Cradle Hoof player. I've been playing Cradle Hoof for like 6 or 7 years. So we're in round 5. Right now, Ben is looking for a match that we can look at. The Hoof Master, yeah. I at some point, it's possible that I was one of the best Cradle Hoof players in the world, but it's been a while, and I didn't really want to change with the times. I'm a green-red Cradle Hoof diehard. So I didn't want to move to like green white or something like that, which I think is probably better at this stage based on sort of how the format's shaken out over the years. But yeah, I love Hoof. Cradle Hoof is my jam. I played it essentially exclusively for quite a long time. When I moved to Victoria, I was pretty young, so I didn't have a ton of money. So yeah, how have I been liking Seeker Walk? So Seeker Walk is actually it's basically like Crater Hoof, but you actually get to play like a combo that kills people without having to have a ton of creatures in play. So I really like it because you're still playing mana elves and you're still playing green creatures, which are sort of what I prefer. But you also actually have like a powerful thing that you're doing that isn't getting totally disrupted, and you can win games where you don't have creatures in play and you're hitting land drops, whereas like with Hoof a lot of the time you can't do that. Lo Shan got my first lander win after getting a thorough hoof lesson from Sensei Trent. Yeah, I love Hoof, and I love talking about it. So, and yeah, I did play Hoof in the top 8 as well. Mike he him, thanks for saying that you enjoyed my budget discussion I did on Twitch last year. I've been thinking of doing a couple of more of those, just looking at deck lists and seeing what you can make for as little as possible, especially with proxies. Opposition Hoof, yeah, I haven't tried it yet, but I'm like I said, I'm I'm a diehard for green red, even if it's not necessarily that good.
Trent and I have some good news.
Yeah, what's the good news?
We have another match that we can show.
Ooh.
And this is featuring one deck that we've seen, one deck that we haven't seen, but two masters of the craft.
Absolute masters.
Two absolute diehards of the craft, if I may say so myself. So do you want to watch that match?
Oh, get me in.
All right. We are going to watch... Oh, give the camera a second. We're going to be watching Greg on Red Deck Wins and Jack on Death and Taxes.
And speaking to what Ben said, Greg and Jack are just both masters of their archetypes. Greg has been playing Red Deck Wins since, I believe, the dawn of time.
Yeah.
And I've only known Jack for a little while, but I know that he loves some Death and Taxes. I'm pretty sure he plays it in all formats.
Thank you.
We're just telling the players they can start. And yeah, the camera, it's a 2004 vintage. It is what it is.
I don't know. Well, this is a very fancy camera. I don't actually know what happened. I could try to refresh it. But it also might just smooth out in a second here.
Yeah, we'll give it some time to potentially smooth out here. And
hey, how you doing? See you in a bit. That should help it out a bit. Death and Taxes versus Mono Red. This is game 3, I should actually say. So this is game 3. Jack on Mono White, Greg on Mono Red. We've got a Falcon Rat. We got a Jackal Pup.
yeah,
Or kinda. A
the
Savannah
Falcon
Lions.
Rasgorger.
Yeah, the George and Viashino Pyromancer. While Jack has a turn 1 Aether Vial.
And turn 1 Aether Vial is just where you want to be.
Yeah, it's Death and Taxes versus Mono Red. It's a matchup where you always assume each player is just like, oh, I don't know about the other one. You know? Like the red player, well, here's one of the reasons why. Umezawa's Jite hitting the table. Usually the red players are like, well, they have life gain, they have Jite, they have pro red creatures. And then the mono white players are like, oh, they burn all my relevant cards. And Bone Crusher Giant exists now. And...
Yeah. So they actually get 2-for-1s.
Mm-hmm.
This Jete is a really, really, really big, important piece of this game. It tells Greg exactly what he needs to know and how he needs to navigate this game to get the win. Because if that Jete ever gets counters on it, it's extremely hard for him to push through.
And the Wasteland, oh, love it. Wasteland gets to take out that Horizon Canopy, I believe. So now Jack doesn't have the mana unless he has a land in hand to pay the equip cost. Jack ended turn, activated the Aether Vial, and then just didn't put anything into play.
That's just clean, smart play. Yeah.
You love to see it. And then Vial's out, I believe, a Cathar Commando?
Yes.
Jack's list is going to be difficult to ascertain every individual card because, well, the man has one of the most
foiled out
tricked
decks.
out,
Yeah.
foiled out, like beautiful decks. Everything's foil and signed where it can be, or expedition. The lists will be published after the event. Yep.
Yeah, if Greg has a burn spell here, which he for sure does, he's just doing the math. He's deciding whether or not to burn the commando or to burn Jack, because if he could burn Jack and then attack, he can kill Jack before the Umezawa's trigger. Umezawa's Jete triggers go on the stack. Interesting that Greg decides to lightning bolt the Cathar Commando instead of play with firing it, so he can get the scry off of play with fire.
So he's cutting the 1 damage just for that scry. But that scry could make or break it, right? Like red is one of those lists where again you don't play that many lands, but when you can start double spelling, it's extremely dangerous. Or once you start hitting those heavier spells too, like your incinerates, your fire blasts, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. You do ideally want to be on at least 3, maybe 4 land stops. And I actually love that play because it's very likely that Greg has spells in hand that require a land, and that spell might win him the game.
That's a Shadow Spear. This is a bit of an issue. In the sense that it's not a creature. But there's the Aether Vial on 3.
So Greg's going to incinerate down Jack down to 2. So Jack has to have something pretty special to come back from this.
Is that a ball lightning? Oh my god, it's a ball lightning. Oh my god, Greg's up.
He's on ball lightning?
That's got to be a ball lightning.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a royal eruption.
Yeah,
it's a ball lightning. Ball lightning. Oh my god.
Oh wow.
Doing it for Chris.
It looks like Jack kept a hand that leaned on Aether Vial a little heavily and had Jete, and it just didn't pan out.
Yeah.
But Greg played that very well, and wow, ball lightning. I wish we would have been able to see it. I wish he would have drawn that land. But,
Red is so... He's talking about it too. He's like, yeah. I went for the 2. I wanted to scry to get the ball lightning. Wow.
I think one of the coolest things about Highlander is usually you talk with your opponent afterwards. And
Yeah.
you don't see that in some formats, especially more competitive formats that I've played. And in some comp tournaments, you just leave.
Yep.
But in Highlander, you're always interested to see what your opponent's up to. We do a points check at the beginning of the tournament, so you get to kind of see what at least one of your opponents is up to.
Yeah, and that's a constant, even if players are like, even for like the 1Ks or the higher prize, like even when we did like events for winner gets a dual land, or winner gets into the year-end qualifier, like with genuine stakes on the line. I'm going to come back to the commentary booth. Wheeler and Trenton in I don't know, the Sulphur Springs. Even if there's big money on the line, or the glory, the most important trophy, the glory.
Yeah.
People just want to talk about the list. They want to they're like, oh, I've built mono red, but I'm still kind of shaky on some cards. What do you think about this? Or how have you liked that? Or, they talk about the matchup, and that's great. It makes it more, makes it more of a community experience, I think.
We talk about Highlander, Canadian Highlander being the Brewer's Paradise format, and it's true in all aspects of being a brewer, but also it leaks into people who are more competitive, because the nature of 100 card singleton means that we don't get to see every type of board state. We don't get to stress test cards in the same way that you would do in a 60 card 4 card limit format. And so even people who aren't necessarily that talkative will still want to talk about what they're doing, because they might want the competitive advantage of knowing sort of what cards have been doing, right?
Yeah. I want to open up. It's great. It's great for loudmouths like me, but it's also great for there's not a format where you get dumpstered and then go, wow, I want to play that, like, more than
Canlander. You never sign up for your like a standard league or something and look at a deck and go like, oh yeah, I want to play that. Like, it doesn't really happen, but in this format it happens all the time. And because the card choice is for a lot of people, it's really personal. You'll see so much diversity in cards that you'll see cards you didn't even know existed. Like, I didn't know Thought Lash existed before Jake cast against me, and I was playing Hoof, and I was like, cool, I can't beat that.
Well, Pat, you've never heard me say, wow, I want to play that a lot, because usually you're playing bad versions of what I'm playing, or you're just playing bad decks.
You missed earlier. Pat said when Noel lost to Sasha,
Yeah.
he went like, oh, a deck I designed beat a deck you designed.
Oh, no!
What are the chances?
Wow. Sorry, there's just so many of them. I got more. I have as many deck lists as like a traditional Catholic family as kids. It's hard to lose. I send them off to college. What they do there is none of my business. But speaking of business, we're in the business of giving away stuff.
We are in the business of giving away.
Do you want to? What time is it? We got 30.
It's 3:36. I've been awake since 6 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on my first LaCroix of probably 20.
It drives me to drink LaCroix.
Oh man. Let's say we give chat until like
4. We could do 4:05.
Sure, yeah, we could do 4 o'clock.
Because we can 4 o'clock.
Wait.
I wanted to do a giveaway now.
Oh, sorry. So you mean 3:05? Or
3:35? I've been awake since 6.
3:45. Oh god. Okay.
Okay. Hold on.
3:45.
Quarter to 4.
Yeah, quarter to 4.
Quarter to 4.
45 past 3. 15 before 4. 3:45 PST. We'll be giving away some stuff if you've donated.
Yeah.
If you've donated any amount of money at all throughout the entire day, you're entered into the draw automatically. We'll announce the winner, and all you have to do is give us your mailing address. We'll mail it to you anywhere in the world. We'll figure that out, and we really appreciate it. All the donations help, and like we said, doesn't matter the amount of money. We just want to get sick cards out to you and, raise money for our buddy.
Oh my god, did I finally get it fixed? Hold on.
Trent, do you need to say anything before we announce the top 8?
If we could get the standings, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Did I get it? Jesus, how did we got the bots to work? That's a good sign.
The robots have joined us once again.
Because we got the bots to work, do you mind if I see that pile of cards? I think there's a couple of cards. I have an idea for this next giveaway.
Do you need more cards?
This, I feel like this is a good.
Oh, that's
package.
a great package.
We can hold on. We could do this, and then do you want to do this for the next one? 3 cards that you can't really read.
3 cards you can't really read. Yeah, I'm into it.
Okay. We do need to save some of these for what do we have for top 8? We're good. We could do this, and then this for the giveaways, and then we can
do
put
that
this
for
plus
top 8.
others plus all the packs and all that. We'll figure it out. Or we can let's throw that there because this is pricey.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Here's a giveaway. You said bots.
Oh my god.
Some amount of time ago you said bots. And that had me thinking.
Some amount of time ago.
Now, we're going to do this giveaway. All you have to do is you have to have donated.
Any amount.
I think the minimum is like $5, but 5 or 50 or 500 doesn't matter. We really like the 500 though, because all these proceeds go to Chris and his family, and we want to say thank you.
Yeah, and $5 is the price of one Ko-Fi.
Ko-Fi, yep. And we've already raised over $4,000 for Chris and his family.
Wow.
That's huge. That is, I mean, round of applause to everybody at home here. Of course, all the people involved with the tournament that donated the prizes and all that. This is huge. I mean, the guy has been in the hospital for a long time.
Yes.
And as somebody that had been in the hospital for a good amount of time, but not that was hell.
Yeah.
So I can only imagine. And so this is huge. Like the fact that we have this tournament together, that we have such support for the format, that we have such support for Chris and the family, that means a lot. That's huge.
It's incredible. And,
incredible.
We want to thank every single viewer and everyone that's donated. It blows us away. I thought $1,000 was what we were aiming for, and we've just absolutely smoked that. And like I said again, and I'll keep saying it all day. The Highlander community, the Canadian Highlander community, it's the best around.
We didn't account for the Canlander advantage for the top tier. It's just we didn't.
The can advantage.
The can vantage.
The can vantage.
Yeah. We didn't accommodate for Canadian hospitality either. So here's this giveaway. Because this is Highlander. We can get a little degenerate with what we do. For the next giveaway.
Oh, it's so sweaty in here.
Yeah, it's gross.
Yeah, it's really,
Thank you, Nelson.
It's really sweaty.
Actually, give me that crucible, if that's okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
For the next giveaway, we have a painter's servant. It's a robot. This card is skyrocketed. It's now legal in Commander. And it's always legal in Canlander. Underrated. We have... But what do you need with a painter's servant?
Grindstone.
We have a grindstone.
There it is.
Would you look at that? We have painter grindstone.
I like how you checked to make sure it was the grindstone.
Well, I wanted to, I didn't know if it was English or not. And we have a Crucible of Worlds.
This is the perfect pack.
All legal in Commander.
If you're a robot, donate.
This is great. You have, and I'll throw this in, you have my official Commander Advisory Group stamp of approval to grindstone people into the dirt. To grindstone people in the dirt. So this is our robot package. one artifact creature.
The robot package.
And we got 2 minutes. All you got to do is donate.
Yep.
We got 2 more minutes.
3:45 it closes. You got a couple minutes. If you've already donated, you're already entered. But if you want to donate more, that's your prerogative.
What color would be named? Oh god, what color do you name on Painter Servant nowadays?
Probably still like blue or red, right?
Red. Gotta
Red?
be red, right?
Gotta be red.
Gotta be red.
Gotta be
Nelson
red.
agrees. It's gotta be red.
Who do you want up from these characters?
We wanted 2.
You each need one.
Sorry.
It's 1v8.
Yeah.
Is Connor back?
Not yet.
Connor's right there.
Yes, he is. He is back right this second. He wasn't when I just announced that.
Let's have
Oh, okay.
Connor's match.
Sure.
I can't believe I'm doing this. We're putting moons over my hammy on stream. People, I can't. Do you know how many people like moons over my hammy? I still get it brought. It still gets brought up.
It's a good tech name.
Yeah,
Built on my table.
yeah. So we're gonna have. We have our top 8. Actually, we should probably.
We're gonna have Dan King playing D&T. We saw him earlier, and then we're gonna have him playing against a literal sandwich, an actual ham sandwich, 2 pieces of bread, ham, mayo, mustard, no lettuce, just like your mom used to make.
And moon.
And moon.
Gotta have moon.
Yeah, there's an egg on there too.
So we're gonna get that in just a second here. But we have to let's read off the top 8 real quick.
We'll read off the top 8, then we'll do the announcement for the winner.
The standings are: in first we have Dan King on Death and Taxes.
Boom.
Second place we have Kevin Bosta on 4-Color Aristocrats.
Yep. Got him.
Third place we got Mike on Dark Bant Lands Mid
Dark
Range.
Bant, yeah.
Fourth place we have Nick on The Rock.
Oh,
Fifth place we have Sasha on 4-Color Spellseeker combo.
love it.
Sixth place we have Jacob on the Enchantress Lands combo.
You love to see it.
Seventh place we have Thomas on Spellseeker combo.
Ooh,
Somehow
Thomas had a comeback. Wow.
Gotta be an error somewhere. And at 8th place we have Connor on Blue Moon, aka Moons Over My Hammy. And now let's give away this card.
Trevor. Oh, wow.
Sorry, I had Connor and Trenton. I don't even know where the V was.
Look, we're basically melding into the same person at this point, so it's okay.
I don't know if it's okay. I've known you for a decade. I probably should know your name. Can I get a drum roll, please?
Oh, I'll get you a patented drum roll. Are we ready?
No.
Okay, we're not ready.
We'll be ready in a hot second. Come here. Me or
Anyone. The standings are wrong.
oh, the standings are wrong.
Standings are wrong.
Where's
It
Nelson?
might affect matchups.
Where's
okay.
Nelly? Where's
I
Nelly?
told him. that
Okay.
was, like, I don't know.
Update.
If I might have to repair because my the breakers are gonna change. I think.
Ooh, we have an
Change
announcement.
The top 8, but it'll change.
Oh,
it might
what?
change
Oh,
matchups.
won't change
Oh.
the top 8. Okay.
It'll just
okay.
change like matchups within the top 8.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So we're still gonna get Connor no matter what. The top 8 is changed.
Yeah.
We're still gonna have
We're still
moons
gonna
over
have-
my hammy. Don't you worry.
Just had a beer at the bar.
Who just had a beer at a bar. We were looking for him for last round. Couldn't find him because they said he was going to get a beer. And I was like, oh yeah, okay, he dropped. But no, he's just freshening up for top 8.
Oh, our together name, if we molded, would melded together, would Trentjamin McWheeler.
Trenjamin McWheeler.
Yeah, check it out. Trenjamin McWheeler.
Oh, Jesus.
Wow.
All right. Can I get a very reasonably paced
Okay,
drum
reasonably
roll?
placed drum roll. Okay, we got 1, we got 2.
I don't even know if this is a drum roll. This is just kind of, okay. Ooh, now we're talking. The winner of our robots package is David Rick.
David Rick!
David Rick, or DR.
Oh, classic DR.
To fuel, hey! Fucking let's. Oh, wait.
Hey!
a long day. It's been a long day. Congratulations.
Absolutely. Congratulations.
God, it's so much easier when you know some people. Hey.
Matchups are the same. It just flipped 4 and 5.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Thank you, Tyler.
Thank you.
So the matchups
really
are the
appreciate
same.
it.
We're still going to see the moons over my hammy. Congratulations to Fool. You have won the robot package.
The robot package. Beep boop.
Error. My opponent had solitude. So congratulations, you got the robots.
Error. My opponent had anything.
My opponent still had all these. So let's. I got a hold of you. This will be easy to resolve. We still have the big ones to give away. We still have the Mana Crypt, and we still have the Infernal. Nope. Second time. Imperial Seal. We still got the Judge Mana Crypt and the Judge Imperial Seal to give away. We're going to give away the Mana Crypts. And we got some other stuff.
Yeah,
but
we got some other stuff. Yeah.
We'll be giving those away once we, start progressing to the top 8. But we're going to take a very quick break to make sure everything is set up, to make sure everything is Gucci.
And then we'll be back
Nope.
with the quarterfinal match.
Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Don't miss it.
Welcome back, everybody, to Highlander for Chris, the charity tournament. We are in our the quarterfinals here. We've got our top 8 figured out. We are watching Dan King on Death and Taxes, and we've got Connor Ham on
Connor
Blue
Ham.
Moon, aka Moon's Over My Hammy.
They've got basically the same color sleeves, so this is going to be interesting.
Yep.
Dan's shown his mastery of death and taxes throughout this entire tournament.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Man knows how to turn a white creature sideways.
First seed going into the top 8. This matchup's pretty interesting actually because from Blue Moon's side, sometimes your moons are good and sometimes they're terrible. It just depends on the death and taxes draw.
Yeah, it's really weird. It's the kind of matchup where like your moon, you either want it on turn 3 and it's the best thing in the world. I mean, that's just kind of Blood Moon in general. Or you want it on like turn 8 to stop you from dying to a Mutavault or a Mishra's Factory, or lock them off any of the like Horizon lands, which can be so integral for the Death and Taxes deck, kind of keeping that card flow, you know?
The play draws matters a lot here, because if Dan can get his efficient creatures under Connor's suite of counter spells and removal spells, he's going to find himself in a good position. But Connor's deck is more controlling than the blue-red decks that we've seen before. So we'll just have to see how it plays out. I think it's pretty 50-50 here.
Yeah, Connor really likes... What are you doing? What are you doing? Leave it alone, you ape! Anywho. Oh, no. And you see why we've put ham on the name. So we've got... I don't even know what you were saying beforehand. Connor's deck is more controlling.
Yeah, it's more controlling than the blue-red decks that we've seen, because we
Mhm.
saw Jeskai tempo. And we also saw the really lean blue-red deck that Tyler was playing.
Connor's even his Blue Moon list is more controlling than other Blue Moon lists.
Mhm.
We've seen a lot of Blue Moon decks start playing more mid-rangey kind of cards, or like their curve is a bit trimmed. They're not on every single counter spell, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like he's on Sweltering Suns, which is probably fine, but also just a Pyroclasm in 2022.
Yeah, he's also playing like Subterranean Tremors.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, his matchup against Dan is probably going to be a little bit better than your average Blue Moon list. Those sweepers really do go a long way.
Just starting off with some basics. Is that a Caracas? Oh no, it's a strip. Ooh, powerful. Oh, the Stifle.
I don't think he's playing
Connor is not playing Stifle. Interesting. I've actually seen there was kind of a joke where Robin was saying that Connor's deck is just his deck. Because Connor is the kind of he only plays 2 decks.
Yeah.
He knows what he likes. He just kind of locks into that. But I know that Robin and some of the other Blue Moon players have dabbled with Stifles.
Yeah.
Where it's just like helps Thoracle, helps the LD package. Ooh.
Oh.
Soltari Priest.
Wow.
Shadow protection from red.
And this is, like I said, it's just the mastery coming out. Dan picked Soltari Priest, said, you know what? I care about red.
This thing carries a GT like no one's business. Oh. And Solitude pitching Gideon. Damn.
Wow.
Dan means business.
I think
He
it's,
just-
I think it's very likely that Dan doesn't have more lands in hand. Because it's free to pitch the Gideon if you're probably never going to play it. And
Ooh,
Wasteland
never mind, there's a
cares.
Wasteland and a Leonin Arbor to follow up.
If Connor has a fetch land in hand, this is just so backbreaking.
It's so brutal.
Wow. We could see the game be over in a couple turns. Oh wow, Connor has the mountains, so
Blue Moon,
we will play on.
Blue Moon does play 19 basics.
Yeah.
That's a lot for a 2-color deck. And I don't think they play. I know some lists have been like lower on some fetches. You still want enough fetches for Mystic Sanctuary,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. Yeah.
But you might not want every single fetch because there you go, Mystic Sanctuary.
Yeah.
It does look like Connor is on He's on the Fabled Passage too. So yeah, who knows? Maybe this cat actually gets the business going. But Dan's got a bus to catch, dude. Oh,
Just tosses the mana leak on the table like, yeah, that's not happening.
I was so excited to see a Brimaz, but well, the Brimaz saw a mana leak, and that kind of put an end to that.
And Connor's on 8 here. he's got to put something together, otherwise he's not going to get there.
I'm taking a look, and outside of circumstances where, like, well, you know how you can maybe the priest blocks something and you bone crush a giant or whatever to get around the protection. Well, Shadow removes that. So the answers that Connor has, we got Jace, we have Dress Down,
Oh wow.
and I think Brazen Borrower, and that's it. Maybe Cryptic Command as well, and there's a Cyclonic Rift. So there are answers, but Connor's going to have a hard time finding them because the Leonin Arbiter is mucking the Eddie Tutors. Oh,
Mental misstep your Aether Vial. That's pretty funny.
sitting on this mental misstep that hasn't done anything, but it takes out this Aether Vial right here.
Yeah, the the really interesting thing about the Soltari Priest is it makes the Subterranean Tremors and the Sweltering Suns not even that good.
Yeah.
Like if he draws them. It's just gonna keep getting in there.
We are kind of looking at the game being a bit more locked down now. I mean, Connor's doing what he needs to do, which is, you know, there it is.
And he's right back in it. If we had an advantage bar, it would be going towards Connor's side. This is a huge play. Yeah, Dan really needed like a containment priest there to be able to kill the Jace, but now it's I actually think we're seeing Connor as a favorite, which is pretty impressive given the start.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what it's in Dan's hands.
I think I see a Swords to the Plowshares and potentially a Shadow Spear. I don't want to make the call on the Shadow Spear just yet. It is kind of dancing around. We might be able to take a gander at it. Swords and Path. If it is Swords and Path, that's a little bit of a doozy. Because Connor doesn't really need a creature to get this over with.
Well, and if Dan's on Swords and Path to exile, it means that he drew them after casting the Solitude, because there's no way that he cast the Solitude when he could have just Swords to Plowshare.
Yeah.
So
maybe the Path if he's worried about ramping the Blue Moon deck, but even then, like, dig through time here from Connor. Gonna let him find some things to either continue, you know, you'd like to use this Jace for things other than unsummon, if possible. And Dig might allow that. Like, if we're not finding, you know, something to deal with the priest that isn't Jace, we might be finding something to start pressuring Dan. Because this isn't great, but it also looks like that Dig Through Time was not great. We're seeing a miscalculation.
I like digging before activating the Jace here, because if you find one of your other answers, like Brazen Borrower, for example, you actually might want to start upticking your Jace. Because once you start upticking it and you're Fate Sealing, you know that your opponent has nothing relevant in hand. There's just no way. So this is going to be a quicker way to lock up the game. And I actually don't mind Fate Sealing here either. If you're at 9... it takes 5 turns for this priest to kill you. There's no way that that's happening before you draw you know, like either ways to kill your opponent or to handle it with the few answers you do have. So we have an Urza Saga.
That's pretty good if this game's going on for a couple more turns. I mean, it is.
Yeah.
but yeah, Urza Saga, pretty strong magic card. The Fate Seal from Connor opting to leave the priest in play. Dan can either crack in the Jace if he's worried. He can try to go and close out the game. I mean, Connor is at 9. 9's not nothing, but it is less than 10.
Yeah.
The starting life total of Magic the Gathering.
I really like attacking the Jace here. Just identifying that there's no way that you're
Connor has left the table to find a judge. The thing about Connor is that as Chad has pointed out, there's some sass between the players here. There's some
And Connor's
yeah,
left the table.
Connor's left the table, potentially going for another beer.
Gonna go catch a brewski.
Yeah. These players have known each other. We're quite a tight knit circle of folks here, and these players have known each other and played against each other for probably close to a decade.
Yeah.
Hi, Mom.
Oh, that's incredible. That's a good one, Dan.
See, we're not taking things too seriously here. I mean, it's all for a good cause. We
Well,
take
I mean,
that seriously.
If we were taking it seriously, we wouldn't be broadcasting from a shed.
That's true.
The literal closet.
Thankfully, though, I mean, look, we got a mini fridge that doesn't work or that's not plugged in. We got more commander decks than anyone could ever ask for.
Oh, wow. I am curious as to what Connor is asking about.
Well, that's the thing with Connor. It could be everything from just lightning bolt target players to a genuine issue.
It's probably related to the protection, I would imagine.
Mm-hmm. God, stomping around up there. Connor's back in his seat. He has unlocked the answer. I wonder if we can get figure out what exactly the judge call was.
Yeah, maybe we'll have to talk to Nelly about that.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was wondering if he could. It was pretty good for Connor. He was wondering if he could cycle nimble and counter getting bubble into play with her.
Oh.
Okay. Connor was. We have our man on the floor, Robin Sorensen, saying that Connor was double checking to see how a stifle would interact, specifically Nimble Obstructionist, with the final triggered ability of Urza Saga, tutoring up a 0 or 1 mana artifact.
Regardless of what's going on, Connor's in a commanding position.
Mm-hmm. I'm usually pretty happy if I get to untap with a Jason 2022.
Yeah, it's no Oko, but he'll do.
It's so wild to think, but there are like decks where I'm like, I'm not playing Jace. It's fine. It's whatever.
And back when we started, it's just like there's no way. It's like the first card in your blue deck.
Splashing blue for Jace.
I think I remember Brett playing like some sort of combo deck, but just played a Jace in it. Yeah, it's
I think
just
you
wild.
played it in Doomsday.
Yeah.
Which, like, I guess you can lab man, like if you have it in play, then you can lab man and deck yourself, or well, not deck yourself, but not wreck yourself. So there's a construct in here, and it looks as though Connor is going to Bone Crusher Giant the construct. Dan's decided to respond with a Path to Exile, looking to keep the Bone Crusher Giant from hitting the board.
Yeah, that's a heads up play. I mean, you're probably gonna end up having to Path to Exile the Bone Crusher anyways, so you might as well just Path to Exile your own creature, get the land.
If Connor, I didn't actually see if Connor tried to Fate Seal before doing this as well, but that could also be a way to shuffle up anything that he left on top.
Yeah. Yeah, Dan's not going to be able to shuffle after Fate Seals a whole lot. Just I don't even know if he plays any fetch lands. So,
No.
Yeah, that could be a heads up play as well.
So if you're Dan, what are we getting off this Urza Saga, assuming it happens?
You have to get something impactful. Most likely you're getting something that can make your threats consistent threats when you play them. I think it's okay to grab Skull Clamp. It might be Shadowsphere might be better. You don't really have a lot of like crazy options. Skull Clamp could be good, but I don't know if you necessarily want to start trying to get into a longer game. But that might just be where Dan thinks he is. He does have quite a lot of mana, So leveraging that mana with the Skull Clamp could be the ticket to victory. But we'll see. We'll see what he decides here.
Connor explaining to Dan the very judge question that was asked earlier about stifling the Urza Saga, preventing Dan from finding that 1-drop or the 0-drop.
I guess we'll never know.
We'll never know. Connor is at 5 though, so like we have the answer theoretically in this Jace to check the Sultari Priest, but now I'm a little like, I mean, I know Dan has swords in hand, and Connor has a bajillion cards.
Yeah, it's you could attack the Jace, you could not attack the Jace. It's honestly close to all the same. I still think I like attacking the Jace there, but it's pretty marginal. They're both pretty similar, I think.
Mm-hmm. How much reach do you really have in this deck?
That's the thing. Like the only sort of reach, quote unquote, that you have is playing flash threats at the end of your Connor's turn for surprise damage. So that could be a reason to actually attack the life total instead of the Jace.
So Dan played out the Sultari Priest, and Connor fired off with a remand, drawing a card off that remand, which just, puts the taxes on Dan. See how he likes it. And forces him to replay it. Connor doesn't actually have a counterspell or a good one for that. There's a miscalculation that gets cycled. So we are seeing the Priest back on the board. Again, Jace is here, and the Bolt taking care of that construct means that Jace can reliably downtick to bounce the Sultari Priest. But Connor might even Fate Seal here, depending on what he has. If he's just sitting on removal, though, like, this Priest has been a problem since the first turn it's, touched down.
Yeah, it's possible that he is sitting on removal because he did downtick the Jace earlier.
Brainstorm. Favorite sorcery in Magic the Gathering, Brainstorm.
I mean, here Connor is essentially looking for a threat to close the game. Blue Moon does kill kind of slow in a lot of positions, so this isn't too surprising. This fetch land makes me believe that Connor's gonna Brainstorm with the Jace, or he has another cantrip. Because there's no way you would fetch here otherwise.
Yeah, Sultari Priest is not one to sleep on if you're a Death and Taxes player, or even if you're like a white X aggressive deck, mid-range deck. If you can make up for the mana cost, white might be a bit difficult, but it is, you can't deal with it. You really can't.
It's basically impossible to kill.
Peasy. It's the table. But Connor's down to 1 card in hand.
Wow,
Holy
1 card in
smokes.
hand. Pyromancer doesn't handle this Sultari Priest.
He still has to use the Jace. He's kind of tanking on whether or not he wants to Brainstorm to find more cards, or if he wants to bounce it. He opts to bounce it.
For sure correct
Yeah.
here.
Oh, he's got a Chaos Warp in hand. This is, I kid you not, Connor has a Chaos Warp in hand. The sick tech out of Blue Moon.
So we've got the Swords to Plowshares finally being a little more relevant. Yeah, I think I like the Swords here. There's some consideration to saying that Connor's at 4, and so maybe Swordsing is not that good because your Sultari Priest doesn't care about the Pyromancer tokens. But it is possible that those tokens become relevant at some stage, and I think it's better to kill the Pyromancer before you could potentially go off.
It does represent a way that Connor could actually pressure, because, even if he finds a way to deal with this Priest eventually, he, like, if Dan has other threats, right? He's low on cards. Connor's low on cards. And so just get it out of the way, Just get it out of the way.
Yeah, Dan's navigation of this game has been really, really impressive, and the Sultari Priest has been even more impressive. It's carried Dan this entire game. If he doesn't have it, he's for sure not in it. So yeah, don't sleep on it. The Sultari Priest is real.
Now, You don't have to go and find a copy of Imperial armor to put on your Soltari Priest. That's a little old school. Oh.
Oh
my God.
Oh my God.
Kaya's Onslaught. Dan attacks with the Soltari Priest and casts Kaya's Onslaught, giving it +1/+1 and double strike, dealing exactly 6.
Wow.
Connor's opting to
Wow.
spin the wheel, though, for the sake of, I mean, he's going to spin this wheel. He doesn't have anything.
Does he have well, he can't block. Does he have something that enters and bounces?
Nope. He's got a Crackling Drake that he could draw, I
Would
guess.
Snapcaster Mage do it? Does he have something in the bin?
I guess technically a Snapcaster Mage for maybe like the dig through time, but no, not happening.
Wow. That
Oh.
was an incredible
That
game.
is how
Wow.
you win a match of
Wow.
Magic. Oh
Kaya's
my God.
Guile. You know, we were looking at it earlier, and we were both kind of like giving the side eye. But hey, you know what? I'm the one with egg on my face.
It's hard to argue with a card that can kill someone, you know? Like, I love a good Berserk. Love
Yeah.
me a good Berserk. And this is a Berserk in white. That's
Wow.
just wild. That's,
Just shuffled in some limited
and you-
cards before the tournament.
you can tell by the body language, too, that just both the players are just like, okay, I guess so. Let's go on to the next game. Kind of laughing it up. Holy smokes.
Wow. Actually incredible. That was so sick to see. I'm so glad we saw that.
Yeah. Yeah, that might be a world first. Kaya's Onslaught on
Soltari Priest to win the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know what's impressive to me about that last game? Connor had Jace from like actual turn 4. Like turn 4, turn 5.
Yeah.
He had the whole game. But the Soltari Priest just like had it locked down. There's
Yep.
nothing he could do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Incredible. Like that one choice that Dan made won him a game.
Mhm.
Like full stop.
And think about even the like pathing his own construct so Connor doesn't get the Bone Crusher. Like that game, if Connor has the pressure of Bone Crusher Giant, this is a completely different game. And so, and like, it's always kind of a joke of like, ha, what if I pathed my own guy? And doesn't always come up. Often when it does, it's not great. But right there might have been the reason that Dan's got a match point and Connor's got 0.
Yeah, I think if Connor has the Bone Crusher there, it's a totally different ball game, right? Because there's no way Dan's ever blocking. He takes 2 from the Bone Crusher to path it, I guess.
Yeah.
But then maybe Connor has more mana later down the line. I don't know. It is a heads up play. I agree, and I think Dan played that just expertly, and you can see his expertise really at play when you see those types of maneuvers. You only do that stuff so naturally with a ton of practice and time put in.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing you unlock after at least 1,000 tournaments with a deck or whatever.
I'm really excited for this game too. So I think Connor's going to be looking for any of his red wraths, and he's going to be looking for Dan to not draw Soltari Priest, and
Yeah.
and Dan is going to be looking for Soltari Priest.
Mm-hmm. Taking a look here at Dan's list. So we're not on Core Firewalker, which is another card that occasionally pops up in these lists. I'm trying to see, are we playing oh god, what is it called? On Vec? Something is
Paladin on Vec.
no, I wish.
Sanctifier on Vec.
Sanctifier on Vec. I'm not seeing that one either. And so I think this is the only old bordered reading chat while talking. I think it's the only pro red creature. Oh, this is sick. All right, so starting things off, Connor just has Island preordained. Dan plays Mox Pearl into Yoshimaru, the big dog. Plays a Flagstone.
the Trocare. Wow.
So
This
sick.
is a build your own Isamaru.
You know, I feel like this might be Dan's tournament to win. Maybe it's getting ahead of myself. But do you know what he opened? Dan got Dan actually, we did some giveaways with some Time Spiral remastered packs. you know what Dan opened in one of his packs?
What did he open?
Foil Old Bordered Containment Priest.
Wow.
It's
going right in.
it's a blessing.
Going right
it's
in.
a blessing.
Wow, that's so sick.
Oh my god! And he has a Gonjo Castle too, so he can as another land in his hand. So not only can he play it and grow the Yoshimaru, but
He gets to protect it
he can protect it
from the burn spells.
Oh my god!
Connor's for sure kicking himself if he has a burn spell.
All right, well,
okay, he gets to recall.
Ancestral Recall is a pretty good magic card. He gets to go +3 here. Worth noting, this Bloodstained Mire isn't going to be able to find Mystic Sanctuary. I mean, you'd have to wait a little bit, but you know, he got a 3/3 attack, and that's a pretty good sign. And I believe Dan's going for the Archon of Emeria.
Okay. Yeah.
He's already played a spell, so Connor has to act now if he wants to get something else in. But instead, he just wants to, he's just taking 3 here.
I think I like developing into the Archon here instead of holding up the Igancho. Connor only has access to 1 mana, so he has to have basically exactly Lightning Bolt to kill your Yoshimaru. And now that you've played the Archon, you have 2 serious threats that he has to deal with. You know that the Archon isn't potentially going to tap his lands, because he's playing quite a lot of basics, but I just like diversifying your threats and getting it on board.
Yep. Connor doesn't have the mana for a Sweltering Suns either. The 3 mana, deal 3. Technically, I mean, Subterranean Tremors is only a single red, but you don't have the mana. This dog's too big. Connor discards down to hand size. Archon kind of putting in work. Discarding the Consider is a little suspect.
I'd imagine Connor is probably on a more reactive game plan here.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably waiting to see if he needs to counterspell something, and if he doesn't, he'll like Lightning Strike or Incinerate, a creature.
Okay, so this is Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, but it has the Crimson Vow Mina Harker art. So this is a Thalia.
Yeah.
Which grows the dog. if it survives. So yeah, it looks like Connor was holding up actual factual counterspell and couldn't fire the Consider, because if he found a Volk off the Bloodstained Mire, then it would come into play tapped.
Yeah, so we're seeing the dividends on this Archon of Emeria in small ways.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if he gets the mountain now, he does have the double red.
Yep.
He hasn't allowed another legendary permanent to resolve, but the Iganjo's untapped now, so he doesn't actually get to kill the whole board here.
No.
If he does have a sweeper, so we'll see what he has.
Could even just even if he fires off like a Chandra, Torch of Defiance, or whatever, to try and kill off the thing. It's probably hitting the Emeria, but that's your whole turn.
Yeah, it definitely buys him some time.
Oh, so, it is Sweltering
Suns.
Suns.
And this Iganjo is doing so much work
here.
Oh,
the castle, and he looks over to read. He reads the castle.
We got a reader.
We got a reader. Oh,
we got a reader.
The dog survives. Looks like Dryad Militant for the draw. The priest.
Oh,
I think he's got the priest in hand.
Did he put the foil priest in his deck? That would be so sick.
Or the Sultari priest, I think.
Oh,
although
the Sultari priest, holy! If the Sultari priest is in hand, that's big game.
Ancient Tomb coming down, taking some damage.
Beginning of the trials here,
which makes your dog bigger.
Yeah, this dog has been really impressive.
Yeah,
and this might be the best Iganjo deck we've ever seen.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen Iganjo be that relevant, but it's quite relevant, and it's been so really good.
Doing so much heavy lifting. I think that's the Sultari priest, but the boots.
Oh wow, we got the Lightning Greaves.
The boots. So Chad gets to become a creature, gets the boots on, and then we're crashing for. What is that? 7, 8? I think. Oh, is that
9?
That's 9. That dog is so big now.
Wow.
Oh my god.
That's incredible.
So Chad's a 4-4. Yoshimaru's up to a 5-5 here. So that's 9 puts Connor down to 2.
And honestly, I just don't see a way
Oh,
that
so
Connor
it is
can get out of
okay.
this.
So Dan put a counter on from the the Thalia never came into play. Oh, I see. So that's what it
Oh,
was.
okay. I don't see a way out of this for Connor. Does he have Thing in the ice? He can play Thing and then 3 1-mana spells, but I don't really see.
Yeah. Even Fury can't really deal with the Gideon. I mean, it can come down and I guess block.
Yeah, so you hardcast the Fury here, and then you can kill the Gideon, and then just chump block the Yoshimaru. I don't know if the Fury gets to kill it because of the Iganjo.
The Aganjo's tapped right now, and Dan didn't opt to put the Greaves onto the dog because they would fall off the Gideon post combat anyways.
Oh wow!
So we might have a turning point here. I mean, Connor is forced to block with the Fury, and if Dan has any way of removing this Fury that won't, cost him. I mean, here's Sultari Priest. Yeah, there you go. Put the boots on the priest. Oh.
With this priest in play, I actually think Connor can.
It has lightning greaves.
It has lightning greaves. Right?
Connor
he
needs
a way to target it. He needs to abrade the greaves and then play like a Jace or something, and kill the Gideon with 6 mana.
That's so much. I guess one way he could do it is like a Bone Crusher to the face. Oh no, but the Gideon making this so awkward too. Because the Subterranean Tremors doesn't damage, it only hits creatures. It's not one of the more, creatures or planeswalkers. Wow.
This Lightning Greaves is actually looking really good.
That's huge.
It's huge.
I mean, this is Connor's tournament life on the line here. He's, trying to figure out what I can maybe do.
I guess if he could chump block the Gideon and kill the Sultari Priest, he would be fine. So if he abrades the Greaves, bounces the Priest, and then blocks with a creature, he would survive.
He survives this.
That's
and then,
the thing, yeah. Well, actually, no, he can't. Oh yeah, he could bounce the Priest during combat.
Is that Curse Scroll? Oh my god, Dan. Dan, please.
Dan, draw Curse
I
Scroll?
don't think he has Curse Scroll
no
on his
way
list. No
Curse
way.
Scroll.
He doesn't have Curse Scroll. Okay, my apologies. I got too excited. Connor running through all the options, many of them bad. Looks like there's a Snapcaster Mage here and a Mystic Confluence, but how do you have 4 mana available and you have to cast, if he goes for a recall here?
It's crazy because the Priest has Shadow too. So
yeah.
You can't even block.
So you gotta first blow up the boots, and then you've got to bounce the Priest because you're not killing it.
I think with 3 mana, Connor doesn't have any options available in his deck. Yoshimaru confirmed better than Ancestral Recall, and that's the handshake and just a masterclass in Death and Taxes from Dan.
That's incredible. Dan takes that.
Dan and Taxes.
Dan and Taxes. Taking our first 21-0. No, Dan did a great job. I don't know if it was that great. That is our first quarterfinal match. And we have some more matches. I believe we are not streaming the other quarterfinals just to give ourselves some time to prep everything.
Yeah.
But we will be streaming both the semifinal matches and then of course the finals.
Yes, yeah. We figured that you, the viewer, would really want to see the semis and the finals.
Mm-hmm. So let's pop back to the booth real quick.
Welcome back.
Welcome to
the Sweat Dungeon. I'm your dungeon master, Sweat Lord McIntyre.
Lenore Autumn Sovereign.
Oh yeah, somebody already mentioned that they saw the Lenore. It's not part of the giveaway, unfortunately. It's part of the store stock, so you know.
But we do have some stuff, I believe, that we can give away.
We do.
So we have the that's important. That's important.
The you can't read it package.
I mean, we could just do. I don't know. What do we want to do here? Do we want to save? I kind of let's show me. Let's see some of these other garbage cards. I mean, good stuff. It's all good.
Oh, we could do this one maybe.
Yeah, this is pretty big. Do we want to do this and this?
What about this, that, and this? I don't know if
these three or these three. Well, this is all stuff we are doing
yeah,
on camera. By the way.
yeah.
Which combination of these cards do you want to give away?
These three, I think.
You want to give away these three?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think they're more commander centric, right?
Yeah. We've now we have to come up with a catchy name. We have another giveaway they're going to do, but we got to come up with a catchy name that hasn't been used because we're about to enter. Tell me if this sounds good. The Command Zone.
Ooh.
No one's ever used this before.
We've never heard of it. It's we're licensing it, patent pending.
Nobody's taken it yet. So what time is it? 4:30. How about we got 5 minutes.
4:35.
4:35.
4:35.
We've got some information.
So the next 5 minutes.
Posted into the chat here for the donations. Of course, we're doing some giveaways. All the proceeds and prizes and all that jazz. All the proceeds and donations are going towards Chris and his family. We've already raised over $4,000.
Incredible.
That's
wild. Just amazing. I'm blown away, baffled.
And let's get a little more baffled because we have some cards here to give away. The Commander package.
The classic Commander package.
So all you have to do is you have to have donated.
At some point.
At some point. This could be through the coffee. This could be through the PayPal. You have to have donated at some point. It could be, I mean, $5 is the minimum, I think, that we have.
Yeah.
But $5 or $500 doesn't matter.
It's all the same.
It's all the same. It's all going to the same cause. So let's tell you the cool prizes we have. Here's what package are we going with this? Just the Commander package? We're calling it the Commander package?
Sure. Okay. Yeah. I'm just rolling with you here, Benny Wheels.
I'm on fumes, bud. All right. First card of the Commander package. Sword of Hearth and Home.
It's a sword.
Actually, this should be. Are these all from Jer?
Yeah.
We should be.
Oh, wait,
this
no,
should
the
be
sword isn't from Jer. Sorry, it's from someone else. I can't remember right now, but it's like a mini Jer pack. You know, we got a couple Jer cards here.
Yeah,
we got a couple Jer cards. We got a sword here.
We got a Sword of Hearth and Home. Start things off. You know, it's you can clap if you want. It's a Commander card. It's fine. It's a mythic. It's still worth something.
It's sweet.
We got a Venser Shaper Savant.
It's German.
In German.
It's from Jer.
Yeah. Venser Gelehrter Bastler.
Venser Gelehrter Bastler?
Aufblitzen. Aufblitzen? Wenn Venser Gelehrter Bastler ins Spiel kommt, bring einen
Somebody stop him. Anyone.
So we got a Sword
German
of
package. That's sick.
That's
sick.
good. That's good.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So we got the Sword of Hearth and Home. We've got a German Venser. And this one's from Jer, right? This one?
Yes.
And we have a full art altered Soul Ring donated by Jeremy White.
Yeah, I think it's unlimited or third or something when I was looking at it. It's so cool. The Soul Ring he had it forever and he wanted to donate it for Chris, so yeah.
So if you want to, that's a Highlander piece of history.
Actually,
passing
an actual
on,
piece of history from Highlander. Jer's been playing that Soul Ring for literally like a decade.
This is the Soul Ring I've lost to. If you've ever give me this mic. If you've ever seen me lose to Jer, it's only because he had this stupid Soul Ring. So if you like seeing, if you like celebrating Highlander, you want a piece, a card that has some history, that has brutalized me on camera. You've got 3 more minutes to get this lovely package All you have to do is donate. Doesn't matter how much.
And again, we appreciate everyone, and thanks for tuning in. Thanks for sticking around. And we're excited to give more stuff away for a good cause.
Yeah, we're at 6 hours and 17 minutes
on stream.
On stream.
So we're at like 100 hours for us.
Well, we've been here since 6.
I feel like every hour is like 4 hours when we're this sweaty. You know?
Yeah, we've been here for we've been up since 6. We've been here since 8.
That's true. Yeah.
But that's fine. If I have to be sweaty, if I have to be shoved at the back of an LGS, if I have to be sitting my ass down in a chair that, frankly, I only really want to be sitting in for
40 minutes tops.
40 minutes, and then get up and then sit down for another 40 minutes. It's not this great chair, not a 6-hour chair.
It's not even an hour chair.
Yeah.
But for Chris, I'd sit in this chair the rest of my goddamn life.
For Chris, I'll let my my legs go numb.
Oh, we're losing our minds here.
Yeah. Winding down. And that can be through the coffee, that can be through the PayPal.
Yeah, whatever works.
Whatever you want.
We just appreciate any of it.
I will say as well, because people keep asking, we are going to have VODs of the stream. So all of this is going to be a VOD available through this Twitch channel. It should be available, but it'll also be uploaded to YouTube. The deck lists most of the deck lists are public, but there's some that rolled in a little later than we wanted, so they need to be added. But yeah, all that
You'll have most of the goods,
You can find the information.
It'll be there.
Okay, let me see. Who do I need to add? Oh, we're seeing some familiar names here.
Is that Davey B?
That's Davey B.
DVB? The most underrated Twitter follow?
Oh, just an incredible guy. Incredible Twitter follow. What's the YouTube channel? I don't know.
We'll probably just make it something like Highlander for Chris or the like, and we'll share it on our social medias as well. You can follow Ben at, I believe, at Benjamin Wheeler on Twitter.
B Wheeler MTG.
At B Wheeler MTG on Twitter, and I'll be posting on mine as well at Trentiano. We'll get it out there.
It'll be posted.
People, yeah.
It'll be on social media. It'll be posted on the Highlander groups that you
Discord. We'll have it everywhere for sure.
Trenton.
Yes.
Can I get a slow drum roll,
nice
please?
Little, drum roll.
Oh
nice
yeah,
little drum roll,
slow drum roll.
Okay. All right.
Okay. You call that slow?
Oh.
That's really good. You should be a Foley artist. That sounds like a horse. Wow. I know a thing or two about horses.
All right. Drum roll. And...
Oh. Charles Williams.
Boom.
Dun-dun.
They have 2 first names, and they want a prize.
This was about to get awkward because I almost hit anonymous. Congratulations. C. Williams.
Yeah, if you could prove you are anonymous, please.
That's odd. We have 100 people mentioning this. If you are not here, that's fine. We'll get a hold of you. It's been a long day.
We'll reach out.
We'll figure it out. But you've got the commander package coming your way.
Boom. You got a soul ring that made Ben unsleeve his deck on stream, apparently, is what I read in the chat.
Yeah, it was messed up. Not cool. Not cool. I hear about this match that I lost like weekly. Weekly someone brings it up. So great. Congratulations.
Absolutely incredible.
How about we take a very quick break to get stuff set up for the semifinals?
Maybe we'll leave this dungeon for like 5 minutes. I get a little less sweaty.
I do want to stretch my legs.
Yeah.
And I need another LaCroix. So don't go away. We'll be back for the semifinals of the Highlander for Chris charity tournament.
Ooh, 2 semifinals.
2 of them.
Then finals.
I'm hoping. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Hello.
Boom.
It's us.
We're back, baby.
And slightly rejuvenated. I gotta tell you, I had more gas when I started talking. I was like, all right, ready to go. But then I saw my hair. And I was like, oh no. I'm not. Back at the basement. We actually have a game. Let's go right to it.
Yeah,
'cause
let's go
we
right
have
into
a
the
game.
game.
We're in the thick of, this is game 3, I believe, between Sasha on 4-color Spellseeker.
No, this is
and-
Thomas.
Okay.
But
See, this
Thomas on 4-color
Thomas on
Spellseeker.
4-color Spellseeker. This is why this match is taking so long.
And and Kevin's on Aristocrats. You know, we saw Kevin dispatch of Spellseeker pretty handily the last time we saw him.
Ooh, double GT.
Wow.
The LaCroix hitting hard. Huh?
Oh, jeez. There's a lot of GTA in this room today, which I think, I mean, if a bunch of other people are playing GTA, it's probably correct to be playing it yourself, right? Because you're probably seeing a lot of creatures.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think Thomas and Sasha's decision to play GTA over, like I said, the Intuition package, I think is pretty strong.
For sure. Yep. This is still the quarterfinals. Yeah, this is the last match of the quarterfinals still getting played.
Yeah.
We have a couple, I mean, I can say a couple of things for other matches. So obviously we saw Dan victorious over Connor. Jacob was victorious over Mike. And Sasha was victorious over Nick.
Yeah. So we've got,
and that's Thomas.
Yes, and that's and that's Thomas. Yeah, I think this matchup does look pretty sweet a lot of the time. There's definitely a lot of play to it.
It's my favorite kind of matchup, dueling GTAs.
Oh yeah, just the combat math is so fun, and it's so intricate, just fantastic. You don't really see GTA a lot anymore in other formats, so if you want to play your GTAs, come on down. And wow.
Falcon Wrath Aristocrat. Holy smokes. That's a good card to draw off the top here and potentially seal it up.
Well, that puts Thomas to 5.
Yeah. And 2 counters on the GTA. Aristocrat is usually not great into a GTA.
Nope.
But 4 damage off the top is great.
Yeah. Yeah, this is fantastic. And Thomas can keep life total parity with his GTA as long as he gets triggers. But this Aristocrat's coming in hard, and it's only going to take 2 more turns if they remain at this type of board state for Kevin to take it home. So.
Yeah, Kevin did have to tap out completely for that, so Thomas at least has some relative safety when it comes to how he wants to play out this next turn here. Knowing that if he makes a game action, I mean, he has to worry about the GTA, but it's an on-board threat.
Well, and I mean, Kevin has to wonder about the threat of just dying to Spellseeker. Even a single time walk here will probably win Thomas the game. So
it's a little unfortunate for Thomas in that all of his creatures are 1-mana 1/1s. Well, there's a carry added, but the ones that can hold an attack with a GTA.
Yeah, he doesn't actually get counters. So he actually might just be dead here. I misevaluated the situation. I thought he had a different creature he could attack with, but
yeah, Kevin's GTA keeping Thomas's GTA under wraps here, and not really in a spot to potentially bait Kevin into using both of these counters.
I think if you're in Thomas's spot, if you have nothing in hand, you are pretty forced to crack your waterlogged grove. Your best find is probably maybe a time walk. It might be Night of Autumn, but you're still dying to this 4/1 flyer pretty quick here.
The Sylvan Library also leads us to believe that he knows what the top is.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So he doesn't even get the
If it's a Court of Calling, that's kind of spicy. Is that what kind of Court of Calling is that?
It's like a promo Court of Calling.
Oh. Huh. Thomas has a cord, probably doesn't know what to do with it, or how he can do, how he can get himself out of this. Or Or maybe is that a known chord?
Yeah,
Because he just flashed it to Kevin. I mean, again, this is the kind of Highlander like
this is the kind of Highlander you see here. Um, maybe he's waiting to see if Kevin will pump on the GT and then he can do something with the chord. I don't think you have really an answer to kill the Aristocrat. Wow, this Zulapur Cutthroat is gonna end the game if Thomas doesn't do anything.
huge. Thomas thinking about his turn extra hard, going in slow-mo to make sure that he makes all the right calls. But yeah, the Cutthroat, it's kind of awkward. You want to take it out of the game. You want to take the Aristocrat out of the game before this Cutthroat hits the table. It's the sack outlet. And so yeah, it is the Court of Calling to try and find something. And it is the Palace Jailers. So that could lock up the Aristocrat.
This is actually really it's not good. It's like pretty medium, honestly. I still think Kevin's in a pretty commanding position because he did this pre-combat, so he gets to move the Jitte to the 1/1, and when he gets 2 more counters, he can shave Thomas's mana elves. And once he gets rid of Thomas's mana elves, the amount of draws that Thomas has are really low.
Pat in chat saying, I think Cord should have been a sorcery here. Shen agreeing. Now, are you boys talking about from a game design perspective? Or are we talking about maybe using a sorcery speed Cord to get the card off of the Monarch here, while also mucking the Aristocrat?
Yeah, I think Thomas's intention was to not get blown up by a Jitte counter in combat. But I guess he has to respond to the Zulapur Cutthroat because the Falconwrath Aristocrat can activate. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see when Thomas decided to chord, and it looks like it was in the main phase.
Squirrel's carrying a knife.
And the crazy thing about the squirrel is that Thomas doesn't really have good blocks. Like, he's probably going to block with the Jailer here, I'd imagine.
He could try to throw the Caryatid under the bus.
Yeah, he blocks with the Jailer. Makes sense. You want to keep the mana from the Caryatid. I think letting Thomas untap with this mana is a mistake. But I guess if you have 2 GT counters, it's pretty hard to Spellseeker someone.
2 GT counters, no mana to Scoos though.
Yeah, the Scoos is probably the nail in the coffin.
Baleful Strix.
Oh, that's a good one. It does die to a GT counter, so.
Oh, and a White Plume Adventurer. So Thomas gets the initiative now. I mean, we still have a messy board. Like, look where all these creatures came from.
Yeah, what the... So the initiative, he's going to get a land, I guess, is how that starts. You get a basic land, and then you can move from there.
Kevin, of course, being a Magic player over the age of 30, having to read what the initiative does. Paper boomers are, you know...
The power creep to away from paper boomers is strong. Currently looking it up on Google. Yeah, you are also a paper boomer, Pat.
Pat, it's pretty messed up.
They banned a bunch of them in Pauper because it basically ruined the format. I just don't really know what these creatures are going to do. Like, I have a feeling that this Cutthroat is just going to be too relevant. Once Kevin untaps, he's got access to Scoos now. It's really hard to block these this Jitte creature.
Kevin just has to have 4 things die. Right?
Yeah, he could like mow down the Baleful Strix, attack with Scoos in the 1/1. I guess it just depends on what he drew.
Oh, Goblin Bombardment. Holy smokes.
And that's the game.
That's gotta be it.
If Thomas doesn't have any response here, he's gonna die to the Cutthroat and the Bombardment.
No idea what that is. Looks like a unhinged test print card. But that's going to be, yeah, wow. Okay.
Wow.
That's Basta taking it down with Aristocrats 2-1 there.
Yeah, really good gameplay. It looked like a sweet match. Ultimately, Kevin's deck pretty well set up.
You got Kevin Wayne? Okay. Okay, so our matches are Kevin versus Jacob and Sasha versus Dan. Want one of them on camera?
Sasha Dan.
Let's get Sasha versus Dan on camera, please and thank you. And they can start basically whenever. We have another match upcoming. We'll go to the booth here.
Hello, and welcome.
How you doing? Welcome to the dungeon.
Enjoy your stay. LaCroix hitting you hard?
Yeah. Oh.
Oh man. You played YJ Monday with your wife on your honeymoon? It was lit? That's sick. Wow. Insane honeymoon.
I think I remember that.
That's so sick.
We're heading to the top 4.
We're going to be looking at Sasha and Dan. This matchup is extremely interesting.
Yeah.
Really dynamic. There's a lot of play on both sides. A good handshake from good competitors.
Chat can't see it because we're in the preview, but players got a nice handshake. Camera wasn't even on. That's that sportsmanship we like. You can. We found our prizes, don't worry. All right, we're just muting as we find where all the prizes are. So the next match we have Dan versus Sasha. So we have we have another 4-color Seeker deck coming up. So Sasha on 4-color Spellseeker combo. And we have Dan on Mono White Death and Taxes. So let's make sure that everything on our end is all done. So this means that our top 8 is we have a Death and Taxes list, a 4-color Spellseeker combo list, an Aristocrats list, and the 5-color Enchantress lands. Yeah, we're in the middle of frantic search. The players, we're going to actually get right into it. You're going to have to deal with a solo wheeler right now, as we have a lot of commentary to do. We got some matches that we're going to broadcast. I think we are only going to get one of, hopefully we'll get the tail end of the other match there. But we are going to, this is in the back of an LGS. There are events going on as well. So let's go to the match right now so you can stop listening to me. Camera's taking its time. There's a lot of movement going on. It's got to get its groove back. But in the meantime, so we got Dan on our left there. On the red side, playing Mono White Death and Taxes. Of course, we saw Dan dispatch Connor in the semifinals, or the quarterfinals, excuse me. Beating out Blue Moon there with the Sultari Priest. And Lightning Greaves, the Chad. It was beautiful all around. And then we have Sasha on the blue side there, playing the 4-color Spellseeker combo list. So again, this is kind of interesting. If Dan gets the right hate bears in play, this is, it feels like what everybody says when they look at Death and Taxes. It's like, well, if Dan gets the right hate bears, Sasha's entire game plan can just get shut down. But pressure is also quite good. Just pressure plus GT is pretty good. Pressure plus removal. Dan does have a plethora of 1-mana or 2-mana instant speed removal there to try and clear through Sasha's board. Dan can attack Sasha's mana multiple ways. I mean, obviously the Death and Taxes strip you out. Cast an Armageddon game plan is still underway. But hitting your opponent with Thalia is actually quite backbreaking in this match. Hitting your opponent's creatures with, your swords or your March of Otherworldly Lights, all that kind of stuff, can really add up because this deck is super mana hungry. It can kill from basically anything, right? As long as it has the mana. But Dan has some hate bears that can make that less true. An Aven Mind Sensor, Leonin Arbiter, just stuff that really mucks it. Containment Priest, obviously. Getting the 3 mana Thalia Heretic, or getting 3 mana Thalia, the Guardian of Thraben. No, Heretic Cathar, excuse me. We've been here for far too long. It's going to be a great way of, taxing the development. Guardian of Thraben itself quite good. But we're just going to start things off. Protect our own stuff. We got a Plains into a Giver of Runes. Sasha's going to go down to 16 with a classic modern play of Shockland Take 2 into Thoughtseize. Dan's revealing a hand of Mox Pearl, Restoration Angel, Samurai of the Pale Curtain, and Solitude. Solitude's another pretty good pickup for this. It gives that instant speed removal, and he's got a land, I should say. He's got a basic plans. Samurai of the Pale Curtain's kind of tricky. It only prevents permanents from going to the graveyard. If a permanent would go to the graveyard, it's exiled instead. So it's not going to interact favorably with the Ephemerate or with a Time Walk. Restoration Angel, we can kind of wait. Obviously, there's a cute little combo with Resto and Solitude. But right now, Sasha doesn't have anything that's too... he's not that worried. This isn't a collection of cards that I'm too worried about, if I'm in Sasha's position. Especially, as Pat is saying, this is the dream match for 4-color Seeker. And you see a hand like this, you're pretty happy.
I'll just send it to you in Discord.
Okay.
Perfect. We can unmute. Cell phones or phone numbers are no longer being passed live on the air. So Sasha took the Mox Pearl. Pretty happy taking that.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is necessarily the dream matchup. Like, D&T has play against every deck in the format, but yeah, it is it's nice to know that your bird isn't going to get bolted,
Yeah, for sure. Green Sun for 1.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. The Green Sun Zenith in this deck is surprisingly not that good.
Yeah.
There aren't actually a lot of creatures that are that good to get, but when it is good, it's really impressive, and it's just another ramp spell for you.
Yeah, Mana Dork, Scavenging Ooze, Eternal Witness, I imagine, or like Vanifar maybe, but those Eternal Witness is probably a big...
You can get Fiend Artisan if you have the time, because then you can Fiend Artisan into Spellseeker, but, Yeah, Noble Hierarch's a good get here. I think I might have liked to see a Birds of Paradise. I don't think the Exalted really matters, but the tightness on your black mana actually might.
Mm-hmm.
Now, depending on the context of Sasha's hand, he can't cast Grief, for example.
Yeah, it does look like he has a Stoneforge Mystic there, so potentially he's trying to, and an Endurance, which is why we're seeing a pass with all this mana up. Chances are maybe Sasha is he sees Dan's hand and thinks, oh, that's not that threatening. And is instead looking to just kind of muscle in with Exalted and the GT.
Yeah, I can totally see that. He's just playing a actual mid-range creature game.
Mm-hmm.
I think Dan is actually surprised by this Endurance, but he might just have the answer in hand. But if he doesn't, it's going to be a big blowout.
Yeah. Yeah, we got Endurance coming down 3/4 with Flash. And Reach, I guess. It's going to be trying to eat up this Samurai. Samurai is going to have Bushido, which makes it a 3/3. So if we see a Harm's Way... Oh, thinking about the Solitude. Committing to the Solitude. Interesting to not go for the Solitude. Oh. Pitching the Wandering Emperor. It's probably a bit too slow for this matchup in the first place. Solitude never actually hitting the graveyard because of Samurai.
Yeah, it looks like Dan maybe didn't know that he wanted to Solitude before the blocks happened.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe in for a penny, in for a pound. You just keep going. After that Solitude, though, and Dan missing third land drop, there's no doubt about it that Sasha's in a really good position.
Mm-hmm.
His life total is being threatened, so if he doesn't have any way to advance the board state or to kill Dan quick enough, then it might be troublesome for him, but as we saw, he has a Stoneforge Mystic in hand, so...
And I think a White Plume Adventurer, potentially a Palace Jailer. Sasha kind of in the tank here what to do. These Magic players, I tell you, they flick their cards. And a Tireless Provisioner. So we got Stoneforge, Tireless Provisioner, I believe White Plume Adventurer, and then Unknown.
I could see White Plume into Tireless Provisioner. Oh wait, no, you can't do that. You could go Provisioner into White Plume.
If it is White Plume, it's Palace Jailer or White Plume. Either way, he's deciding to go for the Umizawa's GT. Or the Stoneforge into the GT.
Sasha doesn't have a fourth land. Just passing. Interesting. And we've got a Cathar Commando from Dan. This is actually quite a formidable force of creatures, and Sasha's at 13.
Mm-hmm. Both players kind of stumbling on mana. They both used some tools. Well, Sasha at least attacked Dan's mana in one way, shape, or form. Crunching it with everything. Decides to block the Cathar Commando with the Stoneforge, but Dan has the Giver Ruins.
Sasha is probably in a position where...
Gotta read that dog.
Sasha's probably in a position where he just needs to survive to gain enough mana to do the things that he's looking to do.
Yeah.
And so blocking with the Stoneforge is totally fine. You lose it because of the Giver of Runes, but it is what it is. Obviously, you can't equip the GT here because Cathar Commando can kill it. It might be worth it to save the 3 points of damage coming the next turn.
Is that maybe it's a Charming Prince? Deciding to go with the GT on the Noble, getting attack, but like you said, Cathar Commando dealing with the GT. So Dan's only really taken one here.
Yeah, I don't mind this equip depending on what's in your hand. You're just saving the damage.
Mm-hmm. It is a Palace Jailer. We got a clean look. It's Palace Jailer, Tireless Provisioner, and then God knows what that last card is. And it looks like an Uro from Sasha here.
The Charming Princes are doing commentary right here. Thank you.
Please.
The Palace Jailer is really funny in this deck because this deck is like one of the worst Palace Jailer decks you've ever seen. Like sometimes your board position is just so medium that you can't possibly take it back if you lose it. But Palace Jailer is so messed up that it doesn't matter.
Yeah. So Sasha had a fatal push for the Giver of Ruins.
Oh wow.
And Dan has drawn Strip Mine, which allows, he could attack the metabase more, opting to get out of the Gideon, which puts Yoshimaru. Yeah. Okay.
I like playing the Gideon here. You can attack the mana base if you want, but realistically, now that this Tireless Provisioner is in play, if Sasha plays a single land, he's going to have all the mana that he needs. So you play the Gideon just to get him dead as soon as possible.
The players are discussing their likes and dislikes. Gideon saying, Tireless Provisioner, you're not doing anything. So Sasha goes to 4. If he hits lands, though, you can make those food tokens. But shield's down right now.
Sasha hit a land. It's a tap land.
the
It's
Death
Blossoming
Cap-
Marsh
Oh, it's
or Blooming Marsh, I believe.
the Bloomin' Marsh.
It looks like Blooming Marsh.
Yeah, that's a Bloomin' Marsh right there.
Yeah, so it doesn't make him 2 mana this turn, just the 1. It might be enough though. Jailer is actually pretty good here, and you can leave 3 blockers back, so you can chump the Gideon and then block, you know, the Yoshimaru or the Bushido guy, whatever creature you want, and then you actually might be in an okay position.
All right, we figured out what the players were talking about. Dan appears to have a non-English copy of the Gideon, and they wanted the exact wording.
That's funny.
What is it with Victoria Death and Taxes players and having Gideons in languages they can't read? Making a treasure token and using it immediately.
Yeah, and this is the play that I was outlining. I think this is probably your best chance at winning. I do like killing the Bushido creature here. I think when you're this far behind, you have to take the chances.
Yeah.
And Sasha's just hoping that the Yoshimaru can't grow beyond 2/2 here. Or even 3/3, because he'd probably happily block with the Talos Provisioner.
For sure. Dan's drawn a Silverblade Paladin. We're still off that Restoration Angel that he's been sitting on since his opener.
This Silverblade Paladin is really relevant. It means that he gets to keep the Yoshimaru, but because of the Monarch, Sasha's like forced to block. He absolutely has to block. So he's just gonna lose 2 creatures for free here. He just has to decide which ones he's okay losing.
Yeah, I guess Dan and now this is a bit of a tricky spot, right? Where like you obviously want to keep the Monarch and you want to keep your mana. And if we lose the Jailer, we lose any opportunity to like potentially rebounce it or whatever. I think that's a Scalding Tarn in hand. So he has another land there. Where are you going with these blocks?
If you have another land, I like these blocks.
Whoa.
This double block is actually really good, I think. Because I think you're fine getting the Yoshimaru off, like out of play. You just want it gone. It unpairs the Silverblade Paladin, so you can actually deal with it better. Although I guess you lose your board presence, so maybe the Monarch is gonna come back to them.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's possible that double block was bad, and you should just keep the Tireless Provisioner because you have a Scalding Tarn.
I feel like if you have the Tarn, the Provisioner lets you like win if you draw some number like a Spellseeker or something along those lines.
So, hear me out.
Okay.
If you have the Tarn.
Oh, it's a
Oh.
reanimate or unearth?
Yeah, it's an unearth or a reanimate. Okay, this block makes a lot more sense. But hear me out though. What creature did you exile with Monarch again? It's like the
Samurai
Bushido?
of the Pale Curtain.
Yeah, okay. Who cares? You chump block the Gideon. You take 2. Oh, you can't actually because you're at 4. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, the double strike mattered a lot.
Sasha playing the Uro, going up to 7 there. Looks like there's a Court of Calling in his hand as well. So plays Waterlogged Grove off the Uro. Manages to get a treasure token. Plays a Scalding Tarn. Gets another treasure.
Interesting, he isn't making food here. I guess he can cast Uro now? Yeah, nice. This is a fantastic sequence for Sasha, and I actually think he's coming back in it.
Yeah, I mean, Uro, hell of a drug.
It's really good. And he can do this without tapping
hold
the
on.
Waterlogged Grove.
So yeah, it looks like he may have tapped the wrong lands off of this for this Uro. If he tapped the Godless Shrine, the Temple Garden, the Endotha Tribe, because he doesn't have the blue.
This should be a simple fix, but again, always call a judge. the GRV matters, right? We want to make sure that at competitive REL that we're playing cleanly.
Uro might be better than Beetle Form Mage. How do you feel about that?
I've never heard of Beetle Form Mage.
It's like a Dragon's Maze common or something. It's not very good. We do know that he had the Scalding Tarn.
Yeah,
in
like
hand.
he can cast the Uro and escape it still, like for sure he has the mana to do that, but you know, you still gotta play correctly.
Mm-hmm. I mean, for what it's worth, we have visuals knowing that he had the Scalding Tarn in hand.
Well, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, for what it's worth, it's not really going to affect the overall outcome of what happens this turn.
Mm-hmm. Either way, he would have to lose 1 life to cast, this Uro. Because he would either have to play, I mean, if, like, assuming it's random, right? The card before the card he draws off Uro. We know that he has Uro and 1 other card. Or 2 other cards.
Well, I guess he cast the first Uro off of those lands, and then he could have drawn 2 lands off of the... Oh, no, because he played 2 lands before
he would just
skip Uro. Yeah, he had a land in hand for sure, yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's impossible for him to have not had a land before Uro. Like,
yeah.
So he could cast this no matter what. They're just kind of resolving now. So, we're just trying to figure out how to resolve this judge ruling because we're, it's a bit of a mess. And we want to make sure that everybody has, their story straight. That we got all the information, like, up front here. And it sounds like that's being explained to Nelson and to Dan. Sasha's given the rundown of this. So we're just checking in with the judge, and we, the viewer, know that he could cast it. We have video evidence. Caught it on tape in 4K. And enough steps have been made that there's not much that we can do to rewind it that would be messier than just letting players play as is here.
Yeah, after a certain point, it gets a little too far gone to rewind, but luckily for us, we know that we know that this is something that he could have done anyways, so he isn't gaining any advantage. The sequencing was just incorrect. Okay, so now we actually get to see the continuation of this. I don't remember where we left off. Has Sasha drawn a card from the second Uro trigger?
No.
Okay.
No. And he gets to put this land into play.
Wow.
He gets to make a food token here. Yeah.
What a turn. What a sequence. This is the power of Tireless Provisioner and Lotus Cobra. You can do some crazy stuff with the extra mana.
Yeah, it's weird that they took a mythic rare, made it uncommon, and then better.
Tyler's Provisioner is quite a lot better than Lotus Cobra.
Yeah, I mean Cobra, you got the speed,
yeah.
but Provisioner, you got the feed. You know, food that
Oh,
is.
Jesus. The food tokens are actually so relevant.
So
They
huge.
save you a lot of the time.
Mhm.
So we know Dan has the Restoration Angel.
He could set up kind of a funny block here, or funny move of like giving the Silverblade Paladin instant speed double strike if he really wants to. I don't know how good that is.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. It looks like that might be his plan, given that he's attacking this way, because Uro can just block, right?
Yeah, that part I don't get. Maybe we're missing something. Maybe there's a Kaya's Onslaught in hand. That doesn't even need the Restoration Angel.
Man, that guy is Onslaught. I'm gonna be talking about that Onslaught
Yeah,
for a while.
thinking about that for a
Just
while.
White Berserk.
Unbelievable.
Absolutely incredible.
So yeah, he just throws the Uro in front of the Silverblade.
I wonder what Sasha has here. There's basically no reason to fetch an Underground Sea here unless you have something.
He has I believe he has a Court of Calling in hand. Which is a little weird that he makes the food. I mean, I guess you want to play around potentially getting mucked over it, but
yeah, I don't know if Sasha's gonna cord this turn.
courting right here doesn't really do anything, you know? And you're not, I mean, honestly, with this Uro hitting the board and drawing some cards and gaining some life, you're not really, you don't feel that bad about the game going on for a couple more turns, you know?
Sasha might be considering just cracking the food for 3 life. Taking 1 from the Waterlog Grove, going to 10, and then just taking the double strike from the Silverblade Paladin. That looks like what he's gonna do.
Sasha on tap, straws. What do we got? What do we got?
It looks like he did block. I guess the Silverblade just went in just to see. Got check.
I think Dan Gideon the Uro and then swung in.
Yes, yeah, that's for sure what happened.
Yeah.
He's probably looking to catch the Uro with the double strike from the Silverblade and the Restoration Angel because he can flicker the Silverblade.
Mm-hmm. Starting off with the Court of Calling, looks like. No, I believe the Uro blocked. Casting Cord for 3.
So Sasha can go for the win here.
Looks like he's doing it.
Yeah. I kind of like it because I think if Dan had removal, he would have used it on the Uro.
Yeah. Yep, and that's what, no removal there. So Sasha is taking game 1 here. 4-color Spellseeker combo. Takes the game, first game, over Mono White Death and Taxes.
And that was just a great play by Sasha. I love the decision to go for it there. It's very unlikely that Dan has removal. If he has removal, he had to answer the Uro, so you're pretty in the clear, unless Dan really, really, really respects you.
There's respect, and then there's something beyond that we don't want to tap into.
No, Dan didn't get Monarch back because the Uro blocked.
Yeah, the one issue about not having a dedicated judge by the feature match is that the little, like, if players are just shortcutting, it can be a little iffy. But
Yeah.
thankfully, from context clues, we're able to figure it out. So if you're Dan, what kind of 7-card hand are we looking for?
Um, so creatures that are designed to attack well, like your Silverblade Paladins, like all your creatures with the first strike basically, are fantastic because you can get through these elves and these random 2/2s. Barring that, you do want some level of interaction. Sasha, because Sasha is playing Stoneforge Mystic, etc., he actually has a way better secondary game plan than Dan might be used to. But you really do need some level of interaction, or you just need to be really, really fast. Like, Dan might be looking for hands that contain, Moxen, like Chrome Mox hands are particularly strong, right? Like, obviously, you're always looking for Mox Pearl, but I could see keeping a hand that's just a Plains, a Chrome Mox, and a bunch of 2-drops, and you just play them and hope that that's enough.
For sure.
It really just depends. And then the last thing is like for Armageddon is like extremely good in this matchup.
Well, how about this? Land Mox and then Captain Kirk.
This Leonin Arbiter is going to be really, really, really good.
Yeah, Dax and Canlander tend to play fetch lands. Quite a few. So there's an Inquisition of Kozilek coming from Sasha. Dan kept
wow. Dan
4.
reveals,
Wait,
it looks like we've got an Armageddon or maybe a Rishadan port.
no, it's a Rishadan port, a strip. He just drew an Archivist of Ogba, which I don't know if that really lines up super well with your Leonin Arbiter. I swear that's a strip. It could be a FBB Caracas as well, and there's an updated Caracas.
This game is slipping away from Sasha really, really fast.
Yeah.
He absolutely has to find, well, first of all, green mana. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have it. Maybe without the presence of a fetch land. And secondly, he needs to find like actual creatures.
So
to
Dan
block
has a
with.
Steel Shaper's Gift. Is he going to pay for the?
Oh.
And there it is. We saw it coming. We tried to do everything. We got our man on the floor, Trenton McIntyre, coming through to get a hold of the game to stop the presses. Because we had a shuffle effect. So Leonin Arbiter, for those not familiar, says that players can't search their library unless they pay 2 mana. This is a symmetrical effect. So Dan casts a Steel Shaper's Gift and then went in deep. But never actually paid the 2. So the way that, I mean, you can pay it at any time. It's a little awkward when it comes to the timing on this. You can cast it. Technically, you can cast it for 1, and your opponent just goes, "Yep." And if there's no, like, at no point in time have you paid the mana to ensure yourself the tutor. So this is kind of brutal. Let's let Trenton squeeze back in here. Oh, and a Swords to Plowshares on the Arbiter too. That's rude.
Yeah, I've never seen a Leonin Arbiter be a 2 mana 2 for 0 for your opponent.
It's so to clarify, this is a notoriously awkward card where the Leonin Arbiter, the way that it is implemented on Magic Online is not actually how the card works. Basically. We got our man Kevin Bosta on the floor. I do have an update. For the sake of timing, actually, because we're running a little late, shocked I'm sure. The match between Kevin and Jacob happened off camera, and Jacob took that down.
Wow.
So 5-color Enchantress
In the
lands
finals.
in the finals, with Aristocrats taking an L there, and we got Bosta to get that Arbiter out of the graveyard there.
Yeah, it still looks like Dan is in an okay position now.
See ya.
All right. Oh, there's a green mana. For Sasha. You still with us, Ben?
Oh, I'm here. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm thinking about our judging situation. Yeah, Sasha hits a green. This is we got the boots with the fur on. What is that? A Cathar Commando?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, the Archivist of Ogma ended up mucking with the Hull Breacher. I guess Sasha's down to 13 now. Has been struggling with the mana here, and I think they are they're kind of going through the line. They got a Phantasmal Image, and they're looking at it real hard. And,
Yeah, almost like they're frozen.
almost like
Almost like
they are frozen.
they are frozen. Give us a moment.
Please stand by.
While our man on the floor, Benny Wheels, goes to fix the camera situation, I'll be here with you. You can listen to the sultry, sweet sound of my voice as I talk about whatever you want to talk about. We have hit a time bubble, but we will be out of it shortly. We hope you enjoyed your stay. Thanks for watching with us here at Chris Lander. Brothers War lore predictions. I don't think I'm the guy here. Give me a. I don't think I'm the guy for that, unfortunately. My favorite pet card. It's Huntmaster of the Fells. Huntmaster of the Fells is actually just my favorite Magic the Gathering card. I just love that card. I started playing in Dark Ascension, and it just spoke to me, and I've always loved it since. Tell us my favorite hoof line. I love hoof lines with Court of Calling usually, because they're usually pretty complicated, and sometimes courting for like Wood Elves is what wins you the game the next turn, or like courting for Eternal Witness. That type of stuff is very fun. Or killing with Decimator Provinces is sweet too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
For your Sampath into Decimator.
Woo-hoo. All right, let's move back to the match.
Shuffling. There, I repeat, Canlander players are shuffling.
We're back to the shuffling.
Oh. Sasha fired off an Eldambri's Call, finding a Deathrite Shaman.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta make mana somehow. It blocks.
Yeah.
Is he passing the turn? There's no way you're passing the turn here.
I assume
Oh,
that's
it's
end
end
of
step,
turn,
yeah.
We did get we did miss a little bit with the camera freezing, but not
Yeah,
that much.
yeah. It looks like we were pretty much on the sort of the similar board state.
Oh. Trenton, I don't know about you, but when I get home, I'm gonna take a baseball bat to my legs.
Just go in.
Yeah.
Okay, so now Sasha gets to play that Deathrite Shaman.
Yeah, the port taking care of the forest here. And then Deathrite into Phantasmal Image on my Deathrite.
Getting Deathrite is such a heads up play there. Like just reminding yourself that that port has been like can hit your only green source.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. It was great. And Phantasmal Imaging the Deathrite I like as well. Now Dan just doesn't have a stranglehold on your mana, which he's had basically the entire game.
How many lands have actually hit the graveyard, though? I mean, we had the strip, so that's at least 2. Maybe that's all Sasha really needs. But
Oh, that's true. Because I don't think Sasha's been able to fetch this game. It's possible Sasha has a fetch land in hand and just hasn't been able to use it because of the Leonin Arbiter. I guess after he killed Arbiter, he would have played it, though, so... Yeah, maybe just 2 singleton Deathrite activations is going to be enough.
they also keep Sasha alive, which is pretty important, right? Like
Yeah.
it's a castable one Deathrite. For starters, it's just going to be castable. This way, you're at least getting 2 dorks in play, and if Dan decides to go at Sasha's mana, even if Sasha runs out of lands to eat, 2 life a turn is making this Cathar Commando's clock look a little less confident.
Yeah, and after you've single used the Deathrites for mana, you can just block this commando and then eat even more creatures, right? If you ever run out. So, okay, Timeless Witness for Eldamri's Call, and as long as Sasha can get his mana situation in order, and he isn't being pressured super well right now. If he can get his mana in order, he'll win with that Eldamri's Call.
Yep.
He'll get a Spellseeker, and that'll be it. So we'll have to see what Dan can do in response here.
Dan drawing quite a few lands here. I believe that's the Gaia's Onslaught. If
The
you're
legendary.
if you're Dan, do you ever foretell this card? I mean, I guess it helps on the mana, but now your opponent knows. Like, what else are you
The
playing?
Onslaught heard around the world.
Mhm. And deciding to make a construct token instead of just going in guns blazing. Oh. Ooh.
Okay, yeah. I like it.
Dan trying to put the boots with the fur on the robot, but Sasha having a fatal push to be able to deal with it.
Yeah, and that robot was going to be a big problem. And now Dan can't even really attack, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sasha did lose access to some mana, I believe, because I don't think there are any other lands in the graveyard. But oh wow, that Windswept Heath is actually such a huge draw. He can't win this turn, but if
I have some bad news. I believe that's a Yavi Maya Cradle of Growth.
Wait, that's a Yavimaya?
I believe it's an old bordered etched foil Yavi Maya Cradle of Growth.
You can't make this up.
No, this is going to be the real issue.
Yavim Aya.
This is the real issue. Nobody can tell what the card. Look, already cards have so many words on them, and now.
Okay, you can't tell me that doesn't look like a windswept
No,
piece
yeah,
from
yeah,
the
yeah.
side, though.
To be clear, I'm not putting you at fault here. I'm putting Sasha at fault here.
Okay, well, Yavimaya is still good.
Yeah.
Not as good as Windswept Heath, but, it is what it is.
Sasha has a Duress and an Eladamri's Call in hand, and potentially, what is that, an Endurance?
The holding on to the Duress is interesting if I'm always at fault. Wow. Keeping the Duress in hand is actually interesting because if Sasha feels like he can develop his mana to the point where he has an extra mana on the Spellseeker turn, then it's totally worth keeping.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised he didn't fire it off here. I don't know if he's actually gonna have enough mana to do that.
So Dan deciding to make a construct and then getting the activation. Or not the activation, the trigger on the Urza Saga. Finding ourselves probably not a Moxen.
I think you probably get Skull Clamp here.
Yep. Yeah, I like Clamp.
Your Cathar Commando is pretty useless at this stage. You probably just need interaction or something big.
Shadow Spear is kind of neat. It helps push through some damage here.
Yeah, I guess Shadow Sphere does help your construct push through damage. But you know that Sasha has Eldarmri's Call.
Mm-hmm.
So if you suspect that he can pay for all of it, then you should get Skull Clamp. Maybe Dan's just saying, you know what? Show me you have the requisite amount of mana.
Dan could just have a swords or a path. What?
Oh, Jake's just saying hi to us.
Oh.
He's not like leaving.
Okay, great. Well, shout out to Jacob Barrow, one of the finalists here.
Thanks for faking us out. Just leave.
Yep, just pops in, gives his thumbs up, and moves on.
Yeah, so maybe Dan's just saying like, I'm gonna wait. Did he tap his Rashadan port?
It does look like there's a Mox Emerald and Rashadan port tap.
So, I guess I don't know how much I love this play. Because it doesn't take a lot for Sasha to be able to go off. Maybe Dan has instant speed removal in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
And so he gets the Shadow Spear because of this.
I mean, this construct is, what are we looking at here? 5/5 trample? It's not nothing, but still, like, Sasha can activate double death rate this turn.
Yeah.
So it's just one.
Yeah, and I think for me that's ultimately the problem with the Shadow Spears. Like, you're not applying enough pressure for it to be significant.
Mm-hmm.
Like, these death rates are just gonna change the course of your combat so much that it doesn't really matter, I don't think. Let's see what Sasha's got here. Oh, an endurance. Interesting.
Okay. So it was an endurance as the last card. Disputed among many.
The white card that gives protection from all colors is Brave the Elements.
Mm-hmm. Notably only giving white creatures protection from those colors.
Yes.
And so wouldn't help this construct. Oh. Falling apart here.
I wish I had protection from this chair I'm sitting
Yeah.
in.
We could stand up and shoutcast it if we really want to.
Oh god. I don't know if my legs can stand for that long anymore.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, so Dan's hand is Kaya's Onslaught and Brave the Elements. Interesting. Oh no. Oh no, not the boots. No, you can't put the Shadow Spear on your thing now.
Yeah, losing Timeless Witness is kind of rough here. Although, it's kind of interesting. Heads up play from Sasha. If he doesn't block... Oh, he doesn't die because he doesn't have 3 mana. Yeah, I think you maybe don't block there.
Yeah, I like leaving my Witness. It's, again, you have death rates that you can activate if you're really that pushed. Like, I don't think I care. Like,
Yeah,
I think you can just eat and then Eladamri's Call.
You just double activate death rate.
If you're that worried about losing,
You call and then you untap, and as long as you have access to 6 mana, you win the game.
Yeah.
Oh, you have to have blue twice. So you have to 2 blue over 2 turns, which he might not have.
That's true.
Because he has 1 death rate activation from the Urza Saga.
Yeah.
But I don't know if another land is in the graveyard.
I think it's just the Urza Saga.
If that's the case, then Sasha doesn't actually win unless he draws a blue source or a fetch land.
Even with that watery grave?
Because you need so you need to cast Spellseeker and Time Walk on the first turn, and then on the second turn you need to cast I guess he can't Neoform for Timeless Witness anymore. He needed that Timeless Witness in play.
I
If
think
he has a Timeless Witness in play, he can actually win.
Yeah.
Yeah. He can reanimate. Oh, that's a good point. He can reanimate.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. He should have some way to win here. It's just about whether or not he can find it.
We got the Spellseeker, a Duress, and a new magic card that he is flicking around.
What
Is
is
that?
it?
Is that Eternal Witness? It's Eternal Witness.
Oh yeah.
So he drew the Eternal Witness.
The Eternal Witness should get him there, but I mean, I think he had it with Reanimate anyways.
Yeah. Interesting that he's not.
Yeah, you're right, Huntington. That's correct. The Reanimate is the win there. It's possible that Sasha will feel like he has to respect a removal spell, but I don't know. You probably have to go for it here.
So Dan give the thumbs up on the Ephemerate here.
Yeah, and I mean, generally speaking, if they don't kill your Spellseeker with the first Ephemerate, you are probably good to go.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they want you to cast the Time Walk so that they can eat it from the graveyard.
Yeah.
But we see here that isn't the case, and Sasha's going to take the match 2-0. Wow.
Alrighty.
Really, really tight plays from both the competitors.
Yeah. Powerful run by Dan, winning the hearts of millions with the Kaya's Onslaught kill. And
we are missing the Kaya's Onslaught kill. We really would love to see that.
Powerful run, powerful run. So back to the booth. It's your boys.
You sweaty boys.
Sweaty boys.
The sweatiest.
And we're going into the finals
Oh,
in a second here.
this is a very interesting finals.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see how it plays out. This matchup is very weird.
Yes.
It's there's a lot of weird stuff going on. The way that the decks interact with each other is strange.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Got good diversity. I mean, 4 unique decks. None of them Jeskai, none of them Thoracle. Beautiful. Before we do that, actually, if you don't mind, delivering this to Dan.
I will.
And just giving them a heads up. The finals match. Give them a heads up that we're not going to begin immediately because we want to do a very quick giveaway.
Okay, yeah, I'll be right back.
We got 2 more giveaways here. It's your boy. So one of the last giveaways we want to do here. I'll give you 2 minutes. Donations have slowed down. We've been up for 8 hours so far here. If you haven't donated yet and would like to, or you want to check out the PayPal there, the coffee to help support us, we've raised over $4,000 today for Chris and his family. All proceeds are going to the family. Every donation, every entry fee, all that is going directly to Chris and the family. And we got 2 spicy giveaways. This is the second most spicy giveaway. I'll give you all 3 minutes to get in here, because I have a Judge promo Mana Crypt. We got a Judge Foil Mana Crypt donated by Serge Jaeger that is going to anybody that has donated. You just have to have donated. Doesn't matter if it was $5, doesn't matter if it was $50. This is a Judge promo Mana Crypt. It will never lose a flip because I'm holding it. So tell you what, I'll give you a couple of minutes to pop in, to donate towards this. It slices, it dices. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Look at it spin. I don't know what else to do. We've been here since 8. And that can be done through the PayPal. That can be done through coffee. Doesn't matter how much. If you've donated, great. If you donated some more, even better. But yeah, we're looking to give that away. We after we do the finals as well, we have 1 more giveaway. A big giveaway. Nope, that's a Sterling Grove. We have a big giveaway. The final big giveaway after this Mana Crypt. It's a Judge Foil Imperial Seal. So, I mean, if you donate now then you have the ability to be drawn for the Mana Crypt or the Imperial Seal. Either one or both. For some context as well, don't tell the people playing, but the prizes for the top 8. Again, all the prizes have been donated by members of the community. We'll do a huge thank you at the end as well for who donated and all that jazz. But we have a Ragavan here for second place. Pretty good. Ragavan. I could even throw in the Sterling Grove. We have a Ragavan here for second place. Pretty good monkey. And some other stuff that we can throw in. And then for first place, we have a sealed box of Iconic Masters. Iconic. Trenton, this Masters pack is so iconic.
It's iconic.
Wow. Oh my god. Babe. Come on in. Come on into the booth. How did the free world feel?
I'm really glad I'm back here where I belong. Okay, cool. Are we doing a quick giveaway?
We're doing the giveaway for the Mana Crypt.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's actually huge.
I've lit the fire under their asses.
Yeah.
Under their to get them to donate. Yeah, we're getting there.
Spam your iconics in the chat. Iconic.
Iconic.
You got Boom
iconic.
Roasted.
We all conic. We're iconic.
We all conic for iconic.
Okay, great. Just making sure everything's in order here. That would be you. Great. We got, I'd say 1 minute.
Okay, we got about 1 minute.
Yeah, because some people popped off in the Ko-fi.
Since this tourney is for Chris, can we get Birds of Paradise pointed for a bit afterwards?
Oh my god.
No, we should point something like some niche card that he loves. Like my favorite is Adorned Pouncer, like the 2-mana double strike Eternalized cat.
I do have a very good Chris with Adorned Pouncer story.
Okay,
I'm playing Sandy B, so
Okay.
Pattern Rector.
Sure.
Chris is playing like a blue-white, like creatures plus equipment plus protect your creatures kind of deck. And he plays Sword of Body and Mind, and he puts it onto his Adorned Pouncer, and he hits me. And I'm like, oh, Body and Mind, wow. And he's like, yep. And he mills me for 20. And then I untap and cast Living Death and just bring back all my combo pieces to kill him. And I had nothing. I had nothing in the yard. Nothing relevant. And I'm like, do this? He's like, oh, wow, that's pretty good. I was just like, yeah.
That's pretty good. Yeah,
That's pretty good. All right.
Oh man,
The votes are in. Votes.
all right.
All right.
I'm assuming the position.
Yeah. I can hear the horse.
All right, and drum roll.
Slow drum roll, please. Oh. Congratulations. We're done. James Preston.
Boom.
Yay.
Hell yeah.
James Preston or Jane P. JP. If you are in chat, let us know. If not, we have a way of
we'll
find it. We'll get it done. Congratulations. You got a Mana Crypt coming your way.
Congratulations, and thanks for your donation.
And again, doesn't matter where you are in the world, we'll find you.
We'll find
you.
you.
I swear to God, you will get so many prizes. You will get such a good giveaway.
We're coming for you with prizes.
Oh no, prizes. So congratulations, James Preston, on the Mana Crypt.
Congrats on the Mana Crypt. It goes in the prize box.
And now, Trenton, if you don't mind, would you do me the honors
I would do the honors.
of going and getting our finals match set up as I set up the stuff on the back end?
Oh yeah,
Is
I
that
can do
okay?
that. Yeah, yeah. I guess I could.
If you're
Yeah,
okay with
yeah.
that. All
I was thinking. I was thinking of going home though.
right. Nope, you're stuck. You're I'm stuck. Yeah, Jesus. Oh. Hi. How you doing? So we have the finals coming up. We have Jacob on 5-color enchantment lands enchantress. 5-color lands enchantress. Shoot, I need to figure out who's sitting where before I get this set up. And then Sasha on 4-color spellseeker. So we have 2 wild and wacky decks. Jacob's on red. Great. We got a real heck of a finals here. Real heck of a finals. You want to squeeze in?
Oh yeah, do I ever?
All right, come on in. The water's great.
I've become a master at squeezing in.
Okay.
Okay.
Gotta get that LaCroix.
Oh, the sustenance I require.
How about we go to the feature match area?
Yeah, I'm down for that. I could do that. One thing before we move over though, make sure you stay around afterwards, because we'll be doing our last giveaway, and we have a special treat for everyone.
Yep. We have a video from Chris himself from the hospital.
Man himself, the legend himself.
The man, the myth, the legend.
It's gonna be huge. Stay tuned. But for now,
We have a match.
we have a match.
Or we're going to have a match pretty soon.
I told them to just get set up whenever they could, you know. So looks like they should be ready pretty quick here. And
Yeah.
wow, what a finals!
Sasha checking memes, it appears. This is a heck of a finals.
Yeah, 2 decks doing extremely different things.
No Jeskai. No Oracle. I mean, there's a Spellseeker deck, but what are you going to do? No Storm?
Iron Seed still plays first.
Yes, continue
Yes,
as.
yeah. No storm. No, we're not doing underworld breach things.
No breach.
We didn't even have like hoof in the room.
I know.
I don't think we really had that many lands decks. We had like maybe 1 or 2.
Hold on, Thomas. Jacob's on Oracle, but he's not on he's not on Tainted Pact or Demon. You can't. For starters, the audacity of someone that played at your level on camera to come in and
Wow. Wheeler unhinged.
I'd take this kind of smack talk from Pat. He won an event like a decade ago. But last I heard, you were sleeping with the fishes. Because he lost to Merfolk to me.
Yeah, that's the joke.
Fantastic Oracle, yeah. So yeah, we got a man here with a point spread of Thassa's Oracle strip mine. That's just so
Insane. So insane.
Yeah.
Wow. This match is so crazy because it couldn't be more different, right? Like, it's funny, they're both playing 4 or 5 colors, like quite a lot of colors, but they're doing entirely different things. Give you a rundown of what cards Jacob is looking for in the match and what role he wants to be. So sorry. Do you?
Oh no, Ren and 6. That's pretty good.
So essentially, Jacob is looking for obviously like your like Ren and 6, Lightning Bolt, etc. I actually think that Jacob wants to be a little faster in this matchup because he doesn't have as many ways to interact with Sasha as say like a different style of like 4 or 5 color deck. The things like life gain, etc., like all that stuff, it doesn't really matter because at some point Sasha can develop his mana base to do so. There are some things that do matter, like what are they doing? Oh. Did they just fake leave?
What are you clowns doing up there?
Um.
Maybe they were goofing, like, hey, let's split. Just kidding. It's
Oh
Highlander.
yeah. So Sasha, basically, he is going to go mostly unimpeded, barring Jacob's draw, and he's just gonna have to lean heavily on finding Night of Autumn, etc., ways to interact with the enchantments. But for the most part, he doesn't actually care about Thought Lash itself, or the like, because he can kill through that. If he gets infinite turns, he just gets to mill you until you lose. Right?
Well, Thought Lash. No. Mill you.
Because Thought Lash, when you take damage, you mill. So if he takes infinite
Right,
turns,
yeah,
he just
yeah.
gets to kill you.
If
with,
it's
by
just
milling
Thought
you.
Lash, yeah.
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 So it just depends on sort of draw. I will say this: the role that Jacob is playing is actually going to be quite dependent on what he sees in his opening hand. But I will say I do believe that he wants to be a little bit faster than he normally is.
I mean, LD plus Tabernacle is pretty good at just getting stuff under wrap. Tabernacle has got to be kind of huge, right? Like, unless Sasha can get enough mana through just his lands that he's comfortable paying, the tax. Like, once he gets going, it's whatever. But getting to that point can be a bit difficult.
Yeah, and you really don't have the space for Wasteland in this deck. I don't think Sasha's playing one. I would be surprised if he is. So you're right, Tabernacle is going to be big game. Glacial Chasm is maybe smaller game, but it can still be relevant. Sasha is playing more of a mid-rangey version, right? He has the Stoneforge Mystic, the Jitte, etc. Those cards are not good in this matchup on average. And they're especially bad against things like the Glacial Chasm and the Thought Lash. So he's a little less combo-oriented than you could be with your point spread. So I think the matchup's pretty close to 50-50 still. Basically, it's two decks trying to do the thing that they do relatively fast. If I had to put a roll on either of them, Jacob is probably looking to be control in most of the games, but still has the potential to be fast. And Thomas is saying that Jacob has turn 2 kill in hand.
Thomas, I'm going to believe it when I see it, bud.
If that's true, then Sasha has to have a discard spell here or bust. So we'll see.
Now, how often, how comfortable are you keeping hand? Did Sasha mulligan or did he keep the 7?
I believe he mulliganed. It looks like he mulliganed.
He also threw everything on the floor. I guess what I'm getting at is you're a deck that so badly wants to have a 1-mana dork. And so, like, obviously on a mulligan, your choices are a bit more limited, but what drives, like, how aggressively do you think Sasha has to mulligan?
I don't actually think you have to be super aggressive with your mulligans for this deck. It really just depends on hand composition. You just need to be able to interact early. So if you don't have a mana dork, you can keep hands that have discard spells plus like 1 piece of removal. That your essential object is to get to 6 mana as quick as possible, but it doesn't necessarily always need to be super fast.
Yeah.
So I think it's fine to keep hands that say like lean on you, find a Triumph, and then you cast like a Collective Brutality into Planeswalker, for example.
Wall of Boots coming down and putting out Elves of Deep Shadow.
Or hands like this, for example, are still quite excellent, right? Because you're developing a bunch of mana, even though you missed your turn 1 mana elf, and fixing the type of mana you have is just so critical.
Yeah.
That sometimes I'll take a turn off just to make sure that I have the requisite mana so that when I do hit 6, I can actually kill a Spellseeker. So it looks like we have a Profane Tutor. Not a turn 2 kill, so
There's a Consult in hand. Jacob has Consult in hand. And it doesn't look as though... I thought Jacob played an elf. Huh. Well. There is a Crucible of Worlds in Jacob's hand, as well as an Enlightened Tutor.
Ban
That-
this fool.
That could represent, Fast Bond or Zurin Orb to I mean, infinite life doesn't really do that much, but the infinite mana.
Well, actually, Infinite Life, you can't, like, the Seeker deck actually can't kill you infinitely with damage. So if you gain Infinite Life, then they have to deck you somehow.
Trenton, I discovered a way of doing it.
Really?
Yeah, it involves casting an endurance
Oh.
and then targeting yourself, and with that on the stack, you like fatal push your own endurance.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I can see that. You just draw your whole deck, fatal push your endurance, and you keep doing that indefinitely, yeah.
The camera having a real hard time for some reason.
Angel's Grace the Fool.
Just give it a second. It's had a
Hold.
long day.
Hold. Just like rewatching the 2001 Pro Tour.
If we're lucky, Trenton will scream, "Oh, it's lightning helix."
Oh my god!
I'd rather have a ham sandwich.
Okay, so we've got Deathrite into taking a long time to play your land.
It isn't frozen. He's just taking his sweet time. Playing out the
Yeah.
Crucible worlds here.
We might want to reset.
I'm
this.
probably gonna go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Divide each match into 7 different videos to really get the old PT aesthetic. That was the plan. Hello. While Ben fixes the camera, I figured I'd come back. I guess I'll just thank everyone again. We're nearing the end, and we really, really appreciate everyone sticking with us. We'll upload the VODs on YouTube. Yeah, surprise back to the booth. Now make this camera low res. Get the full. Has anyone ever seen the like old PT coverage with like BDM and Randy Bueller, and they actually have a low res camera, and they look like they're actually in a closet in the, like some convention center, like fisheyed? Just amazing, so good. Okay, looks like we've got the camera back. Ooh. It's still blurry.
Might take a second.
Okay. Well, the camera's blurred, and I just remembered, Ben and I have to move all this equipment after this as well. Are you
Yeah.
excited for that, Ben?
God no, Trenton. tearing down is a lot easier than setting up, but I miss my husband. I miss my dog.
I miss the outside. I miss not sweating.
Yeah.
I miss my shower.
God.
The resolution is there if you believe.
I'm wondering if we should probably reset this camera on my end as well.
Yeah, okay, let's do that. We're gonna reset the camera really quick, folks. Sorry for the trouble. Looks like Sasha's getting a spell seeker, if that is relevant to anyone.
We could try to finish up this match and then, or this game, and then get there. If the game is ending here, there's a time. Is that a time walk in the graveyard?
Oh, we've got a little bit of resolution. Just a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I think we're back. Are we
good.
back, baby? We're back.
Back and I'm better.
We just had to have faith. It was like chat said.
Chat, you just raised your yes. It's like Shen's saying, gotta send some energy to the camera.
Oh yeah.
I need everybody at home to raise your arms and channel your energy. I need to make a spirit bomb of 4K quality.
Wow, I can't believe Sasha was able to combo with the Seeker while also playing Oko in the time that it took us to fix this camera. Like, I'm not joking either. Like, I'm surprised he had the amount of mana to be able to do all of this.
Yeah.
I guess it looks like Jacob probably missed his, or no, he hit his third land drop. This is just a turn 4 kill from Sasha, right?
Yeah. That profane tutor.
Your DT on layaway?
I mean, I don't hate it. There are some decks where it's better than others.
I actually think it's pretty good in this list, but
But I mean, I guess if you're not doing anything else, I wonder if there's a world where if I'm Jacob, I'm looking to instead like what does Profane Tutor into Crucible do? You know?
Mhm.
This is a very fast play from Sasha, but also facing zero disruption.
Yeah,
and
that's
zero
true, that's
threat
true.
of disruption.
That's true. That's true.
So I'm wondering if maybe there's a world where if Jacob just like enlighten tutors on 2 in the upkeep and finds like expedition map, then going land map and then cracking for tabernacle is where you want to be.
Yeah.
Because again, like you're taking 1 turn off in a way, but then you can tabernacle and suspend profane tutor, and that might just be enough to slow him down.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's pretty unlikely that you kill on turn 4 against an opponent usually, but like you said, Jake just didn't have the disruption. He hasn't interacted with Sasha at all, and I mean that's the game right here.
Yeah.
If when you goldfish the Spellseeker deck, you can kill on turn 4 like basically all the time.
Yeah, it's kind of gross.
Yeah, like so if you know your opponent isn't interacting with you, you actually will win on turn 4 like most of the time. Sasha has the kill unless he draws Timeless Witness. He can just Neoform away the Wall of Roots for Eternal Witness. So he will have it always. Unless I guess he could not see the line.
The Neoform thinking. I mean, he's likely just explaining the kill to Jacob, and Jacob says, well, show me.
Yeah, Jacob doesn't know what's in Sasha's hand. You know, Sasha could reveal it, but
he wants that information.
Yep.
The secret.
I don't know if Jacob's played against this deck that much, so it's possible he's just looking to find sort of what, where the spots are that he could disrupt in game 2.
So we got the Neoform finding the Timeless Witness, getting back the Ephemerate on the Timeless Witness, and the Time Walk. And now Sasha has all the cards here to demonstrate that, hey, look, I got 1 mana to cast this Ephemerate, and I got 2 mana to cast this Time Walk.
Yeah, and the way that this combo works, the real crux of it is, after Ephemerate resolves, it's in the graveyard, and so you can target your own Ephemerate with your Eternal Witness.
And that's going to be game 1. Okay. 2 ships. Passing in the night. How do you got time for an Oko and a Spellseeker?
That's what I'm saying. Like, when did he get so much mana he was able to Oko and Spellseeker? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's wild. Okay. So, maybe, I'm not saying Jacob's Keep was not what he should have had, right? It seemed he had combos, he had the cards, tutors, etc. But when you've got such a prestigious award on the line of a box of iconic masters,
An iconic award, if you will.
I mean, Canlander players honestly don't care about the prizes. We could have just said, we'll give you pieces of paper that say the glory on them, and that's all they'd care about.
We've played Monday nights on the like the actual literal counters because we had like 48 people on a Monday night, and we've stayed for like 4 or 5 rounds of Swiss or whatever until basically 2 people were left, and then those 2 people battled it out for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. It's like 11 o'clock. You started playing at 6. You've been playing Magic for 5.5 hours on a Monday night, and you just keep going.
You got work tomorrow. Doesn't matter. You're in it for the glory.
We finished finals in like restaurants because we had to leave the wide.
Yeah.
So yeah, the glory is really all that matters at the end of the day.
At the old wides, we would occasionally, if it got too big, we would have one person go to their apartment around the corner.
Yeah, because they live nearby.
Yeah, and then sometimes we'd have the BK Lounge where you'd get people playing in the Burger King.
The classic soft serve maneuver.
So what I'm saying is, the glory's on the line. Does this put a little? This could be a little bit of a kick in the butt for Jacob. Like, do you think Jacob is now going to take that and go like, oh, well, I want that W. Maybe I should get more aggressive. Maybe I should mulligan to a more deadly opener, more disruptive opener.
Jacob kept a 7.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's going to keep a 7 like that again. I think this is potentially a mistake you make once. But the knowledge that the Spellseeker deck can goldfish that fast is actually extremely valuable in the way that you navigate the game.
Sometimes you just need that wake-up call. I feel like Hoof is the same way with that. Is that some people will keep a hand against Hoof, and they're like, oh, this is fine. It's got a bolt. And then they die on turn 4, and you're like, oh, I need to ship up.
Or they'll develop a
up.
Tarmogoyf instead of bolting your Raphaelos, and then you like play a Primeval Titan on turn 3, and they're like, huh. Yeah, there are some mistakes you only make once. Tired mom with the soft serve.
Oh, yeah.
We used to have a player, we called their deck Melted Soft Serve because they played Control at a interesting pace.
Yeah.
And they loved soft serve from DK.
A debatable...
We've got a birds from Sasha.
Are you referring to... Do you know? We don't want to blow up the Grease's spot, but they are in... The Grease is in chat.
Oh man.
Oh.
Tapped Watery Grave. Demir Aqueduct, pick up my Watery Grave.
Gotta cast that Cruel Ultimatum.
Here's my Cruel mana.
Oh yeah.
I can't believe they're in chat. That's amazing.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh.
Sasha with a Birds of Paradise, and that's the mana that will be fueling his future turns. What a lot of people don't understand is that the Victoria Canlander community for a long time was fueled by either Burger King or Curry.
Okay, yeah, let's see.
Oh no, is that the Profane Tutor again? Okay, never mind. Cycling a Tranquil Thicket. And keeping up white mana. Jacob does have Swords to Plowshares.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so...
oh no, that's Tabernacle. Oh, perfect.
Oh, wow. Yeah, and the turn 2 Tabernacle is going to be a big problem for Sasha. As far as I'm aware, Sasha doesn't really have a way to deal with this.
No, I'm not seeing... No Wasteland in the list. Too hard on the mana. So this Tabernacle might just slowly grind out.
I don't think we have any ways to deal with lands in the Seeker combo deck.
Yeah, needs the Goblin Settler. Good call, Pat.
Oh, the Goblin set. Look at that 5th color mana in there.
Yeah, splash for Goblin Settler. The Tabernacle making the mana dorks have to pay for themselves here. Which is going to be a little bit of a oofa doofa. There's no Assassin's Trophy on Sasha's list either. So yeah, that Tabernacle's here to stay.
The one interesting thing that Sasha could do is if he finds a wall of roots, he can actually pay for more of his creatures with the overgrown battlement. And that could be one way to get out of the tabernacle. And then the wall of roots itself, it can pay for itself, but also like say a quarter calling maybe later if he draws it. I mean, I'm grasping at straws here. The tabernacle's really good. He's gonna have to do some weird stuff to fight around it.
Yeah, no Beseiju. We got a Thoughtseize coming down here.
Also, if he plays a Sylvan Ranger, he can actually just find more basic lands.
Yeah.
And if he gets up to 6 basic mana, he can just like cast the Spellseeker. And I guess he needs 7 mana.
You haven't sounded perkier than when you just said Sylvan Ranger there since like 11 this morning. Sylvan Ranger.
If he finds a Sylvan Ranger,
oh my god! Thoughtseize from Sasha taking care of an Abrupt Decay. Had to pull that Retreat to Hagra to the side to read it, understandably so. But that's a go. I mean,
we've got a reader.
Yeah, this taxation plan's working out.
Sasha missing his 3rd land drop. This is a big deal.
Yeah, that's huge. Retreat to Hagra. So for people not familiar with this card, it is a 3 mana enchantment that has landfall. And when a land ETBs, you can either give a creature +1/+0 and Death Touch until end of turn, or each opponent loses 1, you gain 1. So it goes infinite, with fast spawn stuff, kills them, which is pretty, convenient. I guess theoretically it gives us Death Touch.
Yeah. It's just for the kill. It's kind of like when they played Retreat to Coralhelm for Knight of the Reliquary. It's it's just a necessary evil, not necessarily that good. Okay, Oko.
Ooh.
Now this actually changes the pace of combat here, because at some point, maybe you just start paying for 3/3s, right?
Yeah.
That might just be the game plan.
I think Jacob's looking for that though, right? Like if he can force Sasha to play in such a way where he's going to try and mid-range out or beat down, that's fine. He's not as scared of that as he would be, the kill. Nylea's Intervention coming down here.
Oh, wow.
And yes, there's an Urborg in play. I repeat, there's an Urborg in play. So that Tabernacle tapping is okay, go.
Urborg just being the worst land Sasha could have drawn.
Yeah. So the Nylea's Intervention, for people not entirely familiar, it's a sorcery that costs X green. And it lets you find X lands and put them into your hand. There's another part to it where you can kill creatures with flying. I mean,
if you need a Cloud Thresher effect, you can get there. But
I mean, it could have taken care of those birds. That's kind of hot.
If Jacob is getting like mana disruption here, wastelands and strip mines, I actually have no idea how Sasha's gonna get out of this, because Jacob's deck should be well set up to beat some onslaught of 3/3s from an Oko, especially when your opponent is underdeveloped mana wise.
Yeah. What are we getting here now? The Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale, unfortunately a legendary land. And I don't know if Jacob's on Vesuva, so we're not copying it in the first place. But like, even if he's just getting like strip, waste, and something else, that's kind of hot. Jacob, unfortunately, not getting the message that he's on camera, not fanning out these lands for us.
He's an amateur. Please forgive him.
Oh my god. But that is a strip on top. That's the big one, right? That lets Jacob potentially attack Sasha's mana base in a bit more impactful way. Like, we're at the point now where Sasha's developing some actual lands, and these mana dorks are going to help pay for everything as well. But like, strip on the hitting the colors too, like that birds is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what Sasha has to play here. Looks like a tireless provisioner. So, oh wow. He actually has a land. Okay, this is one way to get out of a tabernacle. I know that Sasha has an Uro in hand. Looks like a Baleful Strix. And maybe a Stoneforge Mystic. So this tireless provisioner actually makes it so that Jake has to actually start developing into some level of game plan. I don't think the strip mine is enough anymore. And he's gonna have to deal with these creatures at some stage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the provisioner. I mean, the treasure tokens off the provisioner are. It's just another example of it being better than Lotus Cobra is that it lets you make these treasure tokens to pay for the tabernacle. But get this, it attacks for 3, and that's not nothing.
Yeah.
The retreat to Hagra is kind of helping Jacob stay a little healthy, but
Steve's just said you can elk your creature to make it lose the tabernacle ability. Is that true?
Tabernacle says all creatures have, at the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice this creature unless you pay 1.
Yeah, so based on state-based effects, if your creature was already in play and then you made it an elk, it would lose the tabernacle ability?
Oh.
Okay.
Speak of the devil.
Wheeler is going to answer a judge call for our finalists. Our resident judge, had to head out, but it's okay. We still really, really appreciate him. But yeah, that is a sick line. If I'm fairly confident that it does work. But yeah, let's take a look and see. I'm curious what this judge call is about. Looks like Jacob stepped away from the table. Yeah, we love Nelly, and we really hope he has a good rest of his night. He donated his time to Chris, so that the money we were gonna pay Nelly went right into the prize pool. Just a fantastic dude. Nelly's absolutely huge. For Thomas, this is a judge call. Jacob's just asking Ben something. We're not sure what it is yet. How many total goblins have shown up? Mink, Storella. Maybe a couple. I don't think we've had a ton of goblins. Yeah, Davey B. What a guy, Nelly. I believe Nelly is an L2. Yes.
I'm coming.
Okay, so what was that judge call about?
So Jacob was asking about the interaction between sagas and solemnity. And so when you have solemnity out, it prevents counters from being placed onto sagas. And the context of this was if I get my Urza Saga to 2 counters and it gains the ability to tap and make tokens, and then I play a solemnity, it will not get the 3rd counter.
Yeah.
And so it never gets sacrificed or has that ability added.
Yeah.
It just sticks around. So it could just stick around and keep making tokens.
Oh, wow. There are a lot of really interesting interactions in this matchup.
Yeah.
Like the Oka interaction people were talking about. It's quite sick.
Jacob has gotten... I don't know if Jacob has gone to the washroom or is looking for a judge call.
I guess we'll have to find out.
I assume the fact that he didn't come down
means he's probably in the washroom. Yeah.
It has been a long day. We are coming up on 8.5 hours so far streamed.
Wow.
Yeah. It's been a big day, Trenton. Been a big day. But Jacob's back at it, bladder empty,
Yeah, we're glad you could take a break, Jake. You know.
Yeah.
Judge, come see this sick play. We used to do that at Saturday Night Legacy back in the day. We do the classic. You say Judge, and then they come over, and you go, "Is this good?" And you just point at a card in your hand.
There's no way this is legal, Judge.
Yeah, like Wheeler's the judge for that night, so you call him over and you're like, "Yeah, so is this good?" And you point to like, a Tormod's Crypt against Reanimator.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's good.
Okay, what do we got going on here? Just paying for
No, we made another elk and then we cracked in for 9. 2 elks and a provisioner. That's huge.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
And he's just forcing Jake to do something here.
God, I don't know what's worse. The fact that now I want to play 4-color Spellseeker tomorrow for tomorrow night's tournament, or that I'm even considering playing tomorrow night. Like that I'm not Highlandered out. I'm just like, oh god, all I want to do is sleep so I can wake up tomorrow and play Highlander.
I mean, we haven't been playing though, right?
I know.
Like I'm watching Sasha play this Seeker deck, and I'm like, you could just ochre your creatures, the Tabernacle. Get in.
Yeah.
All I want to do is attack with 3/3s. It's the dream. So it looks like Sasha's done a really good job of coming out from under this Tabernacle. It still has given Jake quite a long time to assemble what looks to be like 7 cards in hand. So you have to imagine he has something to deal with what's going on.
Yeah, Jake's in a bit of a tough spot here. I will say this, no slight to him, but when he asked me if this interaction with Solemnity worked, I found the idea that he would have enough time to do all that admirable. Like, it was just like, hell yeah, dude. So maybe that lends him to Tatiova. Okay, maybe that lends him to having something, but
I don't even know what this card does.
so it's a 5-mana 3/3, and it's got effectively landfall. Whenever a land enters the battlefield, you gain 1 life and draw a card.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so it goes infinite with fast spawn.
Yeah.
Draws some cards. It's pretty good, honestly. It is a 5-mana 3/3. That's the downside.
Yeah. It's basically an effect.
And it's a big downside, admittedly. But
Well, the fact that it's a 3/3 is it gets lightning bolted. Like that's a big issue. But I mean, like you probably need a couple of these effects in your deck.
In a deck
to really
like
make it
this,
tick.
you kind of know what you're signing up for when it comes to that. It's no Omnath, I'll tell you that. Jake casting Life from the Loam.
Oh wow. Getting back just 2
Ketria Triumph, Tranquil
Yeah,
Thicket,
and a
and
fetch
then a
land.
fetch.
Looks like the players are bantering about something, but what could it be?
And having to discard a hand size after Life of the Loam, and discarding one of the lands you pulled back.
Absolute classic.
Yeah.
Let's see what Sasha pays for. And yeah, Sasha's just going in for the kill here.
I mean, Jacob's at 11. That's
Yeah, he's gonna have to block with the Tatiova.
Is there a world where Sasha is able to?
Oh, it says Jacob's at 9 now. If he's at 9, he's just dead. Cause
That says 11.
I'm blind.
I'm sorry to hear that. Let
It's
me
been
know
8
if
and
I
a
can
half
help
hours. You're right, it is 11.
You. Yeah. 9 is the amount of hours we've been on camera.
Wait, hold on. If Sasha taps the 5 lands and keeps the birds untapped, can't he make the birds a 3/3 and just kill?
Yeah,
Jake?
he could also just Oko and exchange the treasure token for the Tatiova,
Oh, and then he can't block.
and then cracks in for 11.
Okay, so he's getting more information here. So if Jacob doesn't have a response, he should have conceded to that duress. Oh, wait. Never mind. He would have just... Sasha would have been 2 anyways. So it looks like as long as there's no free spells or trickery, and that's it. Sasha is your
Highlander for
Chris champion. I was gonna say like 2022 Highlander for us, but I very, very much do not want to do this. Ideally, ever again.
Let's give a round of applause. GG's to Sasha.
Huge congratulations to Sasha. Very, very well played.
Unfortunately, we won't be doing an interview with Sasha, as there's no way we can fit another person back here. But
I imagine Sasha will be doing a tournament report.
Yes. Yeah. Great set. Great match. Great tournament.
Oh, amazing. I'm going to go give the players their prizes.
Sure.
And then when I get back, we'll do the...
We'll do the giveaway, the thank yous, the video from Chris. Yep.
And sign off.
Yes.
Awesome.
Great. So Trenton's on his way to give the monkey and the box to the winners. I guess I can use this as part of an opportunity. Going back to the booth. Hi, how you doing? We're still in here. The lighting has changed due to the progression of time. Wow. Heck of an event. This was a blast. I thank you so much to, everybody involved in this. We have a huge crew. We have a huge list of folks. To everyone that donated, all of you. There's literally too many people to, also anonymous, but we're doing one more giveaway. I will say that. We're doing one more giveaway. This is the big one. We got the PayPal you can donate through. We got the coffee you can donate through. And all that. And once again, this was a tournament for Chris. Longtime Canlander player. Icon. Pillar of the format. The guy that makes you want to go out to these events. That kind of thing. And through this event, from the donations, from the entry fee of the players, 100% of this going to Chris and his family, we raised over $4,000. That is incredible. $4,000 for Chris and his family. And it doesn't matter that we were in the back, we're in the back room. We got the commander deck storage next to us. The community managed to come together on a small time, as soon as we had the idea, we got to it. And the fact that we managed to come together, the players here, Trenton and I running all this, the folks that donated prizes, the folks that donated dollars, all that jazz. We couldn't have done this without everybody. So thank you so much. This is phenomenal. It means the world to us. So it's 7 o'clock on the dot. And we are currently at 7 o'clock. I'll give you 5 more minutes. In 5 minutes, so at 7:05, we will be giving away the last giveaway, which is a Judge Foil promo Imperial Seal. This is a foil Imperial Seal. Friendly reminder. All you have to do is you have to have donated to the stream during the day. It could be now, it could have been at the beginning. If you want to get this Imperial Seal, you have to have donated. And this could be through the coffee, this could be through the PayPal, whatever it is. We're going to be giving this away to one lucky winner in 5 minutes. And yeah, it's not Infernal Tutor. We already gave that one away. So we got this video. Matter of fact, we're going to... So you have until then to donate. Oh, Mink, I need to get a hold of you about that. I think what we could do... See you guys. Congratulations. Thanks for coming out. what we're gonna do, I'm gonna let Trenton in. There you go.
And that is the final time that I am doing that. We're gonna tear this whole place down.
Yeah. So we're going to do this giveaway for the Imperial Seal.
Okay, cool.
I've talked about that. I've given people some time to donate.
Nice.
We do have a video. We have a video that Chris actually sent us
Yeah.
from the hospital.
Yep.
So a little bit backstory. Chris didn't know we were doing this.
We kept it a secret.
Kept it a secret.
Yeah.
We let his partner know this was our plan. We got the okay go and all that. But this was I keep using this because I think it's a good analogy. This was our get well soon card. You know?
Yeah.
Instead of all of us signing our names and whatnot, and, you know, wishing sending well wishes. What the hell am I saying? I'm so tired.
Instead of saying like, you know, we hope you get better, etc., we decided to do something that actually says we care about the situation you're in. We
Yeah.
care about you know, more than just saying that we care about you. We want to put it into action, and we wanted to show that the community for sure is going to come and
we
come
do
together.
we
Yeah.
do hope he gets better.
Yeah, obviously we do hope he gets better. Yeah, but
And so we also figured, hey, how about 9 hours of Canlander to watch?
yeah, I figured I want to spend my entire Sunday sweaty beside Benjamin Wheeler.
It's not bad. Kiefer gets to do it.
It's not the first time, and it won't be the last.
So we got a video. I'll give this to you
Okay,
because I have watched the video. And
I've also watched the video.
Oh, okay. Well, then give it to me.
Yeah.
We have a video from Chris that we will play, and hopefully it'll all work. But here's a little video sent from Chris from the hospital to us and everybody involved in the event. Oh. Why is it not working? Please hold. Please hold. I swear to God, I'm a professional. I've done this once before. I've done this twice before. Why is it not picking up this video? That's very interesting. There's a couple of ways that we can do it. Welcome to the darkness, everybody. Glad to have you. Good to see you. You know what I'm going to do? Old-fashioned, Trenton. Let's do it the old-fashioned way. Yeah.
The old-fashioned way.
The old-fashioned way. Not that one.
Oh Lord,
This way.
I love it.
All right.
So old-fashioned.
Hi everyone, I just want to thank everyone so much for their donations, but more importantly, just thank you for everyone that's supporting the Canlander scene. It means so much to me. I love it so much. I've met so many of you and made so many lifelong friends because of playing Canlander. It's just not only the best format, but just the best community, and it's all you guys that make that possible. So I really look forward to getting better, which I am getting better. So I hope to see all of you soon. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
I didn't want to swear this stream, but fucking Chris,
Yeah.
almost making me. I mean, Jesus, I literally watched it ahead of time so I wouldn't cry the next time we watched it. But if that doesn't showcase, exactly,
Oh yeah.
that's so Chris.
It's so Chris.
He's in the hospital and he's like, "Hey, thanks for all this. This is incredible. But I'm really happy that Canlander is getting played." Like,
He's like, I'm really happy that Canlander's firing.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. Oh Jesus. Yeah. That's
wow.
great. Oh,
Actually amazing.
Yeah.
And you know what, Chris? We're happy that you're getting better.
Yeah.
And we love you. We miss you, and we want to see you soon. We want to see you at these big Canlanders. So.
I look forward to one of our matches going to time again in the near future.
Oh man.
All right. Let me add a couple more people because we did get some more donations for this. But we are now. Would you like to show the fine folks what they can win?
Ooh, it's a Judge Foil Imperial Seal.
Wow.
This is the biggest giveaway.
Wow. All right. Now, Trenton, this is the last time I'll ask you.
One last time.
One last time, please. Can I get Can I get a can I get a drum roll, please? And the winner for the Judge Foil Imperial Seal goes to the one, the only. Nope.
I think they've. Is it?
It's that. It's them.
I think they've been in the chat almost all day.
Yes, and it makes my job so much easier because
Wow.
I know them. Congratulations, Elf Lawyer.
Congratulations,
You have
Elf
won
Lawyer.
yourself an
You've won
Imperial
yourself
Seal.
An Imperial Seal. Congratulations! Wow, it's so cool.
Hell
Incredible.
yeah. This makes it so. Congratulations. If they have been in chat basically all day.
Yeah, wow. I that's why I thought I recognized the names. So
If they're
huge congratulations.
If they're not here this second, they'll find out pretty quickly, and they will lose their mind. So
wow.
congratulations, Elf Lawyer. We'll get a hold of you, and we'll get this Imperial Seal to you.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
And thank you, everyone, for all of your donations. Not just the people that we were able to give prizes out to, but everyone from the bottom of our hearts. We really do appreciate you and thank you. And thanks for tuning in to the stream. The tournament was fun. The players had a fantastic time, and yeah.
I do want to give a couple of special dedicated thanks. One, to Ed and the staff here at Yellow Jacket Comics and Toys for allowing us to take over the entire store
And their closet.
and the closet to allow us to run this event. Big thanks to Nelson for judging for the whole
Huge
day.
Thanks. Oh, amazing.
And also just being like our man on the floor.
Yeah, what a homie.
Yeah.
He's huge.
Huge thanks to I guess James
Yeah,
for
thanks to James
providing
from LRR.
for giving us
fixing
a
our
camera. Yeah, one that doesn't have duct tape on it. Huge thanks to all the people that donated the cards. Shen, Jeremy, Serge, Jeremy Petter,
I've got a
Trenton,
list.
me,
Stefan, Tyler, Noel, Dan, Jake, Jason. Yeah, so many people donated cards. If we missed you, it's been a hectic day.
Yep.
But if we missed you, we want you to know that we still care and think about you, and we still really appreciate that you were willing to give up some of your MTG equity to get us to the place that we got to.
for over $4,000. That's
That's
absurd.
incredible. Absolutely incredible.
But what's also absurd is the fact that we've been doing this for so long. I will say, like, it's not even updated. We did the finals. There will be a VOD available on Twitch. There will be a VOD uploaded on YouTube. It might take a literal day to get this whole VOD uploaded.
We have no idea how long this is going to be.
But it
We're
will
probably
be
gonna go home
available.
and die.
Yeah. There will be the deck lists are available on my Mox field, but they're all up
Sure,
there,
yeah,
categorized as
yeah.
that.
Yep.
And then there will be a tweet about how much of a outstanding success that's been.
And also huge congratulations to Sasha, who was the winner.
Yeah, huge congrats to Sasha.
Absolutely incredible. Very, very well played from all of our competitors. It was super amazing to watch just some really high quality Magic. I don't know what else we have other than that's Trent,
it.
Trenton Wheeler, and we're signing off, I guess.
Goodbye.
Hold on.
Oh,
Thank you, and we're grateful and thankful and blessed.
thanks, Chris.
We love you, Chris.
Love you. Bye.